So you've clicked play on this podcast and you notice that, hey, this episode is over 5.5 hours long. What's going on? Why does it need to be so long? People who discover this podcast for the first time often ask this question. Though if they become regular listeners, they ask, why couldn't it have been longer? I wrote a post about this subject and I'll link it from the show notes. But let me talk about one aspect of it for now. When I started this show, it was about ideas and analysis. The name of this podcast, The Seen and the Unseen, was inspired by Frederick Bastiat's 19th century essay, That Which Is Seen and That Which Is Not Seen. The show, like the essay it was inspired from, was supposed to be about the unintended consequences of public policy. But then it evolved, and over the last few years, the focus has shifted from ideas to people, from interviews to conversations. Initially, I'd get an expert on a subject and talk about the subject. But those are dime a dozen on YouTube and other podcasts. I gradually stepped back and began speaking about my guests' life and influences, and in recent times, some of the longer episodes are oral histories, or you could even call them assisted self portraits. When you speak to someone about their life over a span of decades, you not only understand them better, but you also get glimpses of the changing world as it turns and burns. I love that aspect of the show, being able to live someone's life as seen in flashback and self reflection, being able to unpeel layers of this complex world we live in. And going by the love I get from all of you, it's clear that many people want that kind of deep discursive conversation as well. So if you're new to this and you start listening and think, hey, get to the point, well, there is no point. That is the point. I'll end this intro by saying thank you again to all the guests who've ever been on this show and have trusted me enough to set aside their filters and open themselves up to me. It's been a privilege and it's changed me as a person.
Welcome to The Seen and the Unseen, our weekly podcast on economics, politics, and behavioral science. Please welcome your host, Amit Verma.
Welcome to The Seen and the Unseen. My guest today is my old and dear friend Nilanjana Roy. I first met Nilanjana in my blogging days, maybe 18 or 19 years ago, when she was already one of the most highly regarded book critics in the country, and even in the world as her fame grew through the interwebs. She wrote one of the longest running book columns in the world. I think it appeared in the Business Standard for over 2 decades. She's now a columnist for the Financial Times. She's edited various compilations. She's written 2 fabulous books of fantasy called The Wildings and the 100 Names of Darkness. Her first literary novel for adults, Black River, is due out soon. That's a biography. What can I tell you about her? Well, one of the things that I admire about Nilanjana is what a good reader she is. She reads a lot, she reads well, she reads with intention. Her reading deepens her sense of self and informs how she looks at the world and writes about it. This is something I've always wanted to learn from her. Some of this love for reading and books comes out through her superb collection of essays, The Girl Who Ate Books. I'll refer to that and quote from that during this conversation, where we spoke about reading, yes, but also about feminism, family, freedom, and about these times we live in. Before we get to it though, let's take a quick commercial break. And guess what? The commercial is also about reading. Use my code and subscribe to CTQ. Do you want to read more? I've put in a lot of work in recent years in building a reading habit. This means that I read more books, but I also read more long-form articles and essays. There's a world of knowledge available through the internet, but the problem we all face is, how do we navigate this knowledge? How do we know what to read? How do we put the right incentives in place? Well, I discovered one way. A couple of friends of mine run this awesome company called CTQ Compounds at ctqcompounds.com, which aims to help people up-level themselves by reading more. A few months ago, I signed up for one of their programs called The Daily Reader. Every day for 6 months, they sent me a long-form article to read. The subjects covered went from machine learning to mythology to mental models and marmalade. This helped me build a habit of reading. At the end of every day, I understood the world a little better than I did before. So if you want to build your reading habit, head on over to CTQ Compounds and check out their daily reader. New batches start every month. They also have a great program called Future Stack, which helps you stay up to date with ideas, skills, and mental models that will help you stay relevant in the future. Future Stack batches start every Saturday. What's more, you get a discount of a whopping 2,500 rupees. 2,500 if you use the discount code UNSEEN. So head on over to CTQ Compounds at ctqcompounds.com and use the code UNSEEN. Up-level yourself. Nilanjana, welcome to The Seen and the Unseen.
It's so good to be here.
Yeah, I've got to sort of instantly tell my listeners that we are recording in a studio on a couple of AKG 414 mics, which are like twin mics. They look identical. And you just named them Sleek and Slinky. Yours is Sleek minus Slinky.
I felt they might mind, since they're so much a part of the conversation, they should have names. They should have names. They've earned names.
So your mic is Sleek, my mic is Slinky. No, so I'm glad we're finally getting to do this because I think I've been sort of asking you for a while and you've been busy writing your books. But finally, here we are.
I have to apologize for that. It's just been a couple of years. The last 3 years, I think, has been pretty full on, both with the writing and then personal loss. And for a while, I don't think I was in a space where I wanted to speak as much as I wanted to listen. And your podcast was a great comfort in that time. We have so few shows that actually give people a little time to, sprawl. Usually you have your eye on the clock with a conversation and you're thinking 20 minutes, 4 questions, 45 minutes, so much. You see what I mean? And I'm going to try very hard not to be go into interviewer mode. Though the questions that I wanted to ask you were things like, why did you decide that we needed this sprawl of time, this slowness, this getting into things, spending a fair amount of an afternoon or a morning or an evening with your guests? I've enjoyed it as a listener.
In a very sleek way and a very slinky way, you turn the tables on me. But yeah, to get you warmed up, yeah, sure. Since this is a conversation, it sort of evolved that way in the sense that initially my sense was that people have short attention spans. A 20-minute podcast is perfect. You got to grab them in the first few seconds, all of those things. And I realized I was wrong for three reasons, which I've sort of spoken about and written about so much in the past that it'll be a repetition for many of my listeners. But the reasons being that one, people tend to listen when they are a captive audience. So people will listen to podcasts or audiobooks when they are either commuting or working out or doing errands like washing dishes and so on. So, when you're watching a video on YouTube, you can just go to another tab or change the window or turn your head and talk to someone who's standing there, pick up a book from the table. But if you're jogging, you're jogging, you're not going to start doing something else. So one, you're a captive audience. Two, people listen at higher speeds, which is easy to do because our normal speaking speed is between 150 to 200 words a minute. I speak at about 160 because I'm a middle-aged man now. I'm a little slow. But our brain can comprehend language at 500 words a minute. So actually, it's really easy to listen at higher speeds, and the way to do it is people might think, oh, it's squeaky and I'll miss nuances and all of that. Actually, you don't at all because your brain adjusts. So if you take it to 1.2, wait for it to normalize, take it to 1.5, so on and so forth. Like I can listen to stuff between 2.5 to 3x and not lose any nuance, not lose any pauses, any gaps, because the brain just adjusts and processes them that way. And the third important reason is that I think in modern times, people crave depth. And the thing is, it's not that there are two kinds of people in the world and the one kind has short attention span, one kind doesn't. I think everyone has a short attention span for a lot of the time. So there might be times where I am constantly distracted and looking at my smartphone and you can't really hold my attention. But there are also times where I want to sit down and go deep. And media today, unfortunately, because there's a race to the bottom, it's a mile wide and an inch deep, as our mutual friend Prem Panikkar says so eloquently. And people get that, and people crave depth, and they value depth, which I've discovered through the love I get from my listeners. And I think it's, in a sense, and this is a theme we'll surely talk about in your context as well, but I think just shifting forms not just changes the work that you do, but it also changes the person that you are. It makes, like, for me, I think and I was discussing this in an episode I recorded yesterday with Pradeep Magazine. It'll probably release after this. But, where I was talking about how it's made me less judgmental and more open to listening to people and getting involved in their stories. Like, Stephen Covey once said that we don't listen to understand, we listen to respond. Which is a really bad thing. I mean, to have a good conversation, you have to kind of put your ego out of it and just sit down and listen. And I think doing this has taught me to do that. And Pradeep, in different ways, also shared how the last 10 years have made him much less judgmental. which reflects in this beautiful memoir that he's written called Not Just Cricket, which is an episode that will come after this, so people can hear that. And I've been reflecting about this as well. I've been, doing a fair bit of sort of self-reflection on how the work that you do can change who you are, and the work that you do is shaped so much by the form. And you have also worked across different forms in your life, done different kinds of reading, different kinds of writing. So, although this was not something I planned specifically to ask, but what are your thoughts on this?
I'm picking up on some of the words that you've used because they're exactly what I wanted to talk about today. It's that ache for depth. It's not just a need for depth or a sense that we have that missing in our lives. Somewhere, the more frantic that we get, the more time we are spending on Twitter, social media, keeping up. It's not just social media. To be honest, the world makes you feel like you have to keep running to stand still. And just to be in the swim, and whether it's news or whether it's your lives, there's no emphasis on pausing. There's just, you're supposed to consume one experience after the other, just the way that you consume the news. And there's this constant frantic cry of next, next, next. I've spent, much to my surprise, I think, a lifetime of moving around a lot between jobs, not settling to one kind of writing, one kind of job, but grounded fundamentally in reading and writing. I don't think I intended that to happen, but it's been... if you think about it this way, in this ocean that's constantly tugging you this way or that way, my reading in different languages, different bodies of work, different kinds of things, has been like a sheet anchor. It's something that you can return to at any point of time in your life, no matter how grievous the world around you is. And your reading also challenges you at some point to seek a certain kind of depth. That libraries have long been used as parallel schools or colleges. In the Depression, American libraries became places where people taught themselves skills. And they did that by reading 30 books on the subject. And they found their subject basically by walking into this huge cathedral of books, practically, and asking themselves a simple question: what am I curious about? What am I interested in? The other thing that you've touched about, the fact that your work changes you. I get asked so often about writing by people who see it as, who used to see it at least, as a pathway to a certain kind of success or celebrity or stability, and they really want to have written their books. And each time I really want to beg them to sit down and enjoy the writing itself. To sit there quietly with the page and with whatever you're working on, and to discover yourself as a writer or discover yourself as a reader as well. For me, what am I doing these days? I've just finished a novel, Black River, which is probably the first novel I've written for an entirely adult audience. My 2 books before that, The Wildings and The 100 Names of Darkness, could go either way. My youngest reader was 6 years old and my oldest reader was 92 years old, a Spanish biker, who sent me pictures of himself with his 2 cats.
Beautiful.
Yeah. That is the joy of being a writer, actually. You never know who you're going to reach. And if you're in a rush to get to some page 3 success, or to get onto the TV shows, or to be invited to the Jaipur Literature Festival, as fun as all those things are, that's not what the work is about, And I want to tell people to learn to take their time with whatever it is that they're doing, whether it's with a book or with an author, the pleasure of immersion. That's the word that we're looking for, really. Immersion is difficult because everything else in our modern life mitigates against it. It says that when you've reached a place, you need to rush to reach the other place. If you've traveled to so many countries, you need to go somewhere else. And yet it's only by standing still and holding on, whatever it is that I admire in my life, whether it's specific writers, specific books, or whether it's the freedom struggle. I'm struck by how much Nehru, Gandhi, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, Sarojini Naidu, Aruna Asaf Ali, all of them, how much time they actually spent thinking about what went into a national movement and trying to visualize independence. Gloria Steinem, I'm jumping like crazy, so you'll have to corral me back at some point. But Gloria Steinem says that one of the tasks ahead of us is how to imagine a new world. And she doesn't say, how to bring that new world into being, that's a later task or whatever. But truly, if you cannot imagine a better reality, a better life, then how are you going to reach that? And you're not going to be able to get to that point if you're constantly racing from one action to another. It's not just about slowing down, it's about what you're slowing down for, right? So when you get back to your early experiences of reading, often we rush into what was your first book. But most people's early experiences of reading are actually of being told a story, of listening when you're very, very small, very young. And that is the ultimate slowness, because you're sitting there, you're quiet, but you're not passive. You're taking in something and you're learning to imagine for the first time in your very, very young life this world that doesn't actually exist before your eyes. I've looked at that, and I think one of the big themes that I keep coming back to is why in all these centuries do we keep reaching for story? Why do we keep reaching for myths? Why is it that pretty much from the dawn of humanity, one of the first things we do is not just live in the world, but we reach for stories to try and explain what kind of world it is that we live in. The oldest books and the oldest tales go back to the dawn of humanity itself. And I find that incredibly moving and slightly surreal that we can sit here so many centuries later and still fully understand and be moved by something like the Epic of Gilgamesh, which was the first written epic. Or we can relate to the Mahabharata and the Ramayana, whatever your own epics are. We can relate to them as though they were written yesterday. It's that universal. People just reach across the centuries all the time with writing.
So, a number of things I want to kind of double click on and kind of go a little deeper. And one of them comes from two of the things that you mentioned just now. One is, of course, how, that therav has gone from our lives, where we can just sit and think about stuff and not just go from sensation to sensation and so on and so forth. And the other is what you said about our freedom fighters having the time to sit and think about stuff. Nehru writing all that he did in jail in such eloquent language without a library available to him, and so on and so forth. One TIL moment I had about our modern times came from Jonathan Haidt, when he said that even though we have all of literature and all of knowledge available to us at the click of a mouse, most of what we are consuming was produced in the last 3 days. Right? So we go from sensation to sensation to sensation to sensation, and that quietude is not there. Like, when you and I were growing up, we had a lot of me time. And we had a lot of me time because there was no option. There weren't so many things to do. We read a lot. Why did we read a lot? Because there were so few books available to us that we read everything we could kind of grab hold of. I mean, you and I were perhaps much more privileged and fortunate in this regard, but for most people and so many of my guests of our vintage, you're just reading everything indiscriminately that you can get hold of. And you have the time to sit down and think. And like you said, like, I once wrote a column about, that old lament about how did we have such great leaders in the 20s, 30s, 40s, even 50s, and today the quality of politician is what it is. And my theory about that was an economic theory, which is that it boils down to incentives, that our great freedom fighters, all the people you named, there was no power at the end of the line for them. So they weren't lusting for power. They were animated by higher principles. And that calling attracted the kind of people who were animated by higher principles. And that's why you got all the people that you did, your Nehru, your Ambedkar, your Sarojini Naidu, and so on. And today it's, people are not attracted to politics for that reason, for higher principles. They are attracted for the lust for power and money and so on. But I think that the reason that, if I were to add a second reason to that, I think what you just said is a great reason, that in an earlier generation, you had the scope for quiet reflection, even if you didn't have all the libraries of the world sort of available to you. And it strikes me that today, to be able to reflect in that way, it has to be an act of will, where an individual says, I want to put my smartphone away, I want to put the laptop away, I want to sit and reflect. Earlier, it was almost default that you reflect a lot of the time because what else is there to do? But now we are just going from sensation to sensation, picking up our smartphones 20 times an hour, chasing the dopamine hit of the latest notification or Facebook like. And for most people, therefore, you're just kind of trapped in this. What are your sort of thoughts on this? Have you found yourself fighting it yourself, like I have? You know, have you found yourself fighting it yourself? And is this something, therefore, that you would lament? Like, I think we would both agree that it's almost miraculous and magical that so much knowledge is available to us at the click of a mouse. But this is the downside. So, what are your sort of thoughts?
I'm wary of nostalgia. I think we all are because we tend to put an Instagram filter on the past to some extent. But when I look back at my childhood, the kind of childhoods that many of us had, it seems impossibly idyllic because it was uncluttered. I think there was extraordinary privilege for me, not just in terms of caste, majority religion, coming from a reasonably affluent background, but there was extraordinary privilege for me in the incredible luck of being born into a family where books, art, music, and all of that were prized. They were not coveted. They were not collected. They were just seen as these wondrous things that made your everyday duty-bound, ritualistic life that much more, not just enjoyable, but it, reaching for whatever it was that you were reaching for, a ballet performance in Delhi, Spick McKay concerts, your own culture in Bengali, whatever it was understood that this added a layer of deep meaning to life. And I think I was very fortunate to grow up in two households, one in Calcutta, one in Delhi, where we were surrounded with books because people would rather collect them than refurbish the furniture. I took that for granted, but let me describe what a Delhi childhood was like at that time. This was in a key part of the 1970s. And mothers used to, by and large, it was a time when women were just starting to work outside the home. So unfortunately, most of these were mothers. And mothers used to turn their children out of the house after school like puppies, to play in open spaces. And used to roam fearlessly through many of your neighborhoods. And this went across class, by the way. This was true for small mohalla neighborhoods in Model Town, and this was true for government colonies like Chanakyapuri, where I grew up, or Lodi Colony, or whatever. There'd be somebody sitting out on a charpai somewhere, and you'd wander around in and out of each other's houses. And so the part of it that was not bookish was balanced by a tremendous activity. I climbed trees, I fell out of them, I climbed roofs, I fell off them. This is, by the way, something of a running theme in my life. And I think we thought nothing of running around a space that would have been easily 10 kilometers square. We knew every quadrangle. We dreamed of secret passages in Palam Airfield, which was nearby. We knew which parts had jackals and were to be avoided and which parts were actually a little more friendly. And there was a sugarcane stand in that field that we all avoided because the cobras used to live there. And we avoided it without fear. The natural world, the bookish world, the outdoors world, they all flowed into and through each other. Even when television came in, which would have been roughly the end of the 70s, early 80s, programs were screened in the evening. And they were mind-numbingly boring to begin with.
Rishi Darshan for the win.
Yeah, absolutely. The golden age of television was a little further down the line when Bunyad and Hum Log and all that good stuff happened. So we lived a very active life, not a passive life. How do I struggle with this? All the time. I still find it difficult to avoid the stickiness of Twitter, but I think I've grown better at just putting the phone off. The phone is the biggest thing, that anxiety of I'll miss out if I don't see a message right now. And you have to train yourself to moving into it's fine to respond to something even 3 days later. Nothing is that urgent, really. Except for, editorial deadlines or something of the sort. But even that, you can train yourself to just check in with the phone once or twice a day. And that opens up space for you to check in on everything else. Otherwise we spend I think what we're pushing back against is something that was also not true of the early web. You're enough of an 80s, 90s. I mean, I think I just touched on what a childhood in the 1970s was like. And Indian childhood was never fully idyllic. But, things like the emergency, which happened when I was very, very young, 97, 98, suddenly it seemed to you that the walls were speaking in admonitory tones, or because children pick up hypocrisy very fast, there were these bright, breezy songs, Kachra Hatao, which means remove the garbage. And somewhere in there, an uneasy prickle which told you, even as a child, that something else was supposed to be cleaned up and removed, and you weren't very comfortable with what that something was. You didn't know that it was people and their homes that were being removed. I was born in 1971. So somewhere, we always valorize our own births. And I think in my memory, my birth goes hand in hand with the story of the Bangladesh War, a time when Mrs. Gandhi was probably at the height of her popularity, seen as this strong and immensely capable leader. And it's something of a lesson to us that just 5 years later, she took India into its first, not last, experiment with authoritarianism. But as a child, what you're processing all of this in as this duality of immense security, which lasted right up to the Billa Ranga murder of those two, the brother and sister, Geeta and Sanjay. And we're so used now in a huge megalopolis, which is what Delhi has become and Bombay has become, that we forget what a shock something like that sends out, the ripples of sadness and shared grief and collective mourning that happens when a city is a smaller, more intimate space. In the 1970s, Delhi was still a collection of villages held together by a substrata of government colonies and, vague optimism. Again, in memory, it's important to just keep looking back and looking back further, because nostalgia is always cut through with its opposite, right? So 1947, which was India's independence, was remembered by the generation after that in story and in memory. It was a living memory, but so was partition, And early on, I think one thing we learned about living in this country, we knew that because of the years of the British Empire, the rule of the British Empire, we knew that we didn't live in the first world. We lived in the third world. We knew that empirically speaking, we lived in a very poor country that was struggling to fill its treasuries again. And I think for my generation, some of the respect for the leaders we had right after independence comes from that space. It's not so much what we think of today, worship of a particular political party or allegiance, the tribal thing. It is more a genuine respect and wonder for the fact that India bucked what everybody expected of the country. Foreign correspondents expected India to fall apart in 5 years, and then 10 years and 15 years. And, it seemed every decade that somebody was ringing the doom in. The 1980s, again, Indira Gandhi's assassination, the trouble in Punjab, all of that, the riots in Delhi, everything is something that you live through. You feel it on your skin. And through that, what happens is that books become a way of understanding the far past, recent history, and also a comfort and a refuge. I know I've traveled very far from where we expected to be, but, maybe we keep circling back to this whole thing of reading. And I just want to take a moment to say something that surprised me when I studied, as in not studied, but just read about the freedom struggle, was how many of our leaders, from Maulana Azad to Ram Manohar Lohia to the ones we've just named, set a great store by reading and building their own libraries. And once I sat down for a column I was writing for the Business Standard, which is the first place that opened its doors to me and gave me the space to be a columnist at the then, ridiculously young age of 22, 23. They really made me into a journalist. But one of the columns I did for them was about the libraries of the leaders of the national movement. And you start going through those books, 3,000 of them, 4,000 of them, Gandhi's collection, Nehru's collection. And you start to see that they used books to really read their way into the whole question of what is freedom and what is our independent country going to be. And it's so fascinating that they reached all the way across. Gandhi read American early vegetarians for inspiration, along with stories about the Europe Reformation and all of that. And then they circle back to their own country, their own language, and come up with an extremely particular, very Indian approach to democracy. None of that is accidental. I don't think there was a point of time at which they valorized reading in their own minds, or they said this is a good thing to do, or were self-conscious about it. It's just that I find it so touching that the two things that they did all through the years of the freedom struggle from the 1900s onwards, they wrote letters furiously. Our sense of the past really has to change. We think that we're so cool with our Twitter updates and our blog posts and everything. But if you start to look at those gigantic volumes of correspondence, you realize that even on his silent days, Gandhi spent so much time, composing these swift emails, these notes to himself. He spent a life in writing. Sarojini Naidu moving between the poems and the speeches where her oratory, which today seems to us to be a little flowery and a little overblown, for that time, though, it was deep with emotion, and she could hold audiences in the palm of her hand as such. And you see that before they were leaders, who were they? This is a question I keep going back to with everything. Before we were authors, before we identified ourselves as whatever, what was it that we were moving towards? And you see those early whispers of self-respect, of challenging the history that you've been given, and saying that no, the British did not make us a whole and a collective and a people. The land and the history of the land does not fully make us Indians, because we did not think of ourselves as Indians before that. But here we are at this moment in time, and we can literally imagine ourselves into being. I think it's remarkable that the Constitution, which is a written document after all, everywhere, after a while, when I saw the freedom struggle slightly differently, I started to see it as a thing that was held together not just by protests, as important as they were, and by actions, but by breath and speech and writing and imagining. You really have to imagine a country into being. That's the other side of being a nation. Okay, I've gotten my soapbox long enough. I need to shut up and give you a chance to.
No, lots to think about. Like Joan Didion once said, I don't know what I think until I write it down. And when you speak of, all the letters these people wrote, and a lot of it is online, like the 100 volumes of Gandhi's collected writings are online, and they're just fascinating. One little collection that I especially love is his correspondence with Tagore, where they're writing to each other all the time, disagreeing, but so full of love for each other. So different from the discourse today. And
Amit, have we lost that? I don't mean you to lose the thread, but just in parenthesis, have we lost that? The ability to disagree over even a long period of time, even passionately, but to disagree without hating each other, without putting each other down, and coming back to what you said, continuing that ability to listen. Anyway, I'm just putting that on the table.
I'll come back to that, but my short answer is yes, but I'll come back to that and we'll explore it. And let me, you can disagree with me and we'll still be friends. But my thread was that, and this is again something I spoke of, I think, with Amitava Kumar in my episode with him, and with, again, our mutual friend Chandrahas Chaudhary, though that's not released yet. But the thought actually came to me when Chandrahas once wrote me an email. I sent him an email inviting him to the show, and he sent me this long, charming reply, which was like a letter of yore, when you'd sit down and you'd write 3-page letters, 2-page letters, with memories. And you remember we were in Pune and we had samosa at that place and all of that. So such a rich letter. And that got me to thinking about correspondence, that when I was younger, before the internet, I would also write letters. I have also written letters to my parents talking about, talking at length about anything at all, but talking at length, which is the whole point. And this goes back to the question I asked earlier about how form can shape the content, can shape the person. Because when you're writing a letter, you are giving yourself in to a certain kind of reflection, to a certain kind of thought. Today we are an age where everything is a two-line email, or it's an you're sending an emoji by WhatsApp, and everything is crisp and everything is instrumental. And it's very rare that we are doing that kind of considered communication with each other. And the act of writing a letter to someone is not just an act of sitting and having to flesh out your thoughts. Again, going back to Diddy, and I don't know what I think until I write it down. So, the act of fleshing out your thoughts and therefore discovering what you think, in a sense, and discovering yourself. But it is also the act of giving respect to another person. Giving that time that you're sitting down and you're writing a letter to someone, and that means that person is important. And today you don't have that. Even as a signaling device of someone's importance, you don't have that. But more than that, you no longer have that space to kind of sit down and reflect. Everything is so short, instrumental, crisp. And it's great that we can just reach out to each other, anytime we want and all of that. But just with not being nostalgic for a particular form of writing, but just in terms of the larger meta question of, does it then change us as a society? Because the form has changed, because we no longer have those moments of quiet and reflection, and because we are no longer making those kinds of mental efforts, and because the rhythms of our life are much choppier and much quicker.
I see where you're going with this. And it's not just the time to sit down and think and reflect, because you can write letters at high speed as well. But it's more like the kind of speed that's expected. In Twitter exchanges, you have to address something now. And in that moment of a controversy exploding, the urgency is sharp and immediate, but by tomorrow everyone's forgotten. So one of the biggest problems we have is that we live in a state of perpetual amnesia, right? And when you have that as an affliction for society, you are no longer in touch with your own psyche, your own self, right? With letters, I'm going to answer this a little discursively, but I still have letters that I wrote to my school friends years ago. And sometimes those contain years and years of correspondence. And then you can mark the moment when emails arrived, because suddenly the letters stop. Our first emails, this was when you had stuff like Hotmail and Lycos around.
I remember those days.
Yeah. Our first emails for the first few years are really long. We're trying to go back to letters in a sense because that's what we are familiar with. And I noticed this years later when I was printing out my Lycos mailbox before dispatching that account. Unconsciously, we were all from India writing to inland letter form length. If I don't know whether this generation would remember that, but unconsciously your mind was trained to three landscapes. You were trained to write the postcard, you were trained to write inland letter forms, and you were trained to write the free-flowing letter for which you would buy onion skin paper, and you'd dwell on your envelopes. And it was very important also to go to the post office and say, sir, सिर्फ गांधी जी की स्टैम्प मत देना, दूसरा स्टैम्प देना, एशियाड गेम्स की स्टैम्प है आपके पास. You wanted the stamps to be as fancy as the letters were. We used to covet the bird stamps and all of that. So there were so many parts to the letter. It wasn't just writing it. It was wait for the ink to dry, tear up this draft because you have said too much from your heart, to a boyfriend or something of the sort, and put it back in, and then put it into the envelope, put the stamp down, then all the secret little hearts and flowers that the women used to write to each other, So all of that tehzeeb, all of that ritual and everything goes away at some point. We find ways to bring it back. But I remember some years ago when my friend Margaret Mascarenhas, who was an incredible writer and poet in Goa, when she died, it was a sad thing to have only WhatsApp messages to archive. Because we met in person, the WhatsApp messages they served a different purpose then. They became like little pointers, WhatsApped each other about this on this day, and then suddenly a memory of a conversation would open up. But they really no more than memorial aids, thumbnails. They don't have the satisfaction that accompanies letter writing. But right now, if you ask this generation, take some time out, you might get people to do one letter. Who is going to sit down and do the full chain? That business of you set aside some time every week to write letters. You go on holiday and you write a letter. That also indicates a certain faith in, we've been talking about speed and the amnesia, and the other part of it, letters bespeak a kind of permanence and a faith in the record. So somewhere unconsciously, as our handwriting has gone, I think we've also, I wouldn't call it a cause, but I would say it's gone hand in hand with this very modern lack of faith in the historical record. You see what I mean? When everything is impermanent and everything dissolves and everything can be killed once a particular social media platform shuts down, you can lose years and years of photographs and notes if Facebook goes tomorrow. Or you can lose 40,000 tweets written over 10 years if Twitter goes tomorrow. And somehow, increasingly, these interactions, I'm still on Twitter because that hook is there. What is that hook? It's partly the fear of missing out. It's partly, and this is the nice side of it, the desire to keep in touch with people who are there. But partly, and this is the dangerous side of it, we all think we're immune and we're not. It doesn't matter how smart you are. But social media, the way it is formulated in present days, is built to be sticky. We know that. I can spend 5 minutes on Twitter, fine. If I spend half an hour on Twitter, my day's gone. And after a while, my moods, my emotions, those very intimate personal things have changed. Instead, if you train yourself to back away and to use it, then you lose what we had when we first found Twitter. If you remember, Twitter was all about finding a new way of expressing yourself. And that's also what the first generation web was about. Hussein Derakshan, who's the Iranian blogger who went through an incredible and very saddening experience. He was held in jail for many years. And when he came out, among the many dislocations he faced was a real sense that the world itself had changed because the net, as he knew it, the World Wide Web, had changed beyond recognition. And he was one of the first people to write about the fact that when you had blogs, they created a universe of islands that were linked. But you weren't content. Does that make sense?
That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. And today I think when everything is being massaged into content and brands and all of that, and I'm absolutely not averse to the pursuit of success through writing or other things, all I want to say is that there are deeper satisfactions. Writing just isn't just about having a best-selling book out there or having the great career or whatever. If you really want to write, a lot of writers started off telling stories or being part of the weave of having stories told to them. In my case, it was my mother who became a lawyer at the age of 39. But before that, she used to do these incredible bedtime stories where she'd look at whatever the pattern was on our curtains or whatever shadows there were on the wall and make up things about that. And you don't even realize, you don't use the formal words, my imagination is being trained. But what you learn is double at this point. You learn that you are absolutely free to use your imagination in whichever way you want to. And you also learn that even adults, even parents, even these people who have so much power over you, have wonderful secret lives. So right from the start, what you start to learn is the importance of having this private self, this individual self, and, if I may say so, this wildly creative self. I live in fear that creativity will become another one of those buzzwords, But the truth is, I think something we've been talking about for years and years among ourselves or whatever is with privilege, without privilege, how do you live lives that are more fully creative? And I don't mean just formally creative. I don't mean that you have to be a writer in the sense that you have to publish books, or you have to be an artist in the sense of you have to have a painting exhibition. I'm not talking about the outcome or the productivity. But I'm saying a life of consumption, which is what we increasingly have been driven towards. Consumption, not just in terms of buying things that you then show off, but in terms of your most intimate moments are held out for display, or that your identity is as a clever consumer of life, right? If you shift that paradigm just a little bit, and Amit, by the way, you really have to stop me when I start going down segues or whatever.
I love these segues and I will never stop you.
I think right from the start, I've been asking myself, even from early childhood, what does it mean to be truly creative? Because to me, that is the life that humans derive the most, not even pleasure, not even benefit from, but that's where we are at our best. We are creative animals.
No, and what you were saying earlier about, letters and history, the connection, reminds me of this Agha Shahid Ali quote, which you've quoted in your book as well. My memory gets in the way of your history. And that sort of feels so apt. And again, the point you made about Twitter is, that for 5 minutes is okay. For half an hour, it destroys your day. And that's literally what it does, because it changes the rhythm of your brain. Because the rhythm of your brain is doing hop, skip, step, jump, duck, 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 is going like that instead of being in a quieter place. So you might want to, do 2 hours of focused work on whatever it is. But if you put your brain in that quick rhythm where you're skipping from one thing to the other, then it becomes difficult, It's probably better to begin the day by meditation or something. But except that I don't do meditation, I do Twitter, which is a problem. My next question is about a subject that, I spoke about with my guest last week, and I've been thinking about it a lot, and it relates to a few things that you've said today. I read this wonderful book called Wanting by Luke Burgess. And, Burgess is sort of a disciple, an intellectual disciple of René Girard, the philosopher. And Girard was once, a few decades ago, asked, he's a philosopher, but he was asked to teach a course on literature. And he needed the money, so he said, okay, I'll do it. And he read through whatever he thought was a reading list and the books he wanted to talk about. And he discovered that the one thing they all had in common, and he was probably being simplistic here, I'm not sure I agree, but it's still a profound point. He felt that the one thing all the characters had in common was that they wanted something not because they intrinsically wanted that thing, but because somebody else wanted it. And he coined the term mimetic desire. Mimetic, of course, coming from imitation, the idea being that you want something not because it's intrinsic to you, but somebody else wants it. And, it could be a yuppie wanting to buy the latest Mercedes, or it could be a young person wanting to get married and settle down because, hey, that's what everyone does and that's what is expected. So you're like, I want that too, but you don't ever examine it or think about it deeply. And the framework that I got from Burgess's book, which I find really useful, is of thick and thin desires, where thick desires are intrinsic to you. They are deep, they are what you really desire, they come from within you, right? And when we talk of thick and thin, obviously it's understood that all the creature necessities like, food, shelter, all that is not in this. Everybody wants that, that's okay, that's understood. But otherwise you have thick desires for the things that you really, really want, and you have thin desires, which are things that you want because of different factors in the environment. Maybe somebody else wants it, maybe it'll get you the approval of others, so on and so forth. And the problem is that thin desires can often be intense. So the thing that you want the most right now, is probably not the thing that you really want the most that comes from inside. You may want it very badly. For example, the quest for validation, which can lead so many people to do the things they do on Twitter. We'll talk about that also, and so on. Or when you speak about writers, you spoke about how some writers are, more in love with the idea of being writers. I want to get something published. I want to be nominated for an award, rather than loving the act of writing itself, which is on the printed page. And I imagine loving the act of writing itself, would be a thick desire, because it can only really come from within, where you enjoy what you're creating and the stories that you're telling. Whereas wanting to be a writer could be sort of a thin desire. And this has caused me to sort of reflect on, why do I want the things that I want? What are my thick and thin desires, in a sense? And I'd encourage all listeners to also kind of think about this in their own context. But in your context, then, looking back, what would you say would be your thick desires? And what would you say would be the things that you wanted, but now you feel bad that you wanted them, that you should not have wanted, those kind of directions you went down on?
I think I love the way you come at questions, because you're asking us by and large during the podcast to tap into something that is deeper than just the automatic list of the 10 books that influenced you or what made you want to be a writer or whatever. And I think my deepest desires were for a combination of privacy and experience and immersion, particularly into the world of stories. One of the thick desires that I didn't act on for many years because I was terrified of actually making it happen was writing. I came to writing very late. I don't mean that I came to writing late, actually. I've been writing for a living from the time I was about 19 or 20. I think I wrote my first book review when I was 15 years old or something of the sort. Obnoxious in that sense. We Bengalis. What can I say? But I was working at the Business Standard by the time I was 19 years old. 1920. Yeah. And I was with them for about 15 years or so. I didn't really know how to want a career. A lot of people ask me for advice on their writing career, and I am blank about that. I knew that I was curious about many, many things. I think one of my deepest desires was just to both experience the world in every form. So I was a travel writer, I was a food writer. For a while, I was on the gender beat with the New York Times. And I see that as just an urge to, in this human lifetime, in this human form, reach out for as much of the world as possible. That was far more important to me than material wealth, status, and all of that, which just as well I chose writing as a profession in that sense. I will say in parenthesis that while writing hasn't made me, ridiculously wealthy, it's surprising that it doesn't make you that poor either. It's possible to make a living doing something that you love, which is one of the first things that we believe is not true, A thick desire, again, just solitary exploration. As a young girl in Delhi, I think I militated against the fact that at a certain hour of the evening, the city becomes a men's city and you can't walk safely as a woman. And I was very diffident but also insistent that I should walk everywhere, that I should. You only see a city or know a city really, whether it's London or Delhi or Calcutta or Bombay. It's only on foot that you really get the pulse of it, the beat of it, the sense of it, outside of your own neighborhoods, right? And there you have it, a question. I think for me, being in movement, creating, not for a prize and not for a book contract, but just the work. Ultimately, it keeps coming back in the writing to me and the page. I like people to be able to read through whatever I'm writing very swiftly. But I also like the work that goes into making that read a swift read. I like them to walk away, whether I'm writing about cats or humans, with the feeling that they have been in a real world, and a world that is maybe a little more intense and more real than the world that surrounds you. Again, I have a habit of segueing and traveling very far from the question that you asked. But I was very fortunate when I was in my 20s in my first job, again at the Business Standard and then later as a young editor at Penguin, to meet a lot of writers and artists in Delhi at a time before success had, in that sense, touched and transformed both the art world and the literary world. So M.F. Hussain at that point of time had his own painting studio. He was already becoming the big financial success that he was. But for most other painters, there wasn't that much money on the table, per se. That didn't lead to a life of great purity. It just meant that there was a freedom in the way that they were writing. There were a handful of galleries that were exhibiting their work. And so it was for writers, for Amitav Ghosh sitting in a Barsati in Defence Colony writing his first books and shaving off half his hair as incentive to keep him indoors writing and not outdoors distracted. Or for Shahid, Agha Shahid Ali, coming out with his poems in which he puts pain and love and a sense of foreboding, because I think Shahid was one of those people who saw many, many years ago the future to which Kashmir was inexorably moving. I don't think he had any defenses against the truth. But with all of these writers, I spent a lot of my time in writer student studios, in Curry Village with meeting ceramic artists like Joy Michael and Gina Franklin Gupta and a huge swathe of people. And every now and then, Business Standard would push me out and make me interview fashion designers, which is how I came to accidentally dance in Milan Soman's direction while I was still wearing a khadi kurta from Khadi Gramodyak Bhavan.
Is this on tape? Have you danced somewhere?
Thank
What is
God.
this?
No.
What was this?
It was a fashion show. It was an early fashion show where Rohit Bal was and Tarun Teheliani were just about breaking through. And there was so much snobbery in Delhi. The initial reaction to this generation of fashion geniuses from Rohit Bal and Tarun Teheliani to Reena Dhaka and the rest was, "Hi, unke beta to darzi ban gaya." That boy has gone and become a tailor. And then, of course, liberalization happened. India hit the stratosphere. But this was just a little before that. It was the first few fashion shows with a proper catwalk and a ramp and stuff. And I was sent off to cover this. And I bought a dress specifically for this. I remember this because at that time, Delhi didn't have much in the way of places where you could buy fancy clothes. And I went off and bought a dress, which in retrospect was a horror. I remember very little about it, except that I'm sure there were frills involved and puff sleeves or padded sleeves.
Padded sleeves, wow.
Yeah, the 80s Power Woman padded sleeve, which had lasted into the early 90s. Let's draw a merciful veil over this memory. But I wasn't able to get back home from the office in time. So I went off to this fashion show in what I was wearing, which happened to be a khadi kurta which is not what you wear to a fashion show then or now. But, bless them, they were very warm and inviting. And suddenly the music starts up and I'm on the catwalk. I mean, I was at the side of the catwalk, but the catwalk was basically a red carpet on the ground. And the music was contagious. It was a less formal time, and all of us started dancing. And I turn around, and there's this sweet guy with a lot of muscles who's quite good looking. And he dances a little bit in my direction. I'm like, okay. He's a good dancer. Yeah, he has the beat, whatever. And then I ask somebody, who's he? And they say, Milan Soman. Yeah, he's a supermodel already at that time. One little brush with fame. Delhi in that time was a lot of fun, though. But it was fun also because it was informal. It was the kind of place where the writer Alan Seeley used to play guitar at this little place called The Cellar, which was one of the 2 or 3 places that you could go to for entertainment. The first discos had started up, Ghungru and my kind of place. And I guess we led this kind of double life. We were not, most of us didn't have much pocket money. You didn't have the chance to really work at jobs and stuff. But if you could afford the entrance fee for Ghungru, then you could dance the night away. Discos didn't shut down till about 6 in the morning, if ever. So you'd finish that and go to the Claridge's. And everybody, there'd be about 8 people sitting there ordering 1 pot of coffee. And bless their hearts, they let us do that. They were kind about that. But getting back to the writers and the artists in their studio, I think the 3 things I learned from them is the work itself is often messy and the opposite of joyful, and you will be cursing as you do your first drafts or your early sketches or whatever. But there is a joy to the work itself. Does that make sense?
Absolutely.
Everybody, and some of the writers were drunks by their second profession. A lot of the artists were happily into a range of other vices and pursuits and parties and this, that, and the other. But the one thing that they all did was they showed up. If you were serious about being a writer or an artist, you owed it to yourself and to the work more than anything else. Not to the craft, not to your vocation or reputation or yesa, but to the work itself. To just show up day after day. And the third thing was take some joy in what you're making. Don't try to write like somebody else. Vikram Seth didn't get to write a suitable boy by trying to imitate a Steinbeck or somebody else. If you see what I mean. Arundhati Roy didn't find her voice by trying to be somebody other than she was. I think that was the biggest thing that I started to pick up as well. Tell your own stories. That generation was not focused on success very much. The next generation has learned how to negotiate the world of celebrity television and what to do on a Litfest stage and all of that. And I think while all of that is fun, it's sometimes the part of Litfest that is great is really getting to meet readers for me. And the other part of it, it's wise to think of it as dress up, You get to play dress up and go out, but maybe not take it too seriously. I think over the course of a lifetime, I've also seen how a lot of writers can stop writing after having done some great work. There's one whom I don't want to name, but whose books have got weaker and weaker as their public life has become more and more important. And you sense at some point that the writer lives in the shadow of the books, and that the public appearances, this whole thing about speaking in public and being important, and even the good stuff of supporting this cause or that cause. The truth of it is that most of writing doesn't even happen on the page. It happens in a pact of silence. And unless you give I think this is something we've been moving towards from the start of the conversation. It's a question of where do you find rich ground? And it is true that many of us come to these places from a lot of privilege, but I will also say that wealth and comfort are not the pathways to writing. I mean, just a simple observation that many people have made before me. If that was true, then the rich would be writers, right? And the rich aren't really. And the reason that they aren't is because actually writing, actually creating something and then having the patience to go back and revise. We all fall in love with the first things that tumble out of our mouths and all of that. The fact is that most bits of writing are not much good unless there's some revision or some craft to it. And I find that either the craft comes in before. A lot of people do the outlining and the plotting and all of that, even if they're just holding it in their magnificent heads. Or it comes in after. But it's very rare for writing not to have craft. Even at the popular end of the scale. And popular is not to be sneered at. But someone like Stephen King, someone like Daniel Steele, someone like Chetan Bhagat, they work really hard at the craft of getting people to continue to read and identify and feel something. You see what I mean? All these years, anyway, I should again hand it back to you because I'm about to deliver a
It's
lecture
also
on craft.
fascinating. There are so many strands I want to kind of pull at till they unravel completely and the padded shoulder dissolves. Can you elaborate a bit on what you said about most of writing not happening on the page?
I think so much happens, particularly with a novel, but this is true also of short stories and possibly every form of writing except for the poem. Poems can happen to you as, a lot of poets report the experience of feeling the poem more or less take you by your collar and just run through you, and all you have to do is to write it down and then continue to revise or whatever. In every other form of writing, inspiration is important, essential, all of that. But if you've been working in the field of writing, whether you're doing screenplays or whatever, you know actually that idea generation is the least of it. In between books, I struggle for a while because I have no lack of ideas. It's the opposite. I have an idea a minute. There's exercise books filled with ideas for short stories ranging from the risible to the, this might work. But you only have so much time, right? And the imagination is the thing that we tend to skip over when we are talking about writing. A lot of discussions, particularly American-influenced discussions, go immediately to craft, to style, to plot, to voice, all of that. Those are not unimportant. But I think, what you're doing with your course as well is training people to the idea of the practice itself. And what is that practice? It's just a way of turning on the headlights of the imagination and turning on that terrain and that old classic question, where do ideas come from? Neil Gaiman used to say there's a little shop down the road and, a man across the counter hands me my ideas every morning in a nice paper bag or something to that extent. The truth is, we don't know. We don't know. Elizabeth Gilbert, again, the author of Eat, Pray, Love, she's talked about the surreal but very real and very commonplace experience of having an idea for a book that you haven't worked on and you let it go, and 4 years later, somebody else comes up with that book in toto. And the first time it happens, it's eerie. It's not plagiarism, but it feels like a theft from your unconscious. Until you realize that you're in spooky territory out here. You are part of the collective unconscious. Of course, there's a possibility that maybe the idea wasn't that precious after all. Some years back, when I was just about starting out on the notes that became Black River, and I knew I wanted to do a thriller, I knew I wanted it set in Delhi, I knew that it wasn't going to be about people like me. And so it would require some research. I knew that the river played a large part in it, and I knew that it was about heartbreak and grief, and I knew nothing else. And this idea skated around my head, why don't you write about Scheherazade instead? Bring her into our contemporary times. And what would she be now with the weight of everything that she's experienced and gone through? She becomes this man's bride after seeing so many women killed, literally a bed of blood. And then she ends up married to this murderer, for the rest of her life. She wins her life back, but the price of that seems pretty high. Maybe she's a drug addict. And I never wrote that story because the truth of it is that Scheherazade I do believe that we should be free to write with no limits on the imagination, but I bump up against the difficulty of translating Scheherazade into my times. There's just too much about her background, her Middle Eastern life that I would not know or be comfortable with. I tabled it. Many years later, I read a book by another writer, a beautifully done book, where there's Scheherazade in modern times, and she's an addict of sorts. And I don't think anyone's stealing from anyone else. It's just that that realm is mysterious, but it's accessible to all if you train yourself and if you train the muscles of the imagination, which are as real, if you like, as the muscles of a runner. Yeah? So that's part of what happens off the page, just learning to quieten down because nothing happens in the noise. Even the writers who go out, in the middle of the hurdy-burdy of life, the bars of Paris, the slums of Bombay, the permit rooms and all of that. At some point, you're going to have to come back to quietness. That's where it all starts. That's the fertile ground. At least you're going to have to quiet down enough to hear the voices of the people that you're writing about, right? And then comes the shaping, That can happen off the page in a very technical sense, as in you might be doing your notes and outlines and all the crafty things that you do. But I think some of that really happens when you're living in the classic two worlds. You're walking around, you're talking to your partner and your friends, you're going shopping and all of that, but part of you really, at that point of time, truly is living somewhere else. That's one reason why I find short stories, which I don't know how to write, but which I'm trying to learn how to write, a little easier because you can't quite pop in and out. It's just as intense. But you don't have to spend years in that world, right? When I say most of the writing happens off the page, there's another thing as well, which is simply that everything you were before you turned to writing is also what you're bringing to the table, right? A lot of people want to be writers really young, and I find myself not wanting to be discouraging, but just wanting to say, would you like to go and live a little? The MFA by itself is a fine thing. But try not to build a life, maybe that's MFA and writing residencies and those slightly enclosed worlds, if that makes sense.
That makes a lot of sense, and that's something I found about myself when I was young also, that I wanted to write, but I didn't have enough lived experience to be able to write meaningfully about anything.
And then you went off and became a poker Marvin.
and all of that, and then I came back, and now I have the lived experience, but I don't have the discipline. Perhaps, it's ironic. One of the four webinars for my writing course is about process and discipline and all of that, and I feel so embarrassed because I'm just and all my participants must be sniggering as they listen to this, but that I myself haven't been able to put so much of that into practice, though I place a certain stress on it because partly because I know that that is the important thing, that you actually have to, sit down and get the writing done and build those processes. Because ideas, like you said, are just a dime a dozen. But, learning how to tell the stories and telling them, and that kind of also matters. Another thread from what you mentioned earlier, and that I want to kind of tug at. This is not a good metaphor, no, tugging at threads, is something that you've sort of written in your book again about when you were young, about the thrill of discovery, where when you're describing yourself as a kid, you are always going up to strangers, apparently, jumping on their knees and demanding that they tell you a story. And this gets very irritating after a point. But then you write, quote, I must have been 3 when I realized that books contain stories, the way tins contain biscuits. And from the time that I made that connection, my mind was not at peace. So much of childhood is a balancing act between the first indelible rush of astonishment and discovery, and the inevitable grappling with frustration. When he was 3, my young nephew named the shiny thing in the sky a star, using the word importantly, and I could see the satisfaction in his eyes, the glory of naming everything in the world for the very first time, ever, as though no human being had done this before him and no one would do this again. Those first thrills of discovery are fierce and unforgettable. Stop quote. And of course, your first a discovery of frustration was that you couldn't reach out and read these books and all that. And you've described so beautifully about how you first kind of read and you pulled this book down, you opened it, and the letters were black ants. And then suddenly some of those black ants made sense to you. And the first words that you remember reading, therefore, are, quote, slowly, silently, now the moon walks the night in her tender shoon.
It was magic.
It was magic.
I think some of us never forget that first moment of magic. When you make the connection, and whatever the thing is, for some people it's cricket, for some people it's music, picking up their first guitar. We're sitting here in a space surrounded by guitars. And for me, it was right. It was not writing. It was just understanding that all of that bewildering, hieroglyphics, the things that didn't make sense, were things that I deeply, deeply coveted. And I love that so much that I famously ate a page of the book.
You ate, which is why your book is called The Girl Who Ate Books, because you thought to yourself, if this reads so nice, how well would it taste?
Well, it didn't taste that great, but it was very satisfying.
So my question from here is, there's a sort of twofold question. And one of them is this, that you have this introduction, therefore, into the world of the imagination and storytelling. And that's incredibly important. Like, reading is, I take reading so seriously because we have our one life to live. But when through books, you can live the lives of so many others, by getting inside their heads and sort of experiencing everything that they do. And some people read and some people don't. Like, I'd written a political column, but it was about reading a few years back, based on a story that a friend of Narendra Modi told me about him. And her story really was that she used to work with him in the Autis in Gujarat. And she was at a gathering at his house, a gathering of friends, a personal gathering, 7 or 8 people. And at one point, Mr. Modi started telling this story about how his mother had fever one day and she was ill and she was feeling very, very hot. And he went to turn on the fan and there was no electricity. And as he told the story, he started crying. Right. And my friend's point was that Modi is an experiential leader in the sense that he understands the world only through experience. So therefore, he has felt viscerally what electricity can mean. So when he is Chief Minister of Gujarat, he's saying power to every village, and he genuinely means it. Or he has walked on roads and he understands the importance, so he says build roads, right? But there are some things that you cannot experience, like the lives of others, or like maybe counterintuitive economic concepts like spontaneous order, the positive summness of things, and so on and so forth. And when you're running a country and you cannot experience, all this knowledge is close to you, it becomes an issue. Now, the thing is, he was not born to privilege, so it is understandable that he wasn't a reader and that he didn't have, books around him and all that. But what one would then expect is that either you begin reading whenever you can, because you form your picture of the world by joining dots. Where do you get those dots? It's mainly from reading, honestly. So that's the importance of reading. And even if that was not the case, then rely on experts who can cover the areas that you don't know. So one, I felt that reading is incredibly important for this reason, and those who shut themselves off to it are hobbling themselves and crippling themselves in a way. They are not allowing the best version of themselves to ever arise. In fact, they're guaranteeing that a very suboptimal version of themselves is who they will be all their lives. And the other dimension across which this runs goes back to that question of thick desires and thin desires. That the reason, you and I have the thick desires that we do is partly to do with because we have read so much, because our interior lives are richer for that. They have all these layers to them, and a lot of it comes from reading or a life of the imagination and so on. And many people in this desperately poor country, and most of it is still desperately poor, don't have that privilege that they can read books or they have access to books and all of that. And they are shut off from this. And I wonder how that affects, those things like what people even want, what people even desire, and all of that. So I'm rambling a little bit, but just thinking aloud about reading, because if I say that, it sounds extremely snobbish and elitist to say that readers are a particular kind of people and non-readers are another kind of people. And, but is this something that you think about, that you and I have had the good fortune to have been readers? To whatever extent we have, I've read much less than you, of course. But a lot of people don't read. And this has implications not just for those people themselves, but also for our society, for our culture, for our democracy, for everything.
Okay, I think we're getting to the core of what a reading life or a non-reading life is about. So I'm going to deal with this in sections. One is the points you raised about Mr. Modi. I'm not at all sure, by the way, that he's not a reader. He certainly is a writer. And he's written poems for a very long period of time. He's articulate, and I think I remember from his time as Gujarat CM, along with the rest of his legacy and the history of the riots and the engineering of those riots. But one of the things that happened in the aftermath of the Gujarat riots, when his rehabilitation was in progress, was people saying, but he does read, he reads reports, he reads this, that, and the other. What we're speaking about here is something slightly different, which is the mistaking of deep emotion for empathy. Just because a leader, any leader, can feel with intensity and truthfulness, perhaps on a certain subject, or feel very deeply about the plight of one section of people, does not mean that he or she has the empathy to extend their imagination towards the goodwill and the well-being of everybody else in the country, particularly people who are not like them, or people who are identified as the other, the enemy, the necessary, person, community against whom you pit a certain thing. We don't teach political empathy. And though we talk a lot about be kind, be caring, one of the reasons why writers like George Saunders, or why Barack Obama, to a certain extent, in his American presidency, prize something like reaching out and compassion, is because all of these skills, they're interconnected and not the same. Compassion, empathy, kindness. These are not easy things to practice, particularly in leadership. The second thing that you've touched on, again with regard to Mr. Modi, why doesn't he then pull in people who do read and who are experts on the economy or areas where the Indian project has palpably run into trouble? if you'd had experts on demonetization, for example, you could have spared the country a great deal of pain. If
He
you,
did consult experts and they told him not to do it, Raghuram Rajan famously.
yeah, but then, that intolerance of an opinion that comes from people who are not exactly like you or who have not had your background in the RSS, that's a parallel problem. That is a political issue. Let's get back to reading per se. I think often the claims that we make for reading are very, very large because we see the value of it, okay? But as a lifelong reader, I've sometimes asked myself, aside from the sheer delight of it, what use is this per se? Everything that you say about reading, I'm just playing devil's advocate out here. You can learn as much from YouTube videos, okay? Or you can learn from podcasts. You don't have to be a reader in order to learn skills, okay? What we found in books is, to be honest about it, deep and abiding delight. And we've also found an infinitude, of possibilities. You know how many books I wrote a column about this for the FT, which is how I know these figures. I'm not just, making them up. But the maximum number of books that most readers are going to be able to read in a lifetime is 5,000. And that's if they are obsessive readers who read more than about 80 books a year. And I remember when I came across that number, I had a moment of pure panic that I never feel this about humans. I never feel like, how am I going to go through life not making all the friends I possibly could make? But I do feel it about books, that hunger. And what I prize about books particularly is that they're one of the clearest, not the only, but they're one of the clearest windows we have to connecting with past minds. Everything else that you can learn from, whether we just mentioned, YouTube videos, podcasts, sound, basically, and film, all of that is by and large in the present, you see? So reading is the one thing that is so out of time. Music is one of the others. Dance is one of the others. Art, yes. But as an instrument for learning, reading is out of time, and reading challenges you perpetually because it keeps inviting you to inhabit other points of view, not just listen to, As important as that listening is, it doesn't always come with identification. When you're reading a book, particularly a physical book, I have nothing against reading audiobooks, but there is a caveat to that. If you're reading in a distracted space, you're not going to be able to retain that much of the book. And with an audiobook or with a Kindle, your reading experience is often incredibly enjoyable, but there's a spatial problem, a geographical problem, if you like. I find that with reading on the Kindle or in audiobooks, I never know where I am in the book. Does that make sense? Whereas the physical book, you're moving through it and you can tell whether you're at the beginning, the middle, or the end. And that has an impact on the way you remember certain things from the book. I do think that we overestimate the virtue of reading and maybe underestimate the fact that most of us are readers because it is sheer delight. Sometimes challenging, sometimes unpleasant. I just spent some time reading memoirs by a woman, Shabitri Devi, who was part of the right wing, had a book blurb by Savarkar and believed firmly not just in the virtue of the Nazis, but she believed that Hitler was alive, that Jews and other people should be put to the sword, And there was something cold-blooded about reading that. And I think for a while after that, I found myself, as with Mein Kampf, unable to read for a short while, actually read for a short while, because you're encountering thoughts of pure evil and inhumanity, let's put it that way. Let's not label it as evil as such. The third thing that you asked about, the inequality in reading in this country. We've always had public libraries, but not on a grand scale, not like America. What we've had is the one-room library. That's how my father, who grew up in the town of Cuttack in Orissa, he and his brothers had a book hunger, ignited in them in part by the fact that there were very few bookshops and that their access to books was so limited in a way. as an adult, I found that, though my mother's family was surrounded by books growing up in Calcutta and all of that, it was my father who bought books. To the point where he sometimes, drove my mother mad by taking the grocery money and coming back instead of with dal and rice and stuff like that. He'd come back with figs and chocolates and Time Life encyclopedias and a host of, everything from Sharu Chandru to Tolkien to Toni Morrison to Garcia Marquez. In fact, a lot of my reading habits were influenced by him because he didn't believe in denying any of his children access to books. He believed that if you picked up a book, it was up to you to decide whether it was at your level or not. And that was one of the biggest freedoms that reading gave me. There was no censorship to reading. You see? In everything else, particularly when you live in a country like India, which has been working towards defining itself as a democracy, but has never been as radically individualistic a society as America or parts of Europe, and never defined itself by the freedoms of the individuals. Even if in its most politically free periods, I don't think the freedom of the individual has been. Books are one space where you can be whatever. You can reach for whatever. You can be challenged, outraged, disgusted. You can hate what you're reading. You can love what you're reading. You can identify with it or not. But it is a completely free space. Instead of that, what we had was first the radio revolution, then we had TV, and then we had, today's social media revolution, which is to some extent also engineered for hate or for very, very intense, short, compelling stories of a certain kind, right? What we didn't invest in as a country was the infrastructure that people take for granted elsewhere, the infrastructure of libraries and bookshops and all of that, And without that investment, it's not just being able to afford books. I grew up in Calcutta in part, and it was a very democratic city where reading was concerned. It wasn't a question of whether people could afford books. They made space in their budgets at practically every level except for the most abjectly poor. If you had any kind of income, you would be buying books and magazines. And, they were cheap, and you had an equality, a kind of democracy as a reader. You could be a guy on a bus sitting there reading, Murasaki in translation. And you could be sitting in your fancy Baliganj, a red brick bungalow, reading Murasaki, and there'd be no difference between the two of you. You both had an equally valid opinion. Does that make sense? So I've often felt that we've not responded adequately to the book hunger of this country. And that part of that is this emphasis not by you, but in a lot of ways, people train people to read useful things. Even if you're not reading textbooks. But what you read should be informative in some way or educational or make you money, right? And if there's a reading revolution I'd like to usher in this country, it's not just the whole thing of more bookshops and more places to read. More bookshops, and let me say this, I believe our booksellers do a wonderful job, but I would also like to see bookshops and libraries that are beautiful and set up in all kinds of parts of the city, not just in the affluent side of the city, not just in malls. They really should be much more accessible, one place where we failed. I'd like to see books in the hands of everybody because one of the things that I used to do was to work on library recommendations for companies that stocked libraries around Gurgaon, and these were early versions of the community library that Mridula Koshi and Michael and others run so well. And they used to sponsor specific schools. And there was a point where you're stocking the library, but you're also giving out a few of those NBT books, the little very well-made ones, or Pratham's books. And you're making sure that every child has 2 or 3 books. And one of the kids, he was about 5-6 years old, just about in school. He sits there and he just cuts off from all of us, and he's just sitting there with his book and he's reading it, and he's on each page. And slowly but surely he gets to the book. And then he reads it again, and then very reluctantly he hands it back to the team member who'd given it to him. And we said, no, this is your book, And he was like, okay. So he starts reading it again and then he tries to hand it back. And then somebody realized, said, no, this is your book to keep, not just in school, but you take it home. And he was just very silent for a second, He didn't say anything. He asked several times, do I get to keep this? I said, yes. After a while, I turned around and I see him standing there in the corridor and he's hugging the book to himself and he was crying because he said no one's ever given him a book before. And that was how precious it was. And I think from that time onwards, I don't work in the NGO sector. But if there's one thing that you get passionate about, it's about donating books to libraries. And I really respect the people who are working at community libraries because it's not just about handing the books out and then walking away. You have to help people find the books that they're going to love, And I think that whole thing, the understanding that there's a dormant book love in the country that often doesn't come to light because there's no way to feed that book hunger. The question I ask is really, what are we depriving people of? Sometimes just casual pleasure. Just the pleasure of reading Surinder Pathak's spy stories or Ibn Safi's Jasusi Dunya stories or something of the sort. Sometimes it's somebody who might find practical advice in a book or learn about something that later becomes a career. There's so many different levels at which books work, And I wish some of the money that's going into the current horse trading of politicians, the crows exchanging hands in order to topple state governments, I wish some of that was just put towards putting a book into people's hands. It would make such a difference.
That's such a lovely story. I'll respond to three of the, or rather, I'll respond to what you said with 3 points. And the first one is like, at one level, of course, it's true that you don't need to rely on books alone for knowledge. You have YouTube videos, you have podcasts, you have all of that. But there is something books do give you which none of the others do. And again, this goes to, books that are not instrumental, that if you want to learn something, then you read the book and you get that knowledge from there. But I think fiction gives you this deeper world of the imagination, which I feel that sometimes we can take for granted even in ourselves. It's like the seen and the unseen, right? It's unseen. There is this story of, and I'll probably say it wrong, but it's a story about daddy fish and baby fish are swimming in the water, and Uncle Fish passes by and he asks daddy fish, how's the water today? And daddy fish says, great. And then Uncle Fish goes on, and then baby fish turns to daddy fish and asks, what's water?
Yes.
And I think we kind of take it for granted at that level. And not just that, and I've realized this about myself, and I realized that I have to stop doing this, that I assume that if there is a certain bedrock of experiences that have shaped me, or certain cultural influences that I now take for granted, that are like water to me, I assume that others share it as well. But others are not, everybody is swimming in different water. One of the reasons I like to go into the childhoods of people of my vintage or earlier in this show so much is that 60 to 70% of our country is born after liberalization. That shared experience is not there, of there being a waiting list if you want to buy a phone, of so few cars on the street, as it were, and all of those things, And I think books give you an entry into all of these worlds. And they're immersive, the word you used earlier. And that's not something that YouTube videos or even podcasts such as mine will, necessarily give people. The other point, almost a counterpoint to this that I want to make, is that I actually tell people that listening to audiobooks is great, because I think a mistake people sometimes make is that they think it's an either or, that printed books and audiobooks compete with each other. But as I discussed earlier, the same use cases I mentioned for podcasts, they apply for audiobooks as well. Not everyone has a privilege to sit down and take 1 hour every day when they're reading. People live busy lives, people have other kinds of responsibilities and things to look after. But there will always be times where they can do passive listening. So again, my advice to people who do my course, or people who might be listening to this, is that even if you don't have the time to sit down and read a physical book, it's okay to listen, because you're still getting that world of the imagination. You're still listening to those sentences and listening to the language, and through osmosis, a lot of it kind of sort of filters down. And the third thing I agree with you on, and this is something that I sort of make it a point to drive home again to people who do my course, is that when you're reading, read indiscriminately, read everything. We've built this hierarchies of reading that Gabriel Garcia Marquez is cool, Chetan Bhagat is not cool. And that just makes me so angry, because the point is that, like you said, our time in this world is limited in terms of what we can read, right? You mentioned 5,000 books for most of us who are a certain age. It's even less than that, and you want to spend that time reading things that you enjoy reading. So for me, my metric for whether I read something is, one, if I'm enjoying it, if I'm like, there's a thrilling story happening, Jasusi Dunya or whatever, then that's a great reason to keep reading. Or if you want a certain kind of knowledge in a book, but it's hard work, but you want the knowledge, it'll bring value to your life, that's a good reason to keep reading. But a bad reason to keep reading is because people say, oh, this book is in the canon, or it's one so and so prize, and you have that fear of missing
The
out.
canon.
And then you kind of go through that, and then the sunk cost fallacy kicks in. I've already read 100 pages and all of that. So there again, I couldn't agree with you more. My advice to everyone would be that do not spend time reading books you don't enjoy reading. Just read anything that you're having fun reading, or that you feel adds value to you. There is no such thing as a guilty pleasure when it comes to books. And we'll go into a break now, after which we'll come back and go take you back to your childhood from when you were 3 years old. But before that, you mentioned how your dad used to come back with all kinds of odd things when he was sent shopping. So before the break, I want to read out this lovely paragraph from your book where you write, quote, my mother, and this is after your father's come back from shopping. Your mother's given him a list, he's come back with things. And you write, quote, my mother inspected the dining table and found chocolate cake, figs, and Gabriel Garcia Marquez in paperback. But where are the dals and the masalas? My father would treat the query with surprise. Surely my mother could see that there were more important things in the world. But what are we to have for dinner? My mother, with Harilal nodding in assent like a Greek chorus of doom, would ask. My father would point out with impeccable logic that he had technically come back with food. The figs were of good quality, and in those days frightfully expensive. This was usually the point where my mother flew into a rage and stormed off to see what could be cobbled together from odds and ends, but she was in a minority. The rest of us were on my father's side, especially after I began reading Garcia Marquez. The dal could always be watered. It did no harm to anyone to eat khichdi for a few days, but Macondo and Famina Diaz and the banana companies and shipwrecked sailors could not wait. Stop quote. So thank you for that lovely anecdote.
Thank you. It feels so strange to have your words read back to you. And then you realize they're all right, they're not yours anymore, they're everyone else's. And isn't that the beautiful thing about fiction, writing, and reading? At some point, whatever it is you're doing, you're just putting stories out there into the world for everyone, and that's what makes it magic.
Yeah, and also what makes it magic is it's so relatable in different ways, where so many people can look at this and remember their own parents and remember their own childhoods. And, that's what kind of literature binding us all together. So let's take a quick commercial break, and on the other side of the break, we'll move on to the toddler, Nilanjana.
Oh, good God. Okay. Thanks.
Have you always wanted to be a writer but never quite gotten down to it? Well, I'd love to help you. Since April 2020, I've taught 20 cohorts of my online course, The Art of Clear Writing. An online community has now sprung up of all my past students. We have workshops, a newsletter to showcase the work of students, and vibrant community interaction. In the course itself, through 4 webinars spread over 4 weekends, I share all I know about the craft and practice of clear writing. There are many exercises, much interaction, a lovely and lively community at the end of it. The course costs rupees 10,000 plus GST, or about $150, and is a monthly thing. So if you're interested, head on over to register at indiauncut.com/clearwriting. That's indiauncut.com/clearwriting. Being a good writer doesn't require God-given talent, just the willingness to work hard and a clear idea of what you need to do to refine your skills. I can help you. Welcome back to The Seen and the Unseen. I'm chatting with the remarkable Nilanjana Roy, and we are both speaking through sleek and Slinky. Sleek and Slinky. Sleek and Slinky are excellent microphones over here. And, I was going to go to your childhood, but we'll go to your childhood now.
I just want to say, I feel that if you're going to spend this much time in close quarters with a mic, then you should name it. I said that before, but it's respectful. It's just a nice thing to do.
It is, and it would be even more respectful to let the mic name you. Like Sleek and Slinky might be having some kind of private conversation now, and they have perhaps named us already, and who knows what our names are. So, before we get to your childhood, we was just chatting in the break, and I want to actually sort of continue our break conversation. Earlier, when we were talking about letters, you sort of spoke about how there were these three forms, these three landscapes, where there is an inland letter, there is a postcard, and then there is a longer letter. And one of the things that I've been thinking about of late when I think about the creator economy, for example, is that many of the forms in the different arts are results of physical limitations. So, for example, the printed book. The printed book, it's a physical object. It can only be so big, and it needs to be at least a certain thickness. So therefore, you have a ceiling in the floor for how long a novel should be or how long a book should be. You have the convention of the 3-minute song coming because the first sort of record that came out at the start of the 19th century could hold 3 minutes of music. Then later, the first long playing record could hold 40 minutes of music. And that became the convention for the album. And, your standard pop song is still kind of supposed to be 30 seconds, and as 3 minutes rather. Spotify now has a 30-second rule where they start paying you after 30 seconds, and people are adapting to that in interesting ways. And as a creator in the 90s, we used to think in terms of these forms. Like for me, in the hierarchy of literature or writing, the book was the ultimate thing to aspire to. So you could write columns or you could write various things, and a book was the end thing that you aspired to. And a book was like 100,000 words, and an article could be 800 words, and so on and so forth. And you had the same tyranny of form, again because of physical limitations and so on, coming about in the other arts. For example, cinema, where you had these conventions that a Bollywood film could be 3 hours and a Hollywood film is 90 minutes, and in television you have 23 minutes, which basically you add commercials, it becomes half an hour. And what has now happened is that those physical limitations have gone. No longer do we have to submit to the tyranny of form. And more, artists are beginning to break out of this tyranny. Like in the break, I was telling you about how sad I feel that in The Power Broker by Caro, a full a book-length portion on Jane Jacobs was just cut. And Caro is one of my favorite writers. Jane Jacobs is a hero of mine. I would have loved to read that. And unfortunately, if it still exists, they should kind of put it back. But because of physical limitations, because of conventional notions by publishers that this is how much a book should be and we can't go beyond it, it unfortunately had to be excised. And thankfully, we live in times where that's no longer an issue. But I feel that while creators are beginning to adapt to new forms on new platforms, the mainstream, or what remains of it, still thinks in very conventional ways. Like on this date of recording, we're recording this on the 23rd of June. I just looked at your Twitter. I don't know when you put those tweets out, but you have a set of tweets about publishers following trends and how short-sighted and wrong that is, and I couldn't agree with you more. And I think what the mainstream sort of does is that your mainstream, whether it is a Hollywood studio commissioning films where they say let's go with the franchise, or so and so film has worked, let's do 5 more exactly like it, show a distinct lack of imagination. Well, what is happening in the creator economy is really creators stretching out, trying different things, trying whatever the hell they want, like 5-hour conversations on podcasts, which the mainstream would never accept. I mean, I could never have sold this as a concept. And then whatever works, and things that change are changing. So just in terms of both of these questions, the dissipation of the mainstream, which has kind of happened in media, and which will inevitably, I think, happen in every domain, including publishing in the future of unknown unknowns. So one, what do you feel about the dissipation of the mainstream? And two, as an artist yourself, what do you think about, is this something that you've thought about, that forms can be so fluid and flexible and you don't need to think in one particular way or put yourself in a particular box anymore?
Let's get to the uses of legacy publishing. Legacy publishing works really well for a variety of forms per se. And it works well because by and large, those publishing houses are staffed by people who love reading. And that's been across the board, most of the publishers I've met. Within that universe, there's a wide amount of variety. By and large, what we've seen in the UK, for example, is that independent publishers are bolder. They're more willing to take risks. They're less dependent on one of the curses of the industry, which is that because of the way everything is packaged, sometimes 2 years in advance, and you're aiming your content at a series of bloggers or book loving sections, book media that's going to be writing the summer book special of the year or whatever, you're very dependent on what's called the strapline, which is a condensed form of the blurb. And it takes some time to understand that some publishers are absolute genius because their ability to predict and know their readers, not just their market, but their readership, and say that this book that I'm publishing now, taking it on, massaging it into shape for about 2 years or so, revisions, edits, all of that near incredible instinct that a good editor has for how to take a book to where it should be, even though you only have access to what the author's given you. That's an incredible skill. Doesn't get talked about as much as translation and the skills involved out there. But legacy publishing keeps pushing things into categories that benefit the marketing side of books. Marketing is not a dirty word either. None of us writers would be alive without marketers. But that means that things flow into very rigid categories, so you belong to fantasy or science fiction or self-help or whatever. And I've been questioning the use of genre forever because I really don't think that's the way we read or live, honestly. To me, Tolkien years ago or Ursula K. Le Guin, she works as a genre writer and she works as somebody who's got a stunning corpus of ideas. Recently, one of my colleagues at the FT, Robert Shrimsley, picked up on Terry Pratchett and said that everybody who's an economist should read Pratchett for the way that he talks about ideas like democracy and cities exploding in certain directions and all of that. There's a lot you could learn from him. So it's our thinking that boxes the world into this. Creators by instinct, have you noticed how many people are gravitating to the newsletter as a kind of modern form of the blog? Why is that? Because there's something in us that craves, the particular, the personal. Out of the cluster of newsletters are coming in, a certain percentage of creators will fall off when they realize that it's really hard to sustain that. Some newsletters, I have to say, much despite my own love for the form, I look at it and I think, I wish they were working in tandem with an editor because this is repetitive or not too long, but, too familiar. The materials maybe being a little overworked. And a good editor can make you see stuff that's there. But where I itch sometimes to write my own newsletter, and that's just one of the many forms that it can attract you, is in the absence of constraint. So often when you have to massage a column into 750 words, there are gaps that a sensitive reader picks up. They know that something has been left unsaid. Okay? Or sometimes you're doing the opposite. I mean, I hope I never do that as a columnist, but it used to happen, back in the day to a lot of our other columnists at different papers. You could sense that they were stretching. The deadline had come up and they were taking a 350-word insight and pushing that until it filled the full 800 words. When you don't have that constraint, that freedom is something that's an extreme challenge and requires a huge amount of technical skill, actually, to manage well. But think about it this way. You have a world, two kinds of worlds that have been pushing at us for a while saying, listen, legacy publishing is not everything that there could be. One is the extremely sophisticated and layered world of fan fiction. Most people in the public arena know fan fiction only as, E.L. James, her book 50 Shades of Grey came out of that. But fan fiction is where it's an enormous playground, and a serious, serious place for people who want to be writers and are not that concerned with marketing karna hai. They're more into readership rather than sales, let's put it that way. And it's very satisfying for them. It's also something that frequently pushes back at whatever mainstream writers, even celebrated people, even big names have made. A long time ago, Hogwarts fan fiction or Harry Potter fan fiction was sitting there and punching very lightly in its own way at the areas where the book's creator couldn't see. You see what I mean? So they were saying, instead of saying in a column, the portrayal of goblins verges on the racist, they were creating their own fanfics where the goblins were the heroes of the story. And that is such a beautiful way to make a criticism by creating something new and original yourself. And the other part of it has been, I'm a little skeptical of the huge marketing passion for this, but book talk, where young teens and young adults have started to discover their own books and push trends. It seems to me that after a while, book talk is also like a lot of Instagram influencing, becoming conformist and moving away from its slightly anarchic things. So, to answer your question a little more succinctly, let's say we have an opportunity, and the way that the internet goes, the way that the mainstream and the side stream, if you want to call it that, goes, is first we expand out into this territory of almost limitless possibility, which is what the first wave of the internet was. And then at some point, we get corralled back into safety and into our little corporate zones and into the marketability of this, that, and the other. But one of the things in the few workshops that I've done, one of the things that I try to tell people who want to be writers for a lifetime is, how would you write if you were not going to make any money from this whatsoever or any fame? Then what? What is it that you would do? Your thick desire, your most deepest intent, the writing that's going to wake you up and bring you to life. And that could be anything. I'm genre indifferent. I'm not quality indifferent. Within your genre, try at least to learn what the basic rules are, not because rules are rules, but because you're striving for a certain kind of clarity. If you want to share a story, then don't leave it messy and bristling when you can do better. Do the best that you can within that, right? But I've also learned a lot from the Hindi writing tradition, for example, of just letting a story come to you and setting it down in that moment. A lot of the women writers, particularly Hindi and Bengali, the worlds that I know best outside of English, taught themselves to write in very small segments of time. So there's no question of we set up and dhyan kar lete hain and then we think about this and we do this and that and the other. It's like, no, we get right to it. In between cooking this, in between managing the household, in between doing our other work, we learn to set down 4 paragraphs and make that sing. So I think what we are getting to is a very, very old truth. The importance of form, something I was thinking about market forces. You don't see that many playwrights in India. In her generation, I can think of basically Annie Zaidi and maybe 1 or 2 others, and that's about it. I do see, can I come in with a small note of complaint?
Yeah.
And I'm exempting really good writers of recent novels. They know who they are, I hope. And some of them have done incredible work, from Shivani Sibal to Lindsay Pereira to, a host of others. But if you're writing to the market, then you're not just in danger of losing an audience or losing a chance. You're in danger of something much sadder, which is that you might never find out the kind of writer that you really should be, right? In recent years, it seems to me that the people who made their name in Indian English fiction were all told at that time, there is no money in writing, there's no use being a writer. Later, they became famous, Everyone from Salman Rushdie to Vikram Seth to Amitav Ghosh, the entire universe, Kiran Desai, etc. But at that time, they were told there is no reward in it, and they went ahead and wrote what they wanted to anyway. And I think there's a huge lesson out there. I see a lot of literary fiction coming out. First phase, people are either trying to be Chetan Bhagat, and in all these years, there's only been one person at the top of the mythological fiction category of the popular fiction category. There are very few imitators who really make it, maybe because they're trying to imitate too hard. Ankur Warikoo, on the other hand, who's coming in with very Indian self-help, but something that's new and refreshing, then that's saying basically we're going to turn our back on politics. But if you want good habits and a successful life and you want to have fun along the way, here it is. He's got a message. A lot of the young Indian historians, from Anchan Malhotra to Manu to that entire range of Ira Mukhoti, etc., they are onto something because they're following something that they are individually passionate about, right? When you write to the market, you lose that edge. So coming back to your question, the field of possibility ahead of us, I think we're all sensing that there's something out here beyond the mainstream. And by the mainstream, I'm not saying just legacy publishers now. I'm saying also the kind of media I've written for all my life. I have a great respect for them and their traditions, the New York Times, Business Standard, Financial Times, all the places that I've written for, the BBC, etc. They have a history and a tradition of respect for the process of fact-checking, of shaping a story a particular way. And it's wonderful to be part of that repository. But I think as an independent creator, if you have the guts and you have the honesty as well, right? It's one thing to say, I want to write like Arundhati Roy. What if you really want to write the Indian equivalent of Regency romances? Are you never going to find out, What if you want to create something that doesn't exist at this moment, some kind of a comic book or a historical steampunk mashup? And you're not doing it just because you are trying so hard to be somebody else or to do what the market rewards. Ultimately, it just keeps coming back to this. I know that there is also a practical side to everyone's writing life or writing career. But don't follow the practical side of things to the point where you miss out on the true joy of being either a writer or a reader. Something that you were saying just a moment back about audiobooks. And I was thinking about how I grew bored at some point of time about this debate between the Kindle and reading books. I take my Kindle everywhere when I'm traveling because it's the easiest way to take along half a library. And I notice I read differently on the Kindle. What I was saying about being out of space and time is compensated for by the fact that I love reading poetry on the Kindle. There's something about that screen and an individual poem that really makes it sing. I hate reading long, involved novels in ebook form, but that's just me. I prefer to read them either as printouts or as books, but I love the Kindle for short stories. And instinctively, I seem to read a lot more in the way of popular nonfiction on the Kindle. So, that's just another example of the way a platform has changed me. With audiobooks, there's no escaping it. I do notice that I retain less in terms of remembering the exact order in which arguments have been made in a book if I listen to the audiobook version. But there is a compensating factor. Sometimes the characterization, particularly if the narrator of the audiobook is good, I get the characterization better. I give up a little bit of my independence as the reader to imagine the voices and the landscape the way I want to. In that sense, an audiobook narrator is also, like a translator, a co-creator, right? And sometimes you can just settle back into that creation and have it sing to you. You see what I mean? I think a lot of people in India, though, use audiobooks more practically. So, when you start to move into all of this, you start to see that where you expected things to be linear, they aren't. All of these forms of storytelling and receiving stories, there's no one above the other. There is really a democracy out there. In terms of, if you prefer paper books, that's fantastic. But, for every, I don't want to, I do love the smell of paper myself. But sometimes, every so often, because I live in Delhi, right? And it's hot and humid simultaneously in summer. And the smell of secondhand paper books can bring to mind a not very clean bathroom. I'm not as romantic about the smell of paper as other people are. I just think it changes depending on place and time and stuff like that. That was a long digression. But getting serious for a second, I think the more we try to write what already has been written, of course, when you start off as a writer, sometimes you're imitating. The first three things I tried to write came out sounding like the writers I love the most, I was trying to write serious social commentary like Mahashweta Devi, the great Bengali writer who spent a lot of her life, really listening to her friends who were part of tribal India and coming up with a completely different consciousness. But she had a fierce political way of writing that is probably not me, and I would be wise to find my own voice. The first novel I wrote, which is thankfully dead, buried, and disappeared in one of our many house moves, was like a terrible, terrible mashup between Garcia Marquez and, Nair Masood. It was so derivative and all of that, and I don't mind actually confessing that, because I think we learn how to write again by imitating, and we imitate who we want to be until we figure out who we are ourselves. Yeah. What writing gives you is the freedom not just to imagine different things, but really to step into very, very distinct worlds and to be different people. In your lifetime, you're not going to get that many chances unless you're an actor or something of the sort. You don't get that many chances to be completely different from who you are. And that's part of the writing that is most thrilling to me in terms of possibilities. So, again, coming back to the whole thing of form, it's not just that you're removing restraints. You're also unconsciously challenging people instead of, Twitter, that scroll down thing, or Facebook, that wall. What can you do with the space of a screen? And I've seen so many writers, particularly the poets, always seem to be the most inventive of the lot. But, use that. Suddenly realize that on a screen you've got a left field space, maybe, that's on a page less populated. But on a screen you can dance out there, you can do things out there, you can bring in images, you can build something around that, you can collage. There's really no limit.
You can dance with Milan Soman on a screen out there. A bunch of responses, but one I really, like that question. What would you write if no one was to read you? It sort of reminds me of the quote that character is what you do when no one's looking. And, one of the pieces of advice I give creators, both those who do my writing course and my podcasting course. Like, I remember the first time I taught my podcasting course, which I teach about twice a year, someone asked about, where are the gaps in the market, or what should I aim for, or do you have any suggestions? And I was like, that is completely the wrong way to think. That, one, if there are any quote unquote gaps in the quote unquote market, many others are going to discover it and go for it. But that's a wrong way to think. If there are like 7 billion people on this planet and there are more than 1 million podcasts out there, the only thing that makes you unique is you, because only you are you. So the most important quality for creators who succeed is that they are authentic to themselves. And that totally speaks to your point about don't think about the market, quote unquote, or what people may want to read or what people may want to listen to or whatever. You've just got to figure out what you want to do and kind of go for that. Eventually, it'll work out. And I'll circle back to this, but first I'll make a point about I'll share a thought about blogs and newsletters. First of all, for all my listeners who may not have been active during the first internet, the early internet, as it were, there was this around the time I started blogging at India Uncut. There was also an excellent blog written by someone called Kitab Khana, written by someone called Hari Babu, and there was much mystery over who is this Hari Babu, who is this sort of mysterious person who is writing so well about literature, and became almost a cult figure. figure, and it turned out later that Hari Babu was Nilanjana Roy herself. I mean, there was another pseudonymous blog, Putu the Cat, which was Samit Basu. So these are the two famous sort of pseudonymous blogs which people really loved reading and speculating on. And it turned out that you were Hari Babu. And what I loved about blogs in that time, like you mentioned, is that it freed you from that tyranny of form. You didn't have to do 800 words. You could do 30 words, and those were the days before microblogging. You could just put a link to something with a one sentence comment and that was it. Or you could do 8,000 words if you wanted. There's simply no limitation. You were freed also from the tyranny of the news cycle, for example. Otherwise, if you're proposing an op-ed or an opinion piece, it has to be something topical. And you also kind of put in volume in the sense that you wrote a lot. Like I wrote, 5 posts a day on average. I did some 8,000 posts in the 5 years that it was active. And one, I wasn't self-conscious because my job was in mainstream journalism. And for me, this was like a release. It's just a blog. Who's going to read it? So, that's how you start, and then you lose that self-consciousness and you're just doing what you're doing. And it worked for that reason. However, when people ask me today where they should write, should they do a blog? I always say no. I say they should do a newsletter. And the reason is that I think destination websites are pretty much done. Very few people are typing out URLs or like indiauncut.com or haribabu.com or whatever it was and actually going to a destination website. People are clicking on links on social media and so on and so forth. And what a newsletter does is that you read an interesting piece by, say, Nilanjana Roy, you immediately subscribe, and instantly you are forever getting, everything that Nilanjana Roy writes right into your inbox. There is no effort. It comes into your inbox, you click it, it's there. And what that means for a creator like you is that you are building a community of people who like your writing, which earlier you could not do. This is one of the great things about the creator economy. Like you write something in 1995 in Business Standard or Times of India or Indian Express or wherever. Someone reads that piece, thinks, this is nice. And then they forget about it a week later and it's gone. But here you're collecting a community of your fans. And what newsletters allow you to do is a couple of things. One is the other great quality. If authenticity to yourself is a fundamental quality for a creator to have, a fundamental quality of the relationship between a creator and the audience is a certain intimacy. Right, which is really underrated because, for example, one of the finest compliments I've got for the podcast was someone heard my episode with Abhinandan Sekri and said that I felt so much like I'm sitting on a sofa listening to two friends talking that at one point I interrupted. Before realizing that what the fuck, I'm listening to a podcast, right? And that intimacy is incredible. And what that intimacy does, and that intimacy happens because you're authentic to yourself. You're not projecting, you're not bullshitting, you're just who you are. And there is that intimacy. What you've written has gone directly to someone's inbox or is in their ears because they're kind of listening to it. And what it does is, and I'm thinking aloud here, so I don't know if I'm coining this or someone has simultaneously done it, but I think I'd make a difference between thick engagement and thin engagement. And what that intimacy leads to is a kind of thick engagement where you feel intertwined with the concerns or the art of the person that you're listening to or reading or whatever. And then the absolute numbers don't matter so much. Like I would give far more value to 100,000 listeners for an episode of my podcast than say 20 million views on a YouTube video, because in the YouTube video your average time of listening might be 15-20 seconds. Your engagement is much lower. But here the engagement for the lower number of in terms of absolute numbers, your engagement there is much deeper. These people really, really care. And newsletters allow you to build an audience of people who really care about your work. And the final important point here is, and I'll lead to a question on this with you because it's something that I've been thinking about and don't have an answer to. But the final important point is that a newsletter allows you, as a blog did, to put in volume. In the sense, it allows you to put in a lot of work, like the 5 posts I did during India Uncut, when my blog was active, for example. And to me, this is important because how does a creator become good? A creator becomes good by doing something again and again and again and again and again, by constant iteration. And a danger for creators is if you care too much about validation. initially your numbers won't be good. Initially, when you do something, you will suck at it. Like I sucked at blogging or I sucked at podcasting when I began. You do it again and again, you become better. Now, initially, you will never have numbers. So if you care about validation, you will simply not, you'll stop at some point. And therefore, you won't iterate enough to actually become good at it. Which is why it's that question, to circle back to it, what would you write if no one was reading, is incredibly important. That's what you should write, because initially no one will be reading. And then because you write that again and again and again, you get good at it and you build that audience organically. And so the value of putting in volume, which is a term poker players use, get a large sample size, play a lot of hands. So I don't know if others use this terminology, but the value of putting in volume is that, in a sense, quantity does lead to quality. One, you do something again and again, you become better. Two, you grow your audience organically by doing something again and again and constant exposure. And my question is that where this kind of breaks down, or the context in which I can't figure out how this works, is the context of novels and literature. Because a novelist, for example, will write one book for 8 years. They're not putting in volume. They spend 8 years, they write one book, they take a break, the book goes out in the world, and most of the time, for most novelists, it just disappears. It's like nothing happened, right? And then you got to get back to the grind, and you're not putting in volume in the same sense that that a blogger is or a newsletter writer is, and all of that. And this befuddles me a bit, because I think if you are a storyteller, if you are a person of the imagination, if you love writing, on the one hand, you might want to write novels because that's a kind of sprawling work you want to do. But on the other hand, it runs into this sort of problem. And one question, of course, is that are there other things you could simultaneously do with your creative faculties, whether you're doing a newsletter thing? I think Substack is doing something with Salman Rushdie, but I haven't looked at it too closely, but it feels a little gimmicky. But should artists explore other forms like that and kind of work at it? Because there's a danger also, I think, for someone who's a novelist to think inside a box and think, I am a novelist. So you think inside the novel box and you don't go outside it. And my final tangential point, I was talking to someone who works in marketing in the publishing industry just a couple of days ago. And the point that I made is sort of an idealistic point in one way, which is that a good product is the best marketing. And that's obviously necessary for something to work. But also, what I was trying to point to is that when, say, a book is released, I think there can be the tendency to make a marketing plan and say that, ठीक है, Instagram में ये करेंगे, Twitter पे ये करेंगे, blah blah blah, and you make those different, YouTube पे ये करेंगे, and then you're just ticking boxes, and it's kind of automatic, and it has zero impact with the world because it is shallow, and because therefore you have thin engagement, to use that term again. Whereas if authors and artists sort of thought of everything they do not as marketing but as a kind of content on its own, then I think that there is, that will create thick engagement at whatever level it does. So, for example, if you've written a novel and one of your characters is simultaneously writing a newsletter, even if it's a minor character, then I think that engagement goes off the charts. And even for the creator, your juices are churning in different ways. So, again, I have sort of digressed a bit, and, but this is sort of a subject I think about a fair bit. So what are your sort of thoughts on this?
Why do you write? I think in the 20th and 21st century, we probably put more effort into the anxiety behind that question. What are we writing for? What's the point? If 80% of novels fail, then why should anyone be a novelist at all? But I think right from the start of the human history of writing, and I wish you could see what's in my mind right now, because I'm literally, zooming back across the centuries and seeing people fall in love with different forms. They're falling in love with the epic. They're falling in love with the Arabian Nights type nested boxes.
Except you're not literally zooming back through the centuries.
I am.
Literally.
Not literally, but the imagination is
kidding.
A powerful thing. At different times they think the fable is it. The fable is where the smart money is. you know, at another stage, all the cool kids want to be Chaucer or they want to be Kalidas or something of the sort, right? Common to all of that is the thread of something so deep and so shallow simultaneously. Why do you want to create? You know, what is the satisfaction of putting this world out there? I've seen novelists at different levels. Someone like Stephen King is 74 years old, almost 75, and has probably written almost as many books as his age. He's gone well past 70. And so he puts the myth of, a novel must take so much time and you must live in the hulk of this structure to rest. I took a lot of time to write The Wildings, but that's because I'm very lazy. So, and I got distracted by an infinity of things, and I spent so much time on the world building. I didn't need to spend that kind of time, but the truth is I loved it. There's a lot of stuff that didn't find its way into the book, like I found this old chart where I'd done a cat's lifespan and a squirrel's lifespan and a bird's lifespan and tried to figure out what their days would feel like to them. There was the time that I decided that one had to see the world from the perspective of different people. And I spent an infinite amount of time, not an infinite, a finite, but considerable amount of time, trying to figure out the difference between how bats process night and birds process night. At the end of it, the bats have one paragraph in the book or something like that.
There's a great essay by Thomas Nagel, What Is It Like to Be a Bat?
I read that. I read that one as well as part of my research. Okay? But the reason I was doing that much research was partly just for the fun of it. Partly because I really didn't know anything about world building at that time, and I was giving myself my MFA privately in the whole world building thing. And the third reason was procrastination. As long as I was researching, I didn't have to get down to the book. The thing is that novels, if you do them right, they live for a very, very long time. Some of the novels that we have lasted for well over 300 years or so. The epics that we have, the myths that we have, the fables that we have are not literally, but in effect, they are timeless. They have been there in our minds and carried from one generation to the other. Something you realize, why would you do this? Why would you be a novelist? When you're actually writing, you realize the thing that sounds so twee when you say it, but it is absolutely, I assure you, 100% true. Stories and ideas and storytelling has a peculiar life to it of its own. When you try to start writing a novel, you're usually getting it wrong. Everything feels dead on the page. There's a moment where you enter the life of the book, and you will not know, even when the book comes out and the reviews come out and readers say nice things or whatever it is, you will actually not know whether your book is alive or not for many years afterwards. But that aliveness is indescribable. It's electric. It's the kind of feeling that you have if not the power of being a god, but let's say the awe of being a god and bringing a world into full view. And that you would spend years on, any time, any day. It is so rewarding. It is one of the most beautiful things in the world because there's no way you can shorten that timeline. You might take just 3 months to write a novel. You might take 4 years. You might take 8 years. But the individual book, the individual tale, the aliveness that it accrues over a period of time, whatever that process is, it can't be shortened. Sometimes it's so intense that it feels as though you're possessed, It feels as though the story is writing itself through you. Sometimes you have to struggle to... one of my characters in Black River spent years just saying, sorry, you don't know enough about me. You're still viewing me as an interview subject. And this was all wordless communication. It's only when you can see from behind my eyes. That's not my phrase. I think that's Michael Ondathi's. But it's only when you can get to that point. And the reason you're trying to get it right and you're trying to sand down edges and bring it more and more to life is not for the perfect sentences or the beauty of an image. All you're trying to do is to do some justice to this world that is of your creation, but that is also coming from somewhere beyond your left shoulder, you know? And to be part of that, whether it's a novel you're writing or whether it's one of Paula Rejo's incredible, paintings, she just passed away some weeks ago, or whether it's a dance performance where your act of creation is in that moment on the stage, and then you have to go back and repeat it the next day or something of the sort. You see what I'm saying? There's something about the process of creation itself, so long as you don't get pompous and sonorous about it. But I can tell you something, that process is when you feel most alive, And there are other ways in which to feel alive on earth. For some people it's sex, food, money, power. For some people it's adrenaline and thrills. But I can tell you something, this thrill goes beyond everything else. You can channel it into 50 different directions, getting down from those, high mountaintops into the practical side of life. There's absolutely no reason why an author can't do or be both. And we keep talking about engagement, audience, all of that, but the word that you used, intimacy, connection, right? In this rushing world that has changed so much from the time that, I'm a little older than you, but our childhoods overlapped. And I think we look at this world saying that it's a world of infinite resource, but very little satisfaction. So what you're trying to do as a writer, whether it's with a newsletter or a novel, is also to reconnect and to get people hopefully to re-see. The other reason, we didn't realize this, I don't think I ever thought about the, internal emotional journey of blogging or something of the sort. When I was Hari Babu, I picked his name out of Kipling and decided to, rescue the Babu from the clutches of the Raj and turn him to good account. But hiding behind a pseudonym also freed me up. It freed up a voice I didn't know I had. And maybe it was an embryo, early stirring towards becoming a novelist, even though I couldn't at that time admit to myself that I wanted to be a writer. There was something important I wanted to say about that. Yes, about the blogs, I think what we didn't realize we were doing at that stage was that through our attention, we were getting to understand our territory, right? As a writer, as a sports person, whatever it is that you decide that you're going to do, the thing that people have in common who really achieve something great with their lives, and I'm not saying in terms of success, that's great, but I'm saying in terms of creating something of lasting worth or of lasting joy, forget about the worth, is their ability to filter out distraction. And what a blog did then, and what a newsletter does now, is just allow you within that space of easy armchair, sitting back intimacy to say, this is what I really find fascinating. Why can you not do it in any other way? Because even as we are talking, we are generating, I think, a million ideas. Everything that you're saying, I'm like, okay, why didn't I think of this? The new creator economy moves in this fashion, but the new creator ecology is, to me, almost as fascinating, if not more fascinating than the economy. But I'm looking at these things and I'm thinking we're going back to very, very old-fashioned emotions, emotional needs, psychic needs, if you like. What is this craving for, Amit? This craving is for depth, intimacy, curiosity, attention, the training of that attention, discovery, satisfaction, sharing. Isn't that what we're talking about? Isn't that the journey of a creator in whatever form?
What's the difference between creator economy and creator ecology, by the way, in the ways that you sort of used it?
Again, it's something that I'm visualizing as I speak. When I think of the creator economy, I think of the nuts and bolts of it. How do you, not just a simple thing of how do you monetize a newsletter, but in other ways as well, how do you fuel this? It's very easy for anyone who's lived any kind of life to write maybe 4 newsletters. But part of your economy would be how do you keep generating the interest and the ideas? What is it that your ground is? What is it that you want to share with people? And the economy is also the economy of attention, the economy of money, etc. And that there's an entire infrastructure that goes along with it. When I think of the creator ecology, I'm back where we started with the blogs and stuff, which is, what was the environment like? It was very tilted. First world blogging was much more populated and much more present than our world blogging. And yet we could make our presence felt. It was still a fair landscape. It was not, our voices were not drowned out. There was also a lot of language blogging, which woke up a need in me to read beyond English. I don't write in Hindi and Bangla. My Hindi is still, unfortunately, my spoken Hindi is very, very Bengali inflected. But I would not give up the pleasure that I've had from reading in Hindi, Bengali and English simultaneously all these years, It's just a joy. And language blogging was a lot like that. When I look at the creative ecology, I look at people unconsciously moving outside of the grasp, the stickiness of Insta, Facebook, Twitter, TikTok. Those are great training grounds, but at some point I keep waiting for the MySpace kind of thing, where the owners of those spaces, which is some giant corporation, will fold them up or change them to the point where they're no longer, as it is. Twitter, for anyone who has a right-wing active, has changed. In the early days, it used to be a safe space for us or for Americans or for Hong Kong liberals, and now it's not. And as a result, you're already censoring yourself or already being careful about what you say. Is this going to get me into trouble? It's not a free space anymore, if that makes sense. With Facebook, the problem is slightly different. It's gone from being the pleasure of sharing your status updates and generating discussion on your page to being a very cluttered space. And frankly, a very elderly space as well. You don't have young people out there. TikTok is great fun, but it's also very quick. With Instagram, I love Instagram. It's very peaceful. It takes me to many places. Art and design Instagram is fascinating. But if you notice, you never go backwards with these spaces. You never stop and you never reverse gear. You're always in an endless present or scrolling future. Yeah? And one thing you're trying to do with this new creator ecology is to create something that is an evolution from the blogs. The way I see it is a kind of linkage. I see again the web part of the World Wide Web, if that makes sense, and intermeshing rather than a separate silos. The promise yet again of a hierarchy-less world, which will eventually become hierarchical and then evolve out and be replaced with something else. But when I think of the ecology, I actually think of intertwining wires, creepers, whatever you want to call it. I think of something living and breathing. Already among writer newsletters, which is the narrow area that I follow, because people are reading each other's newsletters on creativity and craft and all of that, what's happening seems much less like independent nodes and more like a conversation and interchange and exchange.
Like the roots of trees in a forest.
Yes, that's exactly what I was thinking about.
Yeah, no, I agree with all of this, except that I think of economy in a slightly different way, but perhaps an umbrella term is a creator ecosystem, which sounds very, jargony and corporate-like and defined, but I would include all of this in that as well, because I don't think the creator economy is just about the big platforms like Instagram or whatever.
Absolutely.
It's also about this conversation you and I are having, or even other things that may not necessarily have an audience, but we are creators, we do what we do. And so it's all of that. I mean, to me, an economy is really a web of voluntary interactions, and it just goes into all kinds of directions. And again, and those wondering that what are they talking about? Roots of trees in forests, what is this? I'd recommend this lovely book by Peter Walgren called The Hidden Life of Trees, which is such a lovely book, isn't it?
Yes. But I like a lot of the new writing that's coming up around trees, around the earth, and, where we are pausing in this moment. And Ed Yong's just out with an incredible book about the inner lives, the emotional lives of animals.
Wow. Yeah, I saw the cover, but I haven't read it yet. Yeah.
I'm just started on that. But I was looking at all of this and I was thinking, there's a lot of debates coming up against with nature writing, with people saying, okay, wonder is all very well, but more than wonder, maybe we're finally taking our place in the world. You see what I mean? We're finally seeing ourselves not just as a human species, but as a human species embedded in something very real. And again, the world that we are talking about, books, internet spaces, these are landscapes of their own, if that makes sense. I sense that we haven't yet fully explored the tension between the new world and the old world way of doing things. I've been so, one way or the other, connected with the old landscape, right? Which is legacy publishers, legacy media. What's changed with them after a while is that you no longer have the expectation of working with the same editor over a long period of time, or that you no longer can rely on job security. What happened even with legacy media was a lot of organizations expanding, opening up their tents, and then crashing dramatically 5 years down the line. I think there are very, very few places that continue to stay standing as institutions. We are losing that entire sense. With the new world, I'm a cynic after so many years of being online. And I look at the possibilities, but I also wonder how long it'll take for us to mess it up. On the other hand, you can't be that cynical. There's a point of time at which you have to look at what this enables. And I have, both you and Roshan Abbas and a lot of other people are saying that the next 5, 6, 10 years is likely to be a really, really interesting time for anybody who's willing to take individual responsibility. Okay? For their lives and stuff. And something about the way newsletters work remind me again of something from the Hindi writing world. Gitanjali Shri and a lot of writers, they will just automatically have their addresses, their own home addresses, printed on the back or front flap of the book. Because the assumption is that if you write a book, you want readers to get in touch with you. And I was just asking myself, when did we lose that in the English language world? Or did we never have that? Was our concept of writing always somebody quietly there in their individual silo or castle, unapproachable, except at festivals or something of the sort? It's a difference. It's not just a small thing, if you know what I mean. This is, the more time I spend in writing and reading, the more I realize, and I'm not just saying this as a humble brag, it's not about reading so much, but you realize with a shock that with every choice you're making with your reading, there's so much else that you're not going to know, So if I'm reading a lot of literary fiction set in the present, then I'm not going to be reading that many classics from the past. If I'm reading thrillers and if I'm reading a lot of books on the environment, then the amount of time I have to spend reading food books has gone down, And I've lived half a century, and sometimes I still feel like I'm still 20, reaching out for the world and saying, just give me more. There is so much to explore. I don't know, those different parts of your life. There's the part that wants to create. There's the part that wants to sit back and listen to other people or to read their work or to experience their creations. And there's the part that's just like, my God, there's so much to explore. Despite, I know we get depressed at the headlines and all of that. But I think something that's been continuous through all these decades, and I'm just looking back at it and thinking, childhood was books coming out of the family cupboards and stuff like that. And adolescence was a lot of traveling. And the 20s, there was the whole wide world of the internet coming at you, this new frontier to explore. And my God, I just hope none of us ever loses a sense of wonder. You know what I mean? Behind all of these questions and all of that, whatever you want to do with reading or writing, I think, of course, you write sometimes to witness terrible things and all of that. But I think all of this is just a journey into keeping your curiosity alive and trying to find ways never to let that go in the pursuit of this goal or that goal, or must have, bungalow, car, etc. Those are all very valid goals, nice things to do. But I cannot imagine living a life without curiosity, without wonder, without exploration. Can you?
No, I can't. And this is what I have to keep reminding myself, because I think it's a daily choice, in the sense that I don't think that you can tell yourself that I'm going to live a life of more curiosity and wonder or whatever, and then boom, the direction changes and that's fine. No, I think every day you have to remind yourself to be mindful, remind yourself not to take stuff for granted, to notice the things that you've sort of normalized. In my case, I to notice the many ways in which you're so incredibly lucky for doing what you do
Yes.
or living the kind of life you live. And I think it's
Gratitude.
important to have that sense of like, Jesus Christ, I'm so lucky, right? Despite which I'm known as an excessively pessimistic person, because of course the country is going to hell and we're all going to die soon, but soon in geological terms. But I'll say one thing. I don't even know if it's a counterpoint, but perhaps I'm addressing a worry that you have. Is that you mentioned about how something new will emerge and we'll find a way to mess it up. And I think this time we won't mess it up, because I think the direction that worry is going in is that there is a culture, and that culture becomes staid and mainstream and whatever, and then a counterculture emerges. And the counterculture is really cool, but then it gets co opted and it gets messed up, and then you have another counterculture, and it's a cycle. But I don't think that's what's happening here. I think what's happening here is this fundamental, permanent shift towards decentralization in every way, right? In the sense that, just to take the media as an example, there was a mainstream in the 1990s. You had a broad consensus on the truth. The means of production were not open to creators. Creators couldn't connect with their audiences. Creators couldn't monetize their audiences directly. They had to go via the platforms who would sell eyeballs, get advertising, and a small chunk of that would reach creators. And I think all that has changed, and it's changed for good, in the sense that I now have the means of production in my hand. I can write something and publish it today. I can put out this podcast today as I will. I own this. This is not for any platform. It's available everywhere and it's free, right? I can make anything in the audiovisual form that I want to and put it on YouTube or whatever. And I think that is not going to change. The means of production are with you forever. The means of distribution are accessible to you forever. There might be, I think, worries that will get addressed with times, that some video creators may feel that they are too dependent on the algorithms of the big platforms like YouTube or whatever, and they might have to cater to that to get noticed. But many creators don't even give a damn about that. They're just putting their work out and they're getting their audiences. So in that sense, I don't think we'll mess it up. I think, yes, there will be a percentage of creators who are doing cutting edge work today and who are being disruptive, who might be co-opted and who might become part of that mainstream game. But overall, we're not going to mess it up, because unless the human species dies out, which will happen eventually given the law of extremely large numbers is inevitable. But apart from that, I think that this is an irrevocable change, and that's why it fills creators like me and Roshan and many of the creators I've spoken to on my podcast with incredible optimism about at least this, that they can't take this away.
I'm going to hold my skepticism in check. I would like to believe, I guess, okay, what I'm skeptical about is not that this revolution isn't happening. I see it happening. And I think it's well overdue. It was what part of the early promise of the net was about. It's just that at that time we didn't have all the tools and all of that. I guess my two concerns, after having been an early, the web will be used for good evangelist, and it's wonderful to connect people, and on Twitter, all we are going to do is flood relief and reach out to each other and get books to libraries and all that good stuff. I think I have a healthy respect now for the speed of darkness as well. So unconsciously, when we say creators, we're thinking of what we consider not even moral. I'm not even going there, but what we consider benevolent, beneficial creativity, right? And I guess I'm looking at AI and where that's headed and how that is going to mess up a certain amount of this. And I'm a little nervous about where these tools could go in the hands of well-organized hate industries. We've seen just little flickers of that, right? In the power of certain kinds of propaganda films. There was a fabulous Twitter thread, Twitter, the source of good as well as evil, by a Russian journalist writing about how before this moment happened, before Putin's war, for decades and decades, Russian publishing has been overrun by these small books that are jingoistic and have the worst of nationalistic, both the demonizing and the hero making. So I guess that's what I'm getting at, the power of something like this to be used to create dark, grim alternate realities is also something that I would keep a little and slightly
No,
wary
I
eye
share your
on.
pessimism about politics, and this is really in the realm of politics, the industry of hate, and so on and so forth. And it's no doubt true that there is authoritarianism and polarization, and all of those things are happening, and the technology plays a huge part in that. So I'm not disputing that. But just in the narrow context of the creator economy, I think the cat's out of the bag. And I think that you can't mainstream all of it again. You're not going to ever reach the situation where someone like me can't put out the kind of work I want to put out. I think I'm in the space, and creators everywhere are in that space where they can do the kind of work they want and get it out there. And that little thing you can't turn back. It is.
You see, that's not a little thing. There I'm in agreement. And the other thing that has also become earlier, the argument used to be that if you're an independent creator, somebody who's with a legacy publisher is somehow better than you because they've had access to the best editors in the business and all of that. And that has also changed. Yeah. If you really want to teach yourself how to be edited properly, you can organize those skills for yourself. You can take a workshop, you can practice a craft on your own, or you can hire an editor.
Or
see
you
what
can
I
do
mean?
the art of clear writing by Amit Verma, and that'll also help. Yeah.
Yeah. But what I like about this scenario is that it's also coming up at a time when you have, this youth explosion in India. And of course, when you have so many people out there clustering around, that energy can either be turned to really, really vicious purposes, towards communal hate and towards mobs and all of that, which is what we've seen happening out here. But there is a better pathway. And that's what you're saying, This is a generation that's already used to a certain amount of independence. And that, as great as liberalization was for India, that boom in businesses and that sudden explosion of cities like Delhi into huge megalopolises, if you consider that a good thing, and energy. What I remember about liberalization in the 1990s most was, again, an explosion of wild creative energy, For a while, it felt like Delhi was an exceptionally welcoming city for anyone who had one of a multitude of dreams. Not just the writing dream, but if you wanted to be a graphic designer, if you wanted to be an artist, this was the place to be young and starving in a Barsati in Rajpat Nagar. Yeah?
I came to Delhi in 94 after college, and after a few months turned my butt and ran back all the way to Bombay.
Why was that?
I wouldn't necessarily say it was such a welcoming city. But no, because I just found that at that time, and it's probably not true today, but at that time Bombay was the only cosmopolitan city in India, in the sense it could... I just felt at home in Bombay from day one, which was not the case in Delhi.
No, Delhi is always a rough ride right at the start. But in the same time period, there were a lot of other people who went through the turbulent rapids and then found their feet in the city. It was a nourishing place. I'm not so sure that it's as nourishing these days, There's a sense of that creative energy at least having fallen apart a little bit, and the business side of the city being strong, the building side of the city being strong. But there isn't as much of a glamour attached to wanting to be an artist or whatever. It's become a lot more conformist in both Bombay and Delhi in some ways.
I can't speak about Delhi, obviously, because I don't live here and I don't have that kind of knowledge. But I think that there would be many Delhis. And perhaps there's a little bit of a selection, there might be a little bit of a selection bias in what you're saying, in the sense that you could be thinking of your circles and the kind of people that you know and what's happening there. Because even in Bombay, I have to warn myself about making easy generalizations about Bombay, because there are so many sort of niches and undergrounds and vibrant communities of creative people who are all over the place, who I didn't know till a while back. but then suddenly you see them and you realize this is also there. So so I'm wary about. I mean, I'm not saying you're doing that, but I'm just wary about generalizations, because what I do see in the creator economy is that there is just tremendous energy, and I've the greatest tragedy of all for me, what has really went where politics hurt the creator economy, was TikTok being banned. And I rant and rave about this because
That's actually one of the things I was coming to, you know. It's not that I don't see a lack of creative potential in Delhi, let's put it that way. But compared to, and liberalization had its own, ups and downs or whatever, I will just say that the 2000s seem to be more welcoming to the younger generation. Now that energy is there, I see fewer outlets though, you know. And that always puts upon a generation the burden of going out and making their own spaces. So I would say that everything out there is poised and set up to thrive. Politically speaking, it's not just a question of, which party is in charge. But I think in general, it hasn't been a priority out here to make your cities into great creative bastions. Does that make sense? And I'm not talking about things like, museums and stuff like that. It's just that with the ebb and flow of the city, there was a point at which even the outside spaces seemed to have something to them, a little welcomingness. In order to create and to be a thriving creative community, you also have to be open to mingling and moving past certain barriers and all of that. And I find that happening much more online than offline. Again, we're walking back into these arguments are large and gigantic, but I think what both of us are seeing, what I see from the world of legacy publishing and legacy media, is a certain level of fatigue. Certain institutions, including some of the ones where I work and where my work comes out, are as professional and as thorough and as ever, and bless them for being around. But increasingly, you sense that legacy publishing and legacy media, which used to take up the entire space, is now one corner of that space, right?
I'll think carefully about your words and process them with time. But I'm reminded of our beloved Prime Minister, dear leader, Modi ji, who was once asked about, do you remember there was this famous gathering of children to ask him questions in an auditorium? And one of them, I think, asked him about climate change. And he was trying to say कि देखिए मौसम नहीं बदला है, हम बदले हैं. So anyway, from talking about legacy publishing, let's talk about legacy person, which is let's kind of talk about your childhood now, and where were you born and what were your early years like? Tell me a little bit about that.
I was born in Kolkata, and part of the mythology, because one doesn't remember one's own birth in the early few months, but in my mind, I think all of that is fused with memories of Bangladesh coming into being. And the earliest memories I have are by and large of very happy things, books, houses that were built practically of books, running around and playing in gardens. And because both my parents and my grandmother in Calcutta were exceptionally hospitable people, we were used to a house where the doors were open, where there was always an extra space at the table, and where people were welcome to come and just crash. And in retrospect, I think it gave me tremendous exposure to life outside of just the family. Otherwise we get caught up very strongly in our own family histories and all of that. And another thing I didn't realize was, we mentioned earlier that I felt lucky to belong to a family where so many people were readers. But of my grandmothers, one of them was a woman who had studied Sanskrit and loved reading Mills and Boons. So you were introduced right from the start to the idea that reading could be wide and eclectic and didn't have to be either solemn or frivolous all the time. There was a huge spectrum, a kind of keyboard in between. And my father's mother, Takuma, used to write poems in Bengali. And that brought in a certain comfort with moving between languages as easily as you move between the rooms of a household. And I think a large part of my childhood was, we discussed this as well, it would be so alien to this time. It wasn't structured. None of our childhoods were. there was the broad and very loose structure of a school, and then you come back, you do a little homework. But in the absence of TV and smartphones and all of that, we were thrown back on our own inventiveness. So the games that we played also came out of one's imagination. And I grew up partly in a government colony in Delhi at a time when being a government officer was not seen as so much as a emblem of power. It was a kind of time when a secretary to the government of India would drive his car around the neighborhood, picking up lowly deputy secretaries and very, very junior probationers and ferry them all off. And if he didn't do that, in fact, the lowly probationers would get on their cycles and cycle off to work. So being in the government was pretty humble. And the India of that time, the 1970s and the 80s, was both quieter and smaller. It still rippled with a current of political tension all through. But it was very much a nation making itself with the memory of Gandhi, Ambedkar, and all of the heroes of the freedom movement very much alive. That, I think, has changed over time. Most of my childhood was spent, I think, just being extraordinarily lucky in every possible way. We had a lot of adventures. We were allowed as a family to accompany my father on his tours, so long as he paid for us separately, which he was very punctilious about. And as a result, my first sense of travel was not, a tour, was not you go to a hill station. It was literally of just going across the country and right from the start seeing that enormous variation. I think part of my memory of India as an essentially kind and open country, though, also comes from that time. Something that I found a little disconcerting on my first visit to Europe, where for all the beauty of the place, you don't stop on the street and ask for directions and have that immediately turn into a long and rambling conversation and an invitation to come home, or at least to have a cup of tea together. And for all that, we talk often of the direction that the country is going in today, our fears for the future, our fears for democracy. But when I look back at that time, it doesn't seem romanticized to say that there's an openness that's also part of the Indian spirit. And that is felt and experienced. I don't want to romanticize villages and cities. Part of the research that I did for Black River, among other things, just showed me that almost all of our spaces are unself-consciously segregated, either by class, often by community, usually by caste, right? And that's what we grow up in. That's the norm that we're used to. But cutting against that, one of the good things about being part of a government colony is that while in that era, certainly caste was not porous. I think the majority of people who were in government colonies at that time were probably upper caste or at least privileged caste in some way or the other. But it was a first introduction to the melting pot aspect of India. And as much as we say, hey, listen, don't go back into nostalgic fantasies about the secular past, I think we're using the wrong word out there. There is an extraordinary diversity in this country. And that was part of my memories from the get-go. In Calcutta, it wasn't that we were just listening to Bengali and English. There were also Marwari friends. There were friends from the Armenian, the very small but extremely vibrant Armenian and Parsi communities. English itself divided into several categories. There was the beauty of Anglo-Indian English, which I think is a little close to the Bombay variants and all of that. And in Delhi, I remember being struck by the fact that there was no one Hindi. We grew up to a certain extent assimilating newsreader, All India Radio, Hindi and Doordarshan News Hindi. But the other stream was also coming off Bombay through Amitabh Bachchan's movies and Rajesh Khanna's movies. And then there was the many, many Hindis that you'd pick up across the city. Old Delhi had its own slightly courtly, a little Lucknowi, a little Allahabadi Hindi. And the migrant Hindi of the streets was coming straight in from Bihar. I could hear my own state, Bengal, also in the voices of people out there. So you grew up accustomed, I think, to many tongues ringing in your ears. I didn't have a very happy time in the first school that I was in, Loreto Convent. I made a lot of friends, as is the Roy habit. But it was a slightly austere, you must go abide by the rules. And Kiran Desai's got a little section in Inheritance of Loss about what it's like to be a child suddenly realizing that some adults are cruel. And they're cruel just because they can be, and they have that kind of power over you. But my life really opened up when I went to La Martiniere. Can I just digress a second
Yes, please,
here
of course.
to talk about how much we owe our first teachers, whether they're at the workplace or whether they're in school? So we had some extraordinary teachers. There was Doita Datto, who became India's first mastermind, and we were all very chuffed that, a woman had picked up that quiz title.
Subsequently related to you by marriage as well.
Yes, my husband's cousin. And Indra Sengupta, who taught us all about the Constitution, and maybe some of my love for the Constitution comes from those early lessons. And Shumita Di, who was our English teacher, brought The Grapes of Wrath, which was the text that we were studying that year in class 11, alive in this classroom in Calcutta in a way where suddenly there was a sense of connection. Steinbeck's molten anger over the kind of waste that was happening, the squeezing of the migrants into smaller and smaller spaces, the relentlessness of keeping them on the road. What does that remind you of? What did we go through last year? Those early lessons just brought home to me, we've talked so much about the joy of reading, the joy of writing, the uses of it. But something I want to say, literature is not an abstraction. It's not just a frill added to life. It is often something that does more than just witness or document. It is really a living thing in itself. And Steinbeck's book, I was reading that at the same time that I just about started reading in Bengali again after years of absence. And I was reading Vibhuti Bhushun's Pother Panchali and Tagore's Gora at the same time. And it came to me that there's an unself-conscious political novel. We think of the political novel today in very limited ways in India. It's a novel that makes a statement. It's a novel that's, in effect, I don't want to diminish people's enthusiasm for writing this. I don't want to be unkind. But a novel is not an editorial, right? It is much more than that. What Tagore was doing, what Bibhuti was doing in his story of Oppu coming out of a very poor village, and at that he had a Brahmin protagonist, but a Brahmin protagonist who was encountering the city for the first time and trying to find his place in it, and sometimes dealing with an incredible loneliness of the soul and the spirit, and sometimes just riveted to the promise of the city. It's such a contemporary book in that sense. And Tagore went straight into this question of identity with Gora. I don't know whether you've read the novel. It was a very popular Bengali serial at one time. And Tagore just dealt with the dilemma of a man who believes that he is a nationalist, that the country should be left to only a certain kind of persons. And then he realizes that the secret of his birth makes him the outsider that he's always been railing against, in part. I'm summarizing terribly, but he wasn't afraid to go into these big questions. His novels are political statements in the sense that the word politics is intricately involved with the life of the people, right? And I think writers like Tagore, filmmakers like Shrutujit Ray, I'm speaking only of my part of the country now, but I'm also thinking of Govind Nihalani. I'm thinking of the many films that Om Puri acted in. That was the water that we were swimming in, you see? If it was intellectual, then I think it was unself-consciously intellectual. And those big ideas were also mass available in a way that I think has changed a little bit over time. I went straight from, I went to Stephen's for English literature, and I remember the only way that I could justify that choice, because there wasn't going to be a job at the end of it, was just being aware that I was happy because I was following my heart. And then being a little dismayed because following my heart turned out to mean a lot of Dryden and Chaucer. And at first I really struggled with that. We were reading these texts in a vacuum. even though we had some incredibly gifted teachers, it took professors like Arjun Mahe and Y.K. Sharma, who passed away in my third year out there, to draw the map of connections and to let you know that Shakespeare was, in a sense, Kalidas's blood brother, that Chaucer sitting at his inn spinning his stories. And you can make a parallel in a different way with Krishna Sobti collecting all of life around her in Chandni Chowk. And I'm not sure that any of the classical education did much for me. But a lot of my Stephens education happened actually on the lawns of Hindu College and wandering around, to other parts of Delhi University, witnessing in embryo a lot of the debates that would start to rock India. The Mandal agitation happened in the final year of our college. And I think a certain percentage of the university was automatically and self-righteously against reservations. It took a lot for people to turn around and look at the composition of their own colleges and say, aren't we all upper caste here? And how did that happen? And isn't there something that is owed to people who did not have everything that we take so casually for granted? Whether that is a physical thing like the presence of books in the house or access to English or good education, or whether that is something a little more intangible, a confidence, the fact that your surname is its own passport, or even if it doesn't open doors for you, it doesn't close doors in your face. And I don't think that was an easy reckoning for most people because we believe so strongly in the myth of our own merit. We believe that because we have worked hard, we do not see that other people not even allowed to step into the zone where you can start working hard. So all of that swirl was happening. I joined the Business Standard rather than do a PhD. The truth to tell, I was at MA for my JNU, and I had this marvelous professor, Meenakshi Mukherjee, who was a translator and a critic and a professor. Very much one of those whose engagement with writing came from an active immersion in literature as it is practiced. And she kept an open, curious mind right to the end. I had, a rousing punch-up with Vikram Chandra on the subject of authenticity and what is an authentic Indian writer. And even when she lost an argument or was in the wrong, I think it was the joy of getting into the ring that stays with me. And at some point, I think she gently pointed out to me that doing a PhD, which is the track that I was on, also, in parenthesis, we Indians are so much about life tracks, right? You have to be doctor, lawyer, engineer, IAS. And if you're a writer, then you're carefully steered towards BA in India, MA abroad, and PhD America, And then she drew my attention to the content of what I was going to study. And that was literary theory of the most high-flown Derridean kind, which I have to admit that I was completely unsuited to. And she said, why do you want to study further with English? And I think for the first time in my life, I said, because I love the literature of it. And I love the fact that most translation happens in English, so it's not just English, it opens up all of the languages of the world to me. And someday I want to write my own books. And I think it was the first time I'd said that aloud, and I was a little shocked by this unseemly, impractical ambition. And she said, whatever else you do, don't do a PhD. Go out and work for a bit, try your hand at being a journalist or in publishing or something, get a practical sense of life. But don't kill yourself by disappearing in, down the wonderful, but for me, perhaps not nourishing fields of Gayatri Spivak and Homi Bhabha and the rest of it. And so I tried out for every job that I could find. I briefly taught at nursery school as a teacher. I was a paralegal and I worked on the early version of Jurix, which is what became the Lexis database. And I was absorbed in the different... We've talked about this, I think, as friends once or twice. But I was just fascinated by the thought that crime changes according to the part of the country that you come from. And in a sense, we're conformist. In one part of the country, you have to push people down wells in order to kill them. And in the other, it's a little bit of a social solipsism if you murder somebody using anything else but a gandasa or an axe. You're not really supposed to pick up a country-made pistol. And Bengal was given to poisonings, for example. UP, parts of it favored the country-made pistol, which was very sporting because that had an equal chance of blowing up in the hand of the would-be murderer and, taking him down. And there were places where you simply chop people into pieces, inevitably burying the body in your own backyard, thereby giving the police a chance to put you behind bars. But it all had the sense of being extremely ritualistic. I was deeply fascinated, and then, for reasons known only to themselves, Business Standard employed me. And I think I was so lucky in retrospect. Not just because between people like T.N. Nainan, Tony Joseph, Pratik Kanjinal, Kanika Datta, some of my editors out there were people who taught me skill, yes, and the craft of reporting and the whole thing of go back and double check a source. From Tony, I learned something invaluable, which is that the most articulate person in a room is not necessarily the person who knows the most. Sometimes it's the quiet people standing around whom you really need to interview. Tony also taught me about multiple perspectives. Never take anything for granted. Just go back and check and recheck and all of that. And because I was obviously useless at the economics and finance side of things, and I was never going to make a political journalist, I was put on the arts beat. It seems extraordinary because we give so much space over to so many things. But in those days, the arts section was about a 10-page, 12-page section. And about 3 of those pages were on the arts directly. So my job was utterly delightful. It was to go out and meet people in this new India of the then early 1990s who were teaching themselves an idiom that was both Indian and international. And the other part of the job, which I loved so much, was to go down to the publishing houses, which were in those days all in a row in Daryaganj, in the middle of those crowded Delhi streets with bazaars that had gone back to literally the 17th or 14th century around them, and pick up books that were suitable for review or extract. I was in absolute heaven, but it was only later that I realized that I'd lucked into an organization that also prized integrity. These sound like such old-fashioned things, don't they?
Like I said, legacy person.
Yeah. You have to stop me when I'm running on and on, though.
No, please. It's delightful. I feel like having a conversation with you is like being a leaf on a river and you don't know where you're going and the waves are coming from here and there and you're just flowing. But it's great fun. I'm the happiest leaf ever, so do continue.
I'm going to repeat that. Just stop me anytime that I start overflowing the banks or whatever. But it was a great introduction to the city as well. And if you want to know what Delhi was like at that time, this was the early 90s. We were just beginning to feel the beat and the pulse of liberalization, and most of that was felt in the dismantling of the license Raj that held people back so terribly. I see a little bit of a parallel to that now. We were talking about the creative economy earlier, and some of the barriers in place, whether it's a tax barrier or whether it's just the absence of resources that help somebody who doesn't already have a network of power and influence to join in. Some of those, to see those come down at that time and to see the breath of a fresh energy. Delhi is a city built around a cluster of small and ancient villages. And in that time, Beena Ramani changed the landscape entirely by taking over the Housecarls village and setting up restaurants out there. And of course, there was a lot of Dilliwalas oohing and eyeing over the cuteness of seeing cows and buffaloes as they went off for expensive dinners facing the Housecar snake. But I think she actually started something that allowed us to knit our past and our hopeful future together. Delhi was a very anxious city. If you look at it from a psychic point of view, I think it was always comparing itself either to the slick sophistication of Bombay, or it was hoping someday to be like a London or New York, but aware that it was lagging behind. And it takes some time to understand that you're sitting in a century, you're living in a city that is literally built on the centuries. When I walk around the city today, sometimes it seems populated with writers either living or by the ghosts of writers. Across the road there's Amir Khusro. Down the road from my house there's Rahim Khan of the Dohas. And in more contemporary terms, in Sujan Singh Park, there's Khushwant Singh. Across the river in Mayur Vihar, there's a score of younger writers who cut their teeth in places like Lajpat Nagar or Paharganj or whatever it is. And when you live in a city like that, it's not about whether writing is doing well, which seems to be sometimes the only question we're asking of writing. That anxiety of performance. It's a city that just breeds stories under the roughness, under the aggression. And the Delhi aggression is a serious thing. And I think I just jumped into that life. Even as a newly married woman, my experience of the city was tremendous independence. None of us could afford fancy houses, and we all lived clustered in barsatis or in the first floor of a tumbling bungalow, that kind of thing. And we all ate khichdi towards the end of the month when the budget was running out. And we were all incredibly happy, and what we talked about was books and film and music. And again, in our homes, what flowed was multiple languages, multiple ways of seeing. At some point, the Hindi and the English worlds of the city became a little segregated, The English book launches happened at fancy five-star hotels, and we lost something that used to be an organic connection between the Hindi, Urdu, English worlds, Punjabi as well. These four languages used to move in and out of each other's lives. I think when I started off as a young journalist, if you were on the arts beat, you were expected to be bilingual. It wasn't said, it wasn't stated up front, but it was assumed that if you were Indian, you would have at least one other language at your command. And I don't want to lecture people at all, because I write only in English. I don't write in Bengali because I don't live in Calcutta, and I feel very strongly that it's best to write in a language that you're surrounded by. I don't write in Hindi because aukat nahi hai. There's a great love for that language, but I really don't have the literary heft to even attempt that. But I think our lives are poorer for living in only one language when we have so much choice and when we are surrounded by so much. Gitanjali Shree said this recently with Tomb of Sand when she won the International Booker. And her first thing was not a triumphalism about the language that she writes in, which is Hindi, but just a reminder that we are lucky in a way that maybe we don't see so easily. We live in a country where there are 1,000 streams of literatures, languages, some big, some limited to just 100 speakers or so. But, being aware of that stream or living only in English is also not the best choice you could make.
So many strands to pick up on, or should I say many tributaries to go down on, as you've kind of made your path. So here's the first of them. When one of the subjects that I think about more and more is how are we shaped? How are we shaped as people in all the ways that we are shaped? And when I look back on myself as a young man, I realized that the young me 25 years ago was shaped in many ways that I now realize in hindsight by, for example, by just my home, by my parents. I think from my mother, I got a sense of social arrogance. From my father, I got a sense of intellectual arrogance. And I got good things from them also, like the love of reading and the respect for the arts and all of that. And obviously once you reflect on yourself and you become conscious of these things, and you can begin to change and eliminate them. But it's interesting to think, how you became what you became. And when I was reading your book, you had this part where you were talking about the Bengali obsession for intellectualism, as it were. You referred to an Amitav Ghosh essay where he wrote about the Bong obsession with the Nobel Prize. And there's a certain Bongness certainly in my upbringing, because my mother, of course, was Bengali and my father was, although Punjabi, born in Lahore, but basically from childhood just grew up in Calcutta, where he met my mother and all that. So culturally completely Bengali and all of that. And that set me to wondering that how much of these qualities, the sort of social arrogance which partly, of course, came from the privilege of being located where we were, and the intellectual arrogance. How much of it perhaps was a partly Bengali heritage also? That's really a hard question to answer and almost a rhetorical one. But the question I'd pose to you is that when you look back at the way that you were shaped, that what you became, some of those connections are easy to draw. You were, of course, surrounded by books. There was that culture of reading. So, of course, you would become a reader. That comes from there. But what else? What are the, like, I often think that we used the term earlier in the conversation, mimetic desire, and I think there can also be mimetic personalities. That what we are is contingent on where we are located and so much around us, and we don't realize to what extent that there is. We think that we're autonomous in the way that we shape ourselves, that I can be what I want to be, but often it's not so simple. You earlier referred to how the different crimes in different places in the country, different kinds of crimes. And that got me to thinking that in many ways, geography can be destiny as well, right? How we are shaped is just a combination of all of these things. So at one level, of course, there are the genes that you get. But as Steven Pinker said, nature gives you knobs, nurture turns them. And so beyond what you are born as, you have all these influences around you. So just looking back on yourself, what do you think are those sort of influences which kind of shaped you? That in a parallel universe, if they were not there, you might be a completely different person. And then, as a sort of a mirror image of that answer, what do you think is essential to you? That even if you were born in a humble Tamil household or in Nigeria, that you would still be this. But, so it's sort of a rambling river-like question itself, but...
It's a beautiful question. It's a beautiful question because we're getting to something real rather than, the polite faces that we often put on in a formal conversation or an interview. And I think I was aware early on that a lot of the Bengali sense of exceptionalism, some of it was built on something that is really, really beautiful about Calcutta, Bankura, a large part of Bengal, which is the genuine appreciation for life in all its forms and for craft not as a snobbish, part of life or, they worked so hard on their dancing or their music or whatever, but as a beautiful thing to do with a human life, that stream is very gentle and sometimes subsumed by the fact that Bengal often speaks, as Parimal Bhattacharya reminds you in his book, his recent book, of Bengal as though all of Calcutta is Bengal. And that's absolutely not true. And there's a deep anxiety among Bengalis, which I'm probably going to get a lot of hate mail over this at some point, about being irrelevant, about being left out, no longer, from the time that it stopped being the first city of empire, it's off to a side. Bengal likes to think of itself as revolutionary. But just to digress, one of those famous digressions for a second, I put together a small collection from the Modern Review, which was a publication that came out in 1907 and continued till 1950, capturing the years of the freedom struggle. And it was run by my husband's grandfather, Ramananda Babu, Ramananda Chatterjee. The Modern Review itself was an extremely eclectic magazine, and it positioned itself not as centrist, but as a magazine that would listen to the Congress, but not always fully agree with them, that had space for more than just that, It was somewhere in between. But it was not the only, it was a brilliant endeavor in its set and all of that, but it was only when I started to go into the history of little magazines that you realize they're everywhere. There isn't a region in India that hasn't had a strong intellectual, literary, cultural tradition. The whole sense of Bengal as more than the rest does need to be laid to rest, I don't think I have much patience with that intellectual arrogance either. With my own family, I think when you come across family pride, you start to ask yourself after a while what that pride is in. One of our family members, my great-granduncle, was somebody who took an active part in the freedom struggle and was quite a well-known figure in the years immediately after independence. But when that story was told to me, sometimes it seemed that what was important about him was that he was important. Yeah? When I went into that story, what I found incredibly touching was that, like most Indians, he was just one generation out of a village. He was brought up in fairly humble circumstances. His family was neither affluent nor powerful. But they had a kind of integrity, a wholeness to them that they passed on to him. And in his relationship with the British before India was independence, he, like a lot of the nationalists, we keep going back to them, he, like a lot of the nationalists, didn't have an arrogance about him. He just had a confidence. And I've often looked back at that and thought to myself, where did they have the confidence from when they were told all along, when everything surrounding them said that they were second-class citizens, that Indians were inferior, or that the veiled version of this, you should be grateful to the British for all that they have done, and you are not fit to govern your own country. And then to assert your own selfhood, that's the part where I feel a kind of associated pride. I find it very difficult to feel ancestral pride per se, though, because in that case you're taking credit for somebody else's achievements. Yeah? What I prize about my heritage is not the cocoon part of it. I prize the fact that there were people in my family for many generations who went where their curiosity led them. And I also prize the people who were willing to be ordinary, you know. But there are parts of your family that you step away from as well, and I don't want to be hurtful to anyone who's listening, but it did take a certain amount of reckoning to say that maybe it's best to put aside a certain belief that we have made it on our own. I think if you are born into certain things because of an accident of birth, and whatever that is, that might be financial privilege, it is often in this country majoritarian privilege, right? You have had it easier than others. And it takes away nothing from what you see as the successes of your own life to just acknowledge that. You don't have to, cringe about it. But you do have to see that it was not because of your efforts that you were born into a circumstance where you could, access a good education or whatever. I think the one thing that was surprising about our lives, though, is because my grandfather died the year I was born, my mother's father. I never knew him. I only knew of him. He was a judge and who loved the law. I think we took it for granted that we were brought up by a matriarch. And it was only years later when a cousin of mine pointed that out that I said, okay, maybe one of the reasons why I think that women should be in control is partly because of this. What is just me? I think my stubbornness, actually, more than anything else. The rest of it, if you peel away the privileges, would I have been a reader? Would I have been a writer? I really don't know. I really don't think so. If I'd been married off when I was 16 or 17 or deprived education, maybe I would have thought that that was the right path. Where I find myself on the shakiest ground is actually with some of the principles that I feel so deeply, the belief in democracy, the love of a nation that is a diverse nation that has space for everybody equally. And I honestly cannot tell. This is such a terrible confession to make, but it's a very honest confession. If I'd been brought up in a family that thought it was okay and natural to be bigoted, to discriminate against whoever else was not like you, non-Hindus, Muslims, anyone else, really. There's a shifting slate always to that. Women who read too much. Would I have just imbibed that water? Would I have not questioned it? Something that Samit Basu, who was again a Delhi writer, says, and I think it's in The City Inside, or he said it in an interview. He pointed out that no matter how independent and free we all think we are, it is surprising and illuminating that so many of us take on the professions prescribed to us by our caste identities, So a certain kind of, it's not to do with Bengaliness anymore, but we instinctively, gravitate to this person is an accountant or that person is a teacher, not realizing that it is the ancient shadow of caste somehow making itself felt. So maybe we have a little less agency out here. The part of me that is completely my own, aside from the stubbornness, I think no matter what, I would have been creative. And by creative, I don't mean that shallowly. I mean that I think most humans are born into a sense of play, which is the first foundation for creativity, a sense of questioning, which may be rapidly shut down, but it's there. And a sense of wonder, those three things. Okay? And I think there's something in me that just refuses to roll over and die no matter what other, minor challenges I've gone through. Whatever it is. I mean, in my childhood, for example, there was one person, a much, much older, not my father or uncles or brothers, but somebody who was an older relative who was extraordinarily abusive when I was about 8. And the period from 8 to 12 was darkened by that abuse. And the shadow of that abuse also took me a long, long while to work through in my 20s and 30s. I don't mean this again to be over grateful, but at different times in my life, particularly when I was a reporter on the gender beat, and I met a lot of women who were traumatized for similar reasons or who were in either facing domestic violence or facing the big Me Too that we don't have the space for, which is the number of people who are abused as agricultural laborers or as factory workers. And there's a prohibition against seeking help. And there is no availability of the resources that you need. And I always had the choice to find the help that I needed and to use creative ways to move through whatever experiences had been distressing. You see?
So, here's my next question, which picks up from a couple of the things that you sort of mentioned, including where we just ended. There's this lovely passage about your Didima in your book where you write, you could trace the historical development of women's romances by studying the gradual shift from outback love and doctor and nurse romances through the Greek millionaire and Italian count phase up to the modern phenomenon of softcore erotica and doctor-doctor romances. Didima disapproved of the erotica on the Umberto Eco principle that porn got in the way of a good story, but she liked the egalitarianism of doctors dating rather than doctors hitting on nurses. In his office and his bedroom, my uncle maintained an eclectic collection of paperbacks on subjects as varied as Tibetan Buddhism, physics via the dancing Woolley masters, classical music and jazz, and his passion architecture. Stop quote. And what sort of struck me here was how their reading is kind of different. Right. And I was recently in Chandigarh. My dad had died last year, so we were clearing away his house and just looking at the last remnants and seeing what we wanted and what we didn't want. And I came across a lot of letters which I have kept from my mother to my father. None the other way around, but letters from my mom to my dad all the way from the 1980s onwards. And they were very interesting because one of the things I realized was that all through their marriage, they were desperately lonely people. Right. And it was a sort of they were separately lonely, and the marriage was a kind of mutual loneliness. And in a sense, it was not something either of them could have helped. In the sense, I think my mother was sort of there, not out of choice, but that's just the way marriages worked. And my father's loneliness, in a sense, was self-inflicted. But what is self-inflicted and what is not, and how much agency do people have, and how much are they slaves of the ways in which they are shaped, is all open to question. And that sort of got me to thinking about, like, for me, in an ideal marriage, your partner has to be your best friend, or at least a very close friend, right? It's about that companionship is essential. But I realized that all through the decades and all through human history until now, certainly in India, it's not been that way. It's sort of been instrumental, that they are playing roles. And therefore, in a sense, you play those roles and there isn't sort of that friendship or that communication or whatever, and women are circumscribed to what those roles are. I did an episode with Peggy Mohan, who wrote that wonderful book about the evolution of languages, and there also there is an interesting sort of learning that also points to this, where she points out that when the Aryans first came to India, they were, whether you call them migrants or invaders or whatever, it was men only, right? Because all their travelers, migrants, whatever, they would be hordes of men, and they would marry local women, whether by force or not, we don't know, but whatever, they would marry local women. And Peggy's point was a point about language, but a point about much else, which is that therefore the languages they spoke would be different languages, that the women of a family would speak a particular kind of language and the men would speak a particular kind of language. And initially, of course, it would be because the languages are different, but then gradually it kind of remained this way. So a little child growing up, when a boy would be with the mother, he would learn a bit of the mother's language, but then he would be in a men's world and he would learn the other language, while the girls would grow up and continue learning that kind of language. And this also seems a powerful metaphor for a kind of separation that is sort of there. And just sort of going back to what you said about your grandmother and how she's reading a particular kind of books and your uncle is reading a different kind of book.
What you were picking up on there was actually something that was incredibly formative for me, even though I didn't realize it. In our schooling, we were often, not schooling, but in our colleges certainly, we were often taught that there's a difference between high and low literature. And a lot of even Hindi literature or Bengali literature marks a little distinction, a little snobbery thing, that's cheap literature, that's bestsellers, in the same way that English does. And because I had so much respect for my grandmother, not as my grandmother, but as a person, she had an incredibly open mind, by which I mean that when she first encountered the concept of LGBT relationships, rather than being shocked, as many people in her generation were, and saying that's forbidden, she was extremely curious about this. This was about 20 years before the laws changed in India. And she asked me, she said, "Do you think that it is possible for you to fall in love with a woman?" And I said, "I think if all of us were given those options, wouldn't we? Wouldn't you?" She said, "It was just off the table, but I'm seeing now that it's a broad table. And if you put it back on, then anything is possible." And she thought about it, went away, and then the next day, doing her rounds at Newmarket and doing a little bit of volunteer work and whatever it was that the women of that time did. She comes back and she says, this whole thing about gender, again, this is happening 20 years, 30 years before these debates. How much of being a man or being a woman are we taught, and how much of it is innate? Some of it, I guess, is innate. But isn't there a huge teaching that happens with just, having to take off our mustaches if we're women? She fixated on that, or brush our mustaches out if we're men. This whole thing about effeminate men and all of that. And we were discussing the gender spectrum before there was a gender spectrum. I'm not saying that she was a revolutionary or anything, but she was my friend, And what her being able to move so seamlessly between Sanskrit texts and the great classics on one hand, and the full, Tagoreana and everything that we were steeped in, and then say, this is what I like reading. I like reading these romances. She read them almost like travel brochures, because in an age when people didn't travel that much, your Mills and Boons were the ones that took you off to Australia or whatever. She had a sharp sense of race as well. She did say that she felt that, it was filled with these white protagonists, and then after a while in our minds, when we were reading them, we turned everyone of different races into our own race unconsciously. My uncle, my aunts, the fact that everybody was free to choose their own literature stands to me as one of the greatest privileges of them all. Because over time, I've met so many writers, particularly some of the younger women writers, who grew up in households either where there wasn't a book available or where the reading was very sternly prescribed. You might have had your bookshelves filled with great literature, but you were supposed to read only that. And you were supposed to read it at particular times. Aside from the fact that reading is expensive, as in people have to buy books, and expensive in terms of time, if you're a reader, one of the reasons why women have such a barrier about reading even today in this country is because it automatically means that you have leisure. And for women and men, I think there's a great suspicion, particularly for women, but also for men, about this whole thing of having free time. That means privacy. That means you're thinking thoughts in your head and experiencing things that are moving far beyond the ambit that the family has set for you. You know? I think they taught me not to be a snob. And over the years with my own reading, often this happens with when I became a writer and I was interviewed as a writer, people would ask, and what are the books that shaped you? And I'd mention, some of my old favorites because it's not fair to weight this game by mentioning writers who make you look good. You should be honest about your own reading at least, right? So I'd mention the Garcia Marquez's and the Toni Morrisons or Rushdie or whoever because they were such great influences. But I'd also mention the pulp fiction, the really cheesy science fiction or the shady Bengali detective fiction or those Hindi confessional stories that used to happen in women's magazines about women's lives, all very dramatically punched up and etc. And inevitably, when the interview came out, only the books that made me look like a writer person would be left in the text. You see what I mean? I mean, I'm sure that my interviewers didn't mean to do this deliberately, but it's like unconsciously in our minds when we think of reading, we divide it into worthy and unworthy. You're asking a more sensitive question, though, about intimate family relationships. Was that it?
About
or
really,
the private history of families?
About really the different roles of men and women and how, and not different but unequal, where the roles of women are incredibly circumscribed. And what happens, I think, as kids is that we take for granted that the world around us is the world as it is and the world as it should be, and so on and so forth. But I think at some point, layers begin to peel off and you realize that no, this is not how it should be, and you begin to view the world differently. Maybe over time you developed frames of seeing the world in a particular way. So it's like a dual question almost, which is partly about, or let's just narrow it down to one question, which is about how was your consciousness of all of this? And over the years, how did your feminism thereby evolve? Because I guess, with when I did my episode with Mrinal Pandey, she mentioned that when she was 13 or something, she had an argument with her mother because she felt that her mother was spending too much time obsessing over the meal she would cook for Mrinalji's dad. And she was like, why are you doing this? His food is not that important. Why are you so stressed all the time about the food? And that's like a feminist instinct. But at that point, as she said, she hadn't read about feminism. She wouldn't have known the term. She wouldn't have, been able to put a frame to it. So now, in your sense, one, of course, you are brought up by a matriarch, as it were, or have these role models around you whose lived experiences and experience, perhaps to some extent, of not conforming to their roles, and perhaps to some extent of, making those roles expand and fill out around them. But we've spoken a lot about Nilanjana Roy, the reader, but if we are to talk about Nilanjana Roy, the feminist, tell me a bit about that, where, how do you look at the lived feminism of people around you in many small ways, the fights that they fight, and what were the frameworks that you then began to develop? And did it not, at some point in time, being in India and so on and so forth, leave you with a profound sense of anger as well? And if so, how did you deal with that anger?
My feminism did not come from the family. In the family, there were many useful role models. I realized later that the real gifts of the family, for example, was that they took love, even in the middle of heated arguments and quarrels and differences of opinion, for granted. There was an equality between my father, who passed away last year, and my mother, in the sense that they were both free to quarrel with each other when they disagreed. And they were partners, they were companions. My father wholeheartedly, and his father surprisingly, my Thakuda, who was a manager for Andrew Yule in Cuttack, and then lived with my parents for some years and brought Bengali and many other things into our lives. He was a very gentle man. I grew a little spoilt by the fact that I would not call the men in my family feminists per se, but they were men who saw women as equals, you know? And that spoilt me a little bit for the rest of the world. It was often a shock in my early work to encounter men who were misogynists. I had been cosseted. And I had been fortunate also in school, by and large, not to come across too much in the way of misogyny. Where it showed for my mother was that she was part of the generation who were expected to be superwomen. So she became a lawyer at 39, and I think we were a little bit of family mythology around that, you know. Before that, she'd done various things. She taught in nursery schools. She was a fantastic mother in the sense that she used to just pick up whatever random, you know, friends of ours and us were wandering around the neighborhood and take us off on adventures and excursions. So one day we'd be swimming or we'd be going to the Qutub Minar and exploring things. And my family was a family of women drivers. Most of the men drove terribly, and almost all of the women drove well. And I remember one of my first feelings of deep independence was actually learning to drive at probably an illegal age, you know. And my mother taught me, and my grandmother refined that teaching. My grandmother was also a crack driver. And being a crack driver, being a decent shot, that kind of stuff, was not feminism, but it made you feel like you were holding your own in a world that you could already see was unequal. Where it felt really unfair was at a very early age. I felt circumscribed by all these rules about you can't go out on the road, you have to take your brother with you, you have to do this, you have to do that. Everything that was there for our safety, particularly in Delhi. I felt it like a blow. In Calcutta, at least, I was reasonably free. By evening, you had to come back in any Indian city. You know, that was the unspoken rule for a young Indian woman. The first time that I was pushed around and hurt or molested on a street, I think it comes as a shock, and then you realize that you have to defend yourself against it. And in a sense, that molesting carries a little bit of egalitarianism against, you know, unless you're cocooned in an air-conditioned car all your life. It's something that you're going to experience as a woman. But from a very early age, I was sharply aware not of the territory of feminism. You know, we were brought up with this myth of women and men were equal. And even in my family, the women would bring the food out of the kitchen, or if the staff was doing that, the women would still be the ones hovering. The men didn't hover. The men didn't feed everyone else at the table. And those little subtle things are where you see that, you know, no matter how much you've progressed, there is still territory that's not as equal as it seems, if that makes sense. The women were expected to hold down a career and come back and be perfect hostesses, be mother and do this. You know, there was always an and. The men didn't have an and. They could just be one thing or the other, and somebody would make sure that the shirts were starched. You see what I mean? It's in the body that you feel it. I was a child who lived so deeply in my mind, you know, not just in the imagination, but I think in a mind that I've talked to Manjula about this, Manjula Padmanabhan, who's another of the Delhi writers whom I admire very much. Ursula K. Le Guin's talked about the non-gendered mind, the fact that when you're creating something, you're deeply immersed in studying something, your mind has no gender at that time. It's beyond gender, you know. And often living in an Indian city, wherever you were, felt like being rudely and violently pushed back into your body. That only enhanced when I became, that sense became doubly enhanced when I was a reporter. And I found myself sometimes, to my absolute fury, being dependent on the goodwill of photographers for my safety, or dependent on the concern of editors for my safety. And as much as I was glad that they were caring, part of me really resented having to be dependent. I experienced the difference between the genders in India first, not as a battle or as an ideology, but as territory. You see? So to me, even now, the city has a gendered geography. Everywhere that I go, even in the mountains, I walk fairly fearlessly all across. I walked for years I think, part of writing a book is not the book itself. It's what you discover on the way to writing a book, a lot of which you will discard. I was diffident about writing a certain section in Black River which has to do with the Yamuna itself and the people who live on its banks. And so to get over that diffidence, I walked the length of as much of the Yamuna as I could to just learn it spatially. Even if it's not for the book, it might come out into just a chapter or a couple of sentences. You're doing that really for yourself. You're learning a part of your city that you would not know anything about, or a part of your country or a part of your history that you would not know anything about otherwise. And in that time, I've experienced aggressive acts in the Aravalis and the Yamuna maybe 3 times on all those walks. And each time has been unpleasant and mercifully, not very serious. But each time my guides to whether a territory was safe or unsafe were the women. So when you're walking around the Aravalis trying to learn, part of that landscape, the women will tell you this is absolutely safe until 3 p.m. But after 3 p.m., the men come in and they'll sit there and just be careful. And the first thing they'll say is, are you on your own? And language is a protection. If you come across as English speaking and from a very, very obviously, privileged background, if you're a wandering woman, then either you're mad, like Laldi than the saints of old, or you're exceptionally privileged. We carry that with us like a badge, and it becomes your safety, that layer of privilege or whatever. Walking is stressful, but it became my way of pushing back. I think, we all have these quiet battles. Meanwhile, the river of feminism that's flowed, I think I'm sometimes troubled by this. We act as though the battles of the past are over, and they are not. Nobody talks about dowry deaths today. It's moved to a different corner of sexual violence. When I was a reporter at the New York Times, bear with me because these are apparently disconnected, but they're actually lining up in a row. When I was a reporter at the New York Times, we found ourselves, me and my editor, Jean Moore, who was an absolute genius of an editor. She had this way of not making your story hers, but of asking the right questions and pushing you in the right direction and turning an opinion piece into more of a reported piece. She wanted to make sure that what you were seeing was really the truth of the landscape that you were looking at, or the truth of people's lives. And she taught me to be respectful to the people whom we were talking to, whether they were the victims of violence or whether they were women who were surrogate mothers or whether they were homeless women on the streets. And we kept running into this story. We kept trying to do other stories on gender and kept running into that first wave of mainstream, ritualized street violence, And that was just a reflection of the dowry deaths of an earlier time. That violence and that belief that women are somehow inferior, that, you can be killed if you don't bring enough to a marriage, or as happened with the more sophisticated evolution of dowry deaths, you could be killed if you had contributed as much as your family was able to contribute, and then it was time for the next bride to come in, you see? The street violence was coming in more or less as a reaction to a phenomenon of those times, which was that women were moving more around. They were moving out of their houses. They were migrating more. They were taking up jobs. And this wave of violence was the pushback. And despite that, women kept coming until the economy tightened. The cultural and social politics also changed. And one of the great tragedies of our time, it's been reported, but to my mind a little underreported given everything else that's going on, is the fact that women have receded in every way from the economic space, from public spaces as such, from there's a movement backwards in that sense. I think I realized very early on that my view as, often we name check privilege, but I don't mean to do that. I just mean that literally if you grew up as an upper caste Hindu woman, then there are many things that you are simply not going to see. So a lot of feminism for me, whether I was listening to Gloria Steinem or Bell Hooks or Adrienne Rich abroad, or whether I was reading or learning about the work of grassroots movements out here in India, from Chipko to, the major caste movements to the major movements of organized labor. Those have been written and reported about, but again, they aren't mainstream as such. I think I took a step back from feminist activism myself. My role has been much more the participant, the observer in all of these protests, and sometimes, the speaker, but I've never felt that, I've always felt that it's a good idea to pass the mic to people who are actually there engaging with struggles on the ground, rather than to hand the mic to someone like me who's just witnessing or observing. But the other thing that I learned was, again, from the women who are sometimes most deeply engaged in this kind of struggle. This was just before the December protests in Delhi of 2012 over the murder of Jyoti, the young woman on the bus who was so brutally raped and then killed for the crime of just being out to see a movie and being available and being there and being unprotected. And before that, for 2 years, there had been this running wave of protests all across the rural parts of Haryana and Jind. Those protests were grievous. I cannot tell you how many tragedies were lay behind those protests. I met fathers, mothers, sisters, brothers whose lives had been devastated by the casual murders or rapes or dismemberments of the women that they held dear. And somehow, despite that, every protest that you'd go to, somebody would bring out a drum, somebody would be playing music, somebody would be singing protest songs. And I remember the second time I joined in this was in Jind. It must have showed on my face that I was surprised at this. Where were the serious speeches? Where was the 1 minute silence? And the women just looked at me and said, "We are not protesting to be sad. We are protesting for better lives. We are protesting in order to be happy. And whatever else we can't claim, We can't claim equal rights. We can't claim the right even to be safe in our own homes or out on the streets. But we can claim the right to be happy in this moment." And that was a very powerful learning for me. I think most of my relationship with feminism has come from there. And historically speaking, this is where being a reader comes in handy. I think, the idea that how most of the feminist victories have been won, women are equal, what are they crying about now? In one way or the other, that comes up. Me Too is where our attention is focused at this time. But it is certainly not the only battle around, from reproductive rights to the right to education, whatever you wear or whatever community you come from, which has been such a big thing in India right now and in Afghanistan and places like that. I think we forget how recent all of this is. Just a few generations back, women in England, in Austen writes about this, did not have the right to own property because they were property themselves. That entire obsession with marriage that comes through in her books is basically coming through because women had no life if they could not make a good marriage. And that's where, that underlying all the humor and the lightness of it and the 2 inches of ivory. It's not 2 inches of ivory. You're talking about the lives of generations of women who were nothing and had nothing and could only become governesses or, burdens on their family if they did not find a man to say yes to them, right? That was pretty recent. I wrote this, I think, as a Facebook post, but I was reading Ram Mohan Roy and Raja Ram Mohan Roy, the 18th century reformers' letters the other day. And I think for the first time it struck me, what we know of Raja Ram Mohan Roy is that, yes, he had the laws of sati changed. It's when you start reading the letters that you realize how long that campaign ran and how exhausting it was on him and his family. Because he'd offended Orthodox Hindus who were arguing at that time with perfect logic for the right to keep burning women. I looked at those records, and some of the women in the Calcutta district who became satis not so long ago, this would have been less than, 5 generations, 6 generations? That's how recent it is. Some of them were 15 years old or 16 years old or 12. And the oldest would have been in their 70s and 80s, facing the pyre. And what horrifies me is not, more evidence of the fact that we can be barbaric, all of us. What horrifies me is that we were willing for the longest time to intellectually justify this, and that, the British get a lot of credit for changing the law, but they changed the law only after cautious dipstick checks that there were enough Hindus who would support this. You see? It's only been less than a generation since my own grandmother, my father's mother, her first marriage, which she did not like, happened when she was very young. She was just about, I think, something like 13 or 15. And she extricated herself from that marriage, found an independent life somehow, and married my grandfather many years later. But all of these things are very close. It's not even been 100 years since women in India won the right to vote. And we were pretty enlightened in our pre-independence debates about that. But there was, even at that time, there was a strand of opinion that thought that women should not really be bothered or troubled with this, you see? So we forget that everything that we talk about in terms of equality, and this is not just gender, but the entire post-World War II landscape of human rights are important. We should not discriminate against each other. We have had enough of the Holocaust. All of this is very recent, and it flies in the face, I think, of centuries of human practice. And it's wise to remember that when you're talking about feminism. I have taken you down a whole different river this time.
No, it's such a learning experience listening to you. So before I get to my follow-up question, I am reminded of a song, because since you mentioned people in protests also sing and dance, you spoke about women in the 19th century waiting and hoping someone says yes, and there is this lovely poem by Lawrence Alma Tadema called If No One Ever Marries Me, which Natalie Merchant turned into this beautiful song, which I'll link from the show notes. Have you heard it?
Yes.
So I'll just read this
But
out
please.
for the benefit of my listeners. If No One Ever Marries Me by Lawrence Alma Tadema. And despite the name, this is written by a woman. If no one ever marries me, and I don't see why they should, for nurse says I'm not pretty and I'm seldom very good. If no one ever marries me, I shan't mind very much. I shall buy a squirrel in a cage and a little rabbit hutch. I shall have a cottage near a wood and a pony all my own, and a little lamb quite clean and tame that I can take to town. And when I'm getting really old, at 28 or 9, I shall buy a little orphan girl and bring her up as mine. And this also sort of reminded me of Hemabati Sen, who I, first read about in Kavita Rao's excellent book on lady
Absolutely.
doctors. And again, another sort of remarkable woman, beginning with, she was married, I think, at the age of 9 to a husband who was 40-something, and he already had kids. And during the day, she would play with his children, and at night, she'd be raped. And when she was 11, he died, and her in-laws died, and her parents died. So she's in this little village, I think it was in Sylhet. She's in this little village in Bengal, far from everything, 11 years old, no relatives, no one to take care of her, no money. And she goes from there to actually get an education and become a lady doctor, and phenomenal woman. And then she writes a book, and she keeps all her writings in a trunk, which is not opened for 70 years, until 70 years after her death. And then is published as her memoirs. So a fantastic story. And I want to ask you, therefore, about the long arc, right? One of the things that you mentioned is that in some ways today women have gone backwards, and some of those we can see statistical indicators like women in the workforce, for example, and I've had many episodes on that with the likes of Namita Bhandare and Shrena Bhattacharya. But I've also spoken to people like Parumita Vora, Kavita Krishnan, Manjima Bhattacharya recently, who had more optimism that in the longer arc there was progress, and you can't ignore that there might be moments where it seems that things are getting bad, but if you just have to take a step back and not allow yourself to sort of get despondent, and you have to see that longer arc. What's your sense about that longer arc?
I believe in it. And that's a short answer, but I don't think there is room for despair. I think despair is energy sapping. But aside from that, I think despair is built on false perception. We are so in love with our own time that we also like to think of our wars as extraordinary, Oh my God, World War III is on the horizon. Well, look at every century of human history really, and cannot remember a time that was free of wars. We also lived through the extraordinary burst of hope that accompanied the falling of the Berlin Wall. We have this movement from progress to regression to finally, let's hope that we keep moving forwards rather than backwards. But if you want hope, it's there all through history. Let's stay on gender for a second, but women like Andal, women like Mirabai, women like Lal Deed, these were three women who in different centuries chose to live their own lives as free as possible and chose to define religion and faith in their own ways. I still remember Lal Deed's, which is so beautifully translated by Ranjit Hoskote, where she says, I have gone into the forest and wrestled with the lion. And there's this roar from her century, which was, she died in 1392, I think. And from her century to mine, her saying, I have fought for what I have. I have worked for the knowledge, in the rest of the work she says something. She says, what there was in the books I've taken and what there wasn't in the books, I have taught myself. And then she says, I've gone into the forest and wrestled with the lions. And basically she's saying, I own this territory, I will be me, whether or not you allow me to be myself or not. So when I look at the history of just narrowing it down to either India or America, which is going through its own grievous moment with of regression on many, many fronts, but definitely on gender rights and, the whole Black Lives Matter movement being followed by the rise of white supremacy. Do you see an absence of grit when you see Meena Kotwal at the Mook Nayak, one of my favorite media outlets, when you see the women of Khabar Nehriya, moving by degrees towards finding themselves in possession of a camera, taking the story firmly from the hands of people who will interpret for them. To your grassroots readers, I see a vacuum at the political stage, but I don't think, a lot of token women up there. The Hindu right wing is brilliant at foregrounding women and giving them roles to play within that project. But I would venture to add roles to play without political agency of their own, without asking themselves, is this really good for us? You can do what you want to, you can have a great deal of power, but if you dare to voice an opinion about women or about communal disharmony that is different from what your group says, you will mercilessly be cut out of your group. Okay? Given that, I think we are going through a time of churn, a time of inevitable questioning. We will fall further backwards because we're trying to decide on something really big. Nations are so new, nations are so young, right? It's an idea that's been introduced and that will need to be defended not once but over and over again. With so many countries, I see the same question arising, don't you? Which is, what is it that holds us together? What should hold us together? What makes us a whole? And the answers to that question are either going to be uniting, which is an extremely difficult project. If you think about it, it's a mental state of hand. You're saying all of us, by dint of geography and a shared history, are together, but not those people across the border, who share the same geography and at least part of the same history. Or you're doing the simple thing of dividing people by saying, we are the only ones who belong and the rest of them don't. And that's a very clean story. I see a lot of things in terms of narratives. And I see that in the churn that we're going through at this time, don't you see that some people are falling back in search of an older, maybe more regressive, but ultimately a safer narrative? There's a king, he's an evil king, or she is an evil queen, they're tyrants. That's familiar. You see what I mean? If you're moving away from democracy back into an autocracy, and we've had so much written about autocracies and the pull of strong men and all of that. At least that's familiar. One of my fellow columnists at the Financial Times, Janan Ganesh, wrote recently that the direction that he thinks that Europe might head in is not actually towards autocracies, but he thinks that they're heading towards a time of anarchy. And for many people, not knowing the uncertainty of We are an imperfect, messy democracy. We're trying to work out what the meaning of this democracy is in a time when you also have technological and oligarchic pressures. And we're trying to define ourselves in the middle of, these enormous tectonic pressures. You'll choose certainty over uncertainty. Most of humankind would. Change is frightening, right?
So, a couple of thoughts and then my follow up question. And one thought is that what you asked about that common question that reverberates, that what can bring us together, how can we unite, and all of that. I think what's happening in modern times is that there is a trend that goes in two different directions, and I don't know which will prevail. And one has to do with a crumbling away of the mainstream, but this time in the context of nation states. That I think more and more nation states, with their hard boundaries that prevent people from reaching across and so forth, are becoming irrelevant. And the reason is technology, because technology is allowing us to, one, it's empowering individuals in a way that politics has failed to do in many different contexts, and it's helping people reach out and make geography irrelevant. And in that sense, what will unite us, I think there's a role that technology can play with the natural liberalism that it brings about. But the opposite is also true, which is that technology, and we'll talk about social media afterwards, but how technology can always also divide us and polarize us and so on and so forth. And when you speak about people falling back and becoming more regressive, I think of the constant struggle of humankind, the ongoing struggle of humankind, as a struggle of human beings against our own programming. Right? All animals, in a sense, have a source code inside them. They are programmed to be a certain way. And human beings are the only species which is also programmed to reflect on that programming and to mitigate it and to fight against it. Right? And we are, of course, programmed in contradictory ways as well. We are programmed to be tribal, but at a different level, we are also programmed to be altruistic. And we can reflect upon our programming, and therefore we can mitigate it and fight it and let the better angels of our natures, as Steven Pinker eloquently puts it, emerge from there. And I think that that's sort of a constant battle, and it might seem that because of technological trends and because of what's happening around us, the way the worst the worst demons of our natures, as it were, it can sort of be amplified by technology as well. And that's sort of the negative side of it, and we'll kind of come back to it. But these were my two musings. But my follow-up question is this, that in an episode I did recently with Shruti Kapila, she spoke about how she would be very keen on seeing whether the women of India can be united as voters. You were talking about women in politics being mainly tokenistic, and the natural question can arise, as it has for Shruti, that why don't women just look at their own interests and then vote as one? But I also did an episode with Rukmini S, the data journalist, the journalist rather, and she pointed out that all her studies and all the data that she's looked at show that this is not the case. Women actually vote because of a multiplicity of factors, and thinking of themselves as women and fighting back against the inequities is not something that drives their voting, at least. And one reason for that, of course, could be that all parties are equally misogynistic and all of that. So what do you do? That's society. But I think a deeper reason is that a lot of women also, you will find, rail against feminism. Which is so completely bizarre. They're happy playing in the name of tradition at, reinforcing the subsidiary roles that they play. And my question here is this, that you've referred earlier to how one of the things that you love about our society, and that I do as well, is that we are so open and so tolerant and all of that. I remember I had a conversation with the politician J.P. Narayan, and I was talking about how illiberal our society is. And of course that, you look at gender, you look at caste, you look at so many things, and we're deeply illiberal. And he pointed out that without denying it, that if you look at it from another lens, we're deeply liberal, that we are a very assimilative society. If you look at our food, our clothing, our culture, so much is really assimilative and tolerant and all of that. Now, what I've been struggling to grasp is that today we are in a place where our society is unquestionably divided, where there is bigotry and sexism and all of that is widespread. And my sense, and the great book by Akshay Mukul on the Gita Press, and I had an episode with him, seems to bear it out. My sense is we were always like this. This is not something new. These aspects of our society have not been shaped by a hateful politics, but it is the other way around. Our hateful politics is supply springing up in response to demand, and that our society has also always been like this. So, how would, looking back at the span of all these years where you've grown up and you've worked and you've written and you've thought about this country and you've engaged with our politics in whatever way, what do you feel about this larger question that, was our society always like this? And in a sense, is it now that politics has caught up with society? And, what are your sort of thoughts?
I'm trying to see where I stand between hope and despair, because the truth is, it's not just the rise to power of a particular person or a particular party, or that the Hindu right wing is in charge. I think what grieves us most is our own selves, isn't that it? It's our neighbors turning this way, that way, for whatever reasons. And I've never wanted to live anywhere outside the country. I'm speaking personally and perhaps very selfishly at this moment. I've never had a desire to have a life abroad, to visit abroad, to spend time there, yes. The world is a big place and we're all citizens of the world as well. I don't think I've ever been as heartbroken by what is happening in this country as I am today. And as time goes by, as the political opposition fails and fails again, as our social fabric seems to crumble under the enormous pressure, let me say, put on it by a constant wave of tech-enabled propaganda and hatred. I've been tracking that hatred for a while, and I've seen it move from being little bubbles on Facebook, which is bad enough and corrosive enough, to being casual and mainstream and on your television sets, and it is unreasonable not to expect human beings not to be changed by what they're consuming. Okay? Ravish Kumar has said this, other people have said this. At this point, we are consuming poison. And make no mistake, that has changed us. It is going to change us if we harden our hearts. If we continue to think that it is all right to condone extreme violence, extreme dispossession of any one of us, the moment that you turn around as a country and you say, you can be killed, we used to have this running joke among a certain percentage of us journalists about the abyss. I'd just about stopped writing op-eds at that stage and gone back to a job that allowed me to read books instead, as it happened. But all of the op-eds about India, written in India and outside India, used to have that damn abyss around, right? Ki haan, we are on the edge of the abyss, we have descended into the abyss. And I'm like, at what point are you going to see that we are deep inside this morass, and that what we are racing towards is clinically a place that no country, no nation, no people wants to go towards? It's very hard to turn away from that violence. But because I also remember reading accounts of first the horror, the helplessness that people felt when the inevitable violence of partition happened. And this was a country that had just been born, where you barely had a government. The British had just left, without leaving much in place to stem this violence. And after it stopped, the question on people's minds were, are we even a country? Is there anything that holds us together? I will say this, it's not a question of set aside Modi this, Modi that, the Hindu Rashtra. You've had enough people who know deeply, who have studied the subject, talk to you about this. But if your country does not hold together, then sooner or later you're just going to break into smaller and smaller pieces. Somebody will demand a homeland of their own. Somebody will say, all right, now that we finished saying that they don't belong either. And sometimes when I look at the map of India, it seems that it is smouldering, that there are fires everywhere. You have to get back to what holds you together. And it's been a long time since we focused on that. For a while after independence, I think what held us together was a combination of necessity and humanity, and all those slightly cheesy hum ek hai, an ek hai, unity and diversity adds and all of that. They were cheesy, but they had a function. There was a functionality to it, and that was to remind us that simply we couldn't afford hate. We didn't have to love each other. A lot of this living side by side with each other, these agreements that we hammer out, even in America, even in England or Europe, it's only in the big cities that you have assimilation, integration, All of these things, they cut against our deepest tribal instincts, right? And still we abide, and still we fight back, and still we try to find a way to say that this shouldn't happen and maybe we should be together, and still there is courage, an enormous amount of courage. So if you ask me where there's hope, the hope for me lies in the fact that many people haven't given up, that there is a quiet bravery, whether it's in protests such as the farmers' protest or the citizens' protest. It's easy to mock people who are standing up and reading out the preamble. But if you've been there on a cold winter night in Delhi or out in Lucknow or somewhere, and you've heard the fervor and the faith in people's voices, you know that somewhere there's a contrary ripple that is reaching back to that time and saying, what if? What if we could imagine ourselves back into existence again? I don't think any country skips that, Amit. That question of who we are, and Europe is facing it in its own way. If Europe lets go of nationhood, then what is it but a collection of warring empires without colonies? You see? What is America if it lets go of its original declarations? So again, here we are back at the imagination. You have to imagine yourself into a people. You have to imagine this whole project of unity, diversity, living together, secularism, jo bhi kaho. It isn't as easy as just saying it. One thing that forged people together after the freedom struggle was, if you read Manohar Malgaonkar and if you read Mulk Raj Adan and other writers from that period, Kamala Das, etc., Kanthapura, Raja Rao's great book, you see that it wasn't this cartoon story of the whole country coming together to fight the British. Among the Indians, there were many who rested their faith in the princely states that were taken apart after independence. There were many who were also perfectly happy to let the British be the emperors of this age. Take care, what is wrong? We are Rai Bahadurs, we are benefiting from the system. They're not so bad, etc. You had to imagine independence for yourself, and any country that can do that has a shot at imagining its way back to safety from where we are heading. The only thing is that once you have a certain kind of conflict break out, once you open the doors to all the things that we are fearing, whether it's some people fear civil war, some people fear another genocide, some people just fear a time of vast persecution, endless persecution that's normalized, and where all you have to ask of the other people in this project is to look away. You assure them immunity and you say look away, and that's all that is required.
So, I'll make a brief anti-national aside and then ask the follow-up question to the follow-up question, going further and further down tributaries and branching to God knows where. And the aside is that what you mentioned about the country breaking up and all of that, sometimes I wonder if it would have been better if we weren't one united country, but if we were many countries. Like, I did an episode on the great VP Menon with Narayani Basu. And one of the sort of things I realized while reading up on Menon and Sardar Patel and what they did was that what Patel and Menon did in bringing this great country politically together, between the years 47 to 50, was like an act of fast-track colonization. What the British did over centuries, these guys did in a few months, a lot of it through violence and coercion. And of course, I believe the end doesn't justify the means. And a lot of it through promises that were later broken. And it seems to be, in many ways, a profoundly immoral act. But leave that aside. It is what it is. And both of us love this country for what it is, and so on and so forth. But But that's just a thought I sometimes have, that maybe if we were many different countries or different nations, governance would be much better, because the point is governance gets better the more local it is. And we have too much of sort of a centralized system, and that kind of works against it. Why not just have a whole bunch of states competing with each other to govern better and to attract people and to attract capital and so on and so forth? Because we have nowhere near the federalized kind of system that we should. Though having articulated this aside, when you mentioned partition, you mentioned the inevitable violence of partition, and that word inevitable strikes me, and I think it's an apt term, and I think it's I would apply it to where we are today and say that this was inevitable, because my sense is that our society was always like this, but why is it so bad today? Why is it amplified so much? And I turn to this concept I picked up from Timur Kuran's 1999 book, Public Lies, Private Truths, where he came up with the concept of preference falsification, and he gave the example of the Soviet Union. Till the last years of the Soviet Union, nobody in that place spoke against the state, because they thought they were the only ones who felt that way, who felt that anger, and therefore they hid their preference. That was preference falsification. And the example Quran gave was, look, that at one point there was something called a preference cascade, where people realized that, hey, they're not the only ones. Everybody feels like them. And then eventually it seems like it happened almost overnight, but people didn't change their minds overnight. They could just express themselves. And I think in a negative sense, a similar thing happened with social media, where I think people within our society were fundamentally bigoted and sexist and casteist and all of that. But it was not something you could express in polite company. You felt guilty about it. It was something you held within you. And with social media, you suddenly realize that, damn it, everybody feels like me. And then you become emboldened to express yourself openly. And you don't need, like, politicians stop dog whistling because they can just say things directly. They don't need to dog whistle anymore. So the hatred that we see around us has found expression in modern times because of technology and social media, but has not been created in modern times. It was always there, simmering beneath the surface, and it was bound to come out at some point. And the other thing that you sort of mention, where you speak about imagining an India, the necessity to imagine an India, I think it was a grand task done by well-meaning men with the best of intentions. But I also think that it failed because that imagination, when it happened, was done by a group of elites, and the India they were imagining was not the India there was. And in trying to force fit the India of their imagination into the real India, they failed because it tried to go top down and not bottom up. Like one trope that I keep revisiting on my shows is how, if you look at our constitution, it was essentially a liberal constitution, nowhere near as liberal as I would like, but relatively. It was essentially a liberal constitution imposed on an illiberal society. And you can ask a meta question about whether such an imposition can be liberal itself. But therefore, it was bound to fail. That Gandhi was right, where he said that you have to change society from within. Top-down interventions will fail. And I think we see the folly of that act of imagination today. And I would say that if elites today try to imagine a new India into being, it is bound to fail in the same way. And I don't think it's a bad thing that those kind of elites are no longer in power, because they were foolish and they failed, and we didn't get anywhere with that. What we need to do is make society more liberal, if that is possible. And I believe it is possible, but I believe it's very difficult, and we are not really moving towards that so far. So just a bunch of sort of thoughts on, what we were speaking about. So do you have something you'd like to respond to? Or?
I was thinking about the inevitability of some things, as this peculiar thing called a nation when you don't even speak the same language. We say we have a common history, but parts of the South, parts of the Northeast, parts of the West have very, very distinct and individual histories. I don't really agree with the fragmentation theory. I think in practice you'll find that it's a much less utopian and more messy thing.
Balkan violence is what you sort of mean.
Exactly. Quite aside from being anti-national. But let me get back to a few things. I don't think that this country was imagined into being entirely by a handful of elites. One of the things that one of our major national parties has forgotten, actually, is how broad its origins were as a big tent and how diverse the group of people and politicians who gravitated to the Congress in that time were. I don't think that we should idolize anything, whether that is the party presently in charge or the Congress of Gandhi's time, to see things through the lens of adulation and, oh, how fantastic they were. What the Congress really was a mass movement. And I'm stressing that mass to say that I think where Gandhi and the other leaders' extraordinary achievement was to carry a huge proportion of the body politic along with them, to rouse them to a fever of longing for this ideal country. Set us against that, and we are not going to discuss ideas of India because, that's such an old and trash debate. But there is the dream of the Begumpura, the ideal place where without caste, without communal differences, without religions, there's also a parallel longing for that. Now let's bring technology in. Curiously enough, one of the areas where I'm optimistic about is after seeing the damage done across the globe by big tech and by the weaponization of tech as a tool to spread very successfully narratives, feelings, attitudes, beliefs of hatred. One of these questions that we keep asking ourselves, were we always like this? Were we always hateful? And I think of that old, you know it well, that Buddhist meditation story about the two wolves. You have two wolves, one destructive, one enormously creative, one benevolent, one hostile.
There's four wolves. No, I get what you're saying.
But, benevolent, creative एक side and hostile and destructive on the other, right?
You wanted a wolf when you were a child, but anyway, that's an aside. But yeah, people have to read your book and learn about.
Of course I wanted a wolf. Who doesn't?
I don't want a wolf, but yeah.
I find this very strange. Anyway, so to get back to these two wolves, it's a simple question. It's the one you feed. And we pay too much emphasis on, are we like this? Are we like that? Do we have this in our national character? Yeah, where are people's attention being directed? What are they consuming? And our belief, in the fullness of a personality independent of this is touching but deeply misplaced. Every one of us, in addition to having that unbreakable seed of a self inside, is also basically a component of a mixture of everything that we have consumed, everything that we are taking in, and most seriously, where we are directing our attention to. So, as dismayed as I've been by the consequences of this technologically driven and enabled hate, a simple example, you've seen what Twitter is these days. Imagine a Twitter where for just one day, it is not possible to abuse Kashmiris, Muslims, Bengalis, liberals, seculars, jo bhi. For one day, it's not there. And you can see it. I mean, those are our pet hates. Other people have different pet hates. But for that one day, discourse would be that much freer. People's blood pressure would not be that high. Their sense of being under threat and being attacked would be much, much lower. In effect, if you could cut that out, you would change the stream itself. You would change where people were looking. If your attention has been directed to hate, it's not just because people love hating or because we have this ancient enemy or whatever. It's simply because hatred in the short run is politically extremely lucrative, right? Run a riot or mini riot or a set of, demolitions or destructions of people's homes, and you will win an election. It's as simple as that. If there wasn't a correlation between the two, people would not do it. If for 8-10 years, the people who have been most concerned with spreading propaganda, most diligent about it, most engaged in this project, and who have also mastered the tools that were available to everybody right from the start of this decade onwards, then don't blame technology per se for being a purveyor of hate. What it shows you silently is that if you take the other projects as seriously, and let me just say this on mic so that we have this, spread love. what's your first reaction? Your first reaction is, what the hell, yeah, cynicism, laughter, you know, sirf pyar batao. What kind of wussy message is that? That's what we think of love, right? We don't think of love or loving each other or being compassionate or living together as good things. We think of them as prissy things. How do you change that messaging? People are smart here. If you really want to change it, you can. But that has to be not just a political project, it has to be a social project. Is it possible? Yes, because in microcosms, it did help us live by each other's sides uneasily, imperfectly, but still try, you know. Cities like Delhi and Bombay and Calcutta Calcutta has a reputation for being eclectic. But the same old divisions do operate. There's a South Calcutta and a North Calcutta, there's a South Bombay, and there's the rest of Bombay as well. I think we are imperfect in these projects, but I think we've done enough of the movement of people from villages to the city. The places that taught me in Delhi that we could live side by side, I don't want to romanticize this, but unfortunately this is actually a truth. It was not the new slums, it was not the old grand residential colonies which fall very easily back, the RWAs and the gated colonies. Unconsciously, they will fall back into the habits of segregation and they will keep people out. I see that the map of South Delhi itself is changing to be far more, majoritarian than it used to be and far less assimilative. But it was the in-between places. It was the Lajpat Nagar places which are grudgingly but for money, open to refugees from all across South Asia. And it was some of the slum clusters. By and large, not the new ones, because the new ones almost always divide in terms of you've come from here, you hang out with people from where you've come from. The moment that they get a little older and a little more layered, people have to learn to live together. And, even if their version of living together is two communities sitting with an edge and a border between them, one thing that I'm hearing in this time of hatred, effective hatred, is we used to celebrate, but now we don't. Our roads used to go past each other's house, but now we don't. You can despair, or you can stop and think, wait a second, for all these years we used to live together? Where did we learn that? Why aren't we paying more attention to that? I think it's possible. I just think that it is such a gigantic project and it requires such a shift internally, to our minds. One of the reasons why I say that we can't afford despair is not because, okay, we're part of this great battle that we're going to win. But if you, anywhere in the world, including our country, if you are despairing because the right wing is rising, well, one thing we could learn from the right is that they've sat there without power in clusters that have been very divided, without much in the way of resources, for well over 30, 40 years. It's been, I forget how many years, but at least decades since Alice Munro wrote an incredible short story about, the battles that they were having over Darwin. Okay? Many, many years later, you have book bans in America taking hold. It's taken that much time to get to the place where you have power and you have agency as a member of the rising right, or if your hate politics become effective. It takes 40 years of engineering, 50 years of engineering. So I ask you, is this the time to give up? Or is this the time to actually start thinking about these things seriously? If you're going to preach love, then can you find a way to do it that makes people not switch off the televisions immediately? If you're going to find a practical reason for why love should triumph, make that argument. In literature, in poetry, but most of all in politics.
So I'll come up with an observation.
Bluntly, I don't think we can afford despair.
So I'll come up with an observation that is bookended by the thought of spreading love. And first of all, thank you for, you brought a smile to my face by mentioning Alice Munro, a writer I love so much, my favorite living writer by far. And I'll in fact link my favorite short stories by her in the show notes, because why not? Everyone should read them. She's amazing. spreading love. The interesting thing is that I don't want to paint social media or Twitter as all bad, because, one of the things I've realized is that there's a lot of joy to be had from Twitter if you curate your feed properly. That what you really have also on Twitter is you are all the time exposed to the best minds in the world thinking aloud for your benefit, which is pretty remarkable. And and there's a small group of people, for example, who'll share poetry, who'll write about books and so on and so forth. And I would call that spreading love. But that's not so dominant, and that's in a sense silent. The trend that I see what social media does is that the way it polarizes us really is that we go on social media. Everybody wants to have a sense of community and tribe and all of that. So people will typically join ideological tribes at the extremes of the left and the right. And then their incentives are obviously to raise their status within that tribe. And the way to do it is by attacking people on the other side, never addressing arguments, but just attacking and snarking and so on. And then attacking people on their own side for not being pure enough. And that tendency to swing towards the extremes, because that's the only way you can rise in status, is something that you see in the real world and in our politics as well. Like, there was a time where political scientists use this term called the median voter theorem, where the idea was that if you just take the US as a simple example for a moment, because there are two large parties and that's it, the two parties may swing in whatever directions during the primaries, but in the main election, they would always sort of swing towards the center. It's all like the metaphor drawn for this is of ice cream vendors at a beach. Let's say there's one ice cream vendor at a beach, he can be anywhere along it. But if there are two, the incentive is to be as close to the center as possible. Those two vendors may start out at the edges, but then the closer they get, the more optimal it is for them in terms of people walking by. And eventually you'll have them right next to each other, neighboring ice cream vendors in the center of this pathway. So what you would typically have expected in the 2016 presidential elections in the US, for example, would be Hillary Clinton versus Jeb Bush, because they were from different parties, but they were pretty much identical in their politics. The differences are just surface, but they were really similar, really mainstream, beholden to the similar set of interest groups, big money interest groups, and so on and so forth. Where it fell apart was in Trump, because he was just not part of the picture at all, and politics swung to the extremes. And just as the right swung to the extremes, and I don't even know if it's fair to call them the right, because Trump took the Republican Party in directions which had nothing to do with the values of the Republican Party at all, right? It was like Black Swan, like his economics is just the opposite of Republican economics in his opposition to trade, for example, where he's so much like Bernie Sanders. But the point being that they swung to the extremes, and they're still swinging to the extremes today, because that is how today you rise within a party. And an example of that would be that Dharam Sansad at the end of the last year, when you had this whole bunch of saints or godmen or whatever, all in quote marks, giving these incredibly incendiary speeches calling for genocide and so on. And my sense there is that that's this a drive towards extremism playing out, because if you look at the incentives of the leaders there, it's a competition. Who can rouse the crowds more? Who can stand out more? And the only way to do that is not by preaching love, but by swinging towards the extremes. So I think if it was one guy giving a speech alone, it would not have been so toxic. But because you have all these people competing with each other, there are no limits. All bets are off. And as the political theorist Carl Schmitt famously said, perhaps a century ago, that politics is all about the other. You need an other in politics. Spreading love does not win you votes. Spreading hate does. So that's sort of just how it is. So I want to talk about this, therefore, also in the context of, like, if we dive back to feminism for a moment, right? Both Kavita Krishnan and Manjima Bhattacharya recently spoke about how we have to see that there is a difference between feminism on the ground, people who are actually out there in the real world doing things, making women's lives better off, as opposed to a lot of the toxic posturing that you see on social media from armchair warriors. And this is my articulation. None of them use these words. I'm saying this. And that's something that interests me, because what I find in a lot of the woke politics, for example, is a sense of identity as something immutable. And you get a mirror image of this on the right. And I feel that that's incredibly disturbing because, as you know, for me, the ultimate value is in individual rights, in consent and autonomy. No one should be pinned down to an identity of birth and one that they did not choose. And speaking of identities can be useful as a tool of analysis. But when you use it to pass judgment on people and to shut people out of the discourse and so on and so forth, I think that can kind of get very toxic. And when it comes to sort of that whole notion of spreading love, like I was reading Bell Hooks recently and was struck by how much she talks about compassion, including compassion for men, including compassion for a father, and so on. It's a very nuanced kind of view where you're seeing everyone as victims, where you're trying to understand where they come from. But there is a certain strain, not just of feminism, but any ism that you express online, which has no space for this nuance, which must push for the extremes, which must pass judgment on the world, which must condemn, and so on and so forth. So, being someone who's used Twitter from its early days, being someone who's had the lived experience of engaging with feminism over these decades of, even if you haven't, for some of this time, as you put it, you haven't been an activist, you've been a participant or whatever. What is your sense of what's kind of happening here? Because while I certainly call myself a feminist and I can't understand how anyone would not be one, male or female, I speak with older feminists who find some of this, what is happening on social media, sort of disquieting, to the extent that Manjima in fact said that these days I don't even call myself a feminist because, even though she studied it and written on it and so on and so forth. So what's sort of your response to this?
Layered. To begin with, I'm not comfortable with the term woke politics, though I understand what you mean. I think that's too broad an umbrella to encompass the many movements that have also flourished on social media, not just social justice warriors or whatever, but movements where your social media presence is an accurate mirror of your life and work offline. We're back at something that you talked about earlier, which was authenticity. And I think what you are picking up on is inauthentic politics and the power of that inauthentic politics. Trump, whom you started off by mentioning, changed everything with a simple shift. It didn't matter what he was saying, and it did sometimes. It's just that people could not take their eyes off him. A few voices early on said starve him of oxygen, but people were unable to look away. With the Dharam Sansads that you mentioned, they're escalating, but there's no percentage to being, I think there the problem is slightly different as with Trump. It's that what you're saying online can be amplified and used to create real danger, real violence offline, right? So your impact is far higher than your presence on social media. But social media is a world of shadows. It's not a world of substance. Increasingly, I find that I am disengaging. This is again a very personal response. I stay on Twitter partly because there's the addictive hook of it. And, my two addictions are basically caffeine and Twitter at this point. And in part two, I tell myself weekly it's to stay informed. But I find myself following the feeds that are not thoughtless positivity, which is a genre that just gets up my nose. That whole, no, think good thoughts, be bright and happy, the good morning WhatsApp forward philosophy of life. I cannot be having time or space for that. Because often that's a plea to you to disengage completely. That's a plea to you to look away from the truth of what is happening here and elsewhere. Having said that, I find myself drawn to feeds that are thoughtful, immersed, but not directly about the topic of the day, the trending political person of the day, the controversy of the day, right? And those feeds are run by people like Paul Holdengraber, by Maria Popova, by Rana Safi as well, by Rabia Alamuddin. They're feeds that give you a sense of what the whole spread love thing can be. It's so easy to mock that, by the way. I'm aware that I've opened myself up to mockery. But let me put it this way. If somebody is shouting a toxic, I don't even want to say it on, even though it's said so often, hateful nationalist slogan into the air, demonizing part of our citizenry, what prevents us from saying, Sare jahan ke acha? Mazhab nahi sikhata, aapas mein bair rakhna. I think what prevents us is our lack of belief in that. And people sense insincerity. One of the reasons why haters on social media are powerful is because people sense that the hatred is authentic. It is coming from a true place, right? And that's very seductive. Instead of the hard work of that not woke politics, but that a certain kind of politics demands. If you're a feminist, I think it's very uncomfortable believing in something deeply, whether it's feminism or free speech or equality for all, because, or a better environment, whatever it is, that politics will start to change you, right? And you will start to question your choices, and sometimes you will be extremely uncomfortable with your own actions. And that's the way it should be. You know, a good politics, a healthy politics should change us. Why do I have the freedom movement so much at my forefront? I think, again, because of direct political situations, but a thought experiment I've sometimes wondered about. What would they have been like on social media? You know? I can't imagine that, but I can imagine that. I can imagine that in the volume of the persuasion, the efforts at persuasion that were made, not just by our own independence movement, but by practically any movement that I can think of, whether it's feminism, Indian or otherwise, has put a great deal of time and attention into what we would call advocacy, but what I would call the art of persuading people to sit down and listen to you. So if we can't articulate love, just lay that thought to one side as we continue with this. Identity, I hate to say it, if you're a Kashmiri Muslim at this point, you don't have the luxury of walking away from your identity. As much as you might plead for your individual self to be recognized, if you're a Palestinian, if you're somebody who is currently experiencing tremendous oppression because of your identity, you don't have the freedom.
I think what I mean is identity being used as something against you.
I think when you're talking about identity politics, what you're picking up on is something that is also inauthentic, but it's that admonitory streak in us, that smugness, that I am better than you, let me show you how to do this.
But what I mean is this, like earlier in this conversation, you've spoken about caste, right? Now, what I mean about the toxicity of identity politics is someone then pointing a finger at you and saying, oh, she's a privileged Savarna woman, she has no right to talk about caste. And I have a problem with that. I think we all have a right to talk about whatever we want to talk about and whatever concerns us. You know, if I am, for example, concerned at the anti-Muslim hatred that is spreading through our country today, I have a right to speak about that as well. I love my country. I don't want to, so it's sort of this kind of thing where a label is put on you and then you are told you can do this or you can't do this, that this is not for you to speak about, that you are Savarna or you are white and shut the F up. And what you really see in a lot of the extreme discourse in the US is that whiteness is being conflated with white supremacy. Almost. It feels like that in a lot of the discourse. And to me, going to that extreme just becomes a problem. So that's the sense I mean it in. Of course, if you're Muslim today in India, you can't escape your identity. Of course, if you're a woman in India, you can't escape that you're a second-class citizen. You know, at the level of analysis, of course. I mean, I'm totally with you. But when your identity is used against you, then that is the thing I have an issue with. You know, so that's sort of, if you get where I'm coming from.
I know, but I would come at this from a slightly different perspective. I would ask an additional question. The person who's saying you should keep quiet because you are this and not that, are they coming from a space of pain? In which case, listen to them a little bit and just see, are they trying to, what is the intention?
So I'll just add something to that I understand that compassionate point that someone is coming from a position of pain or justified anger.
That's not the only thing I wanted to say.
But also, sorry, I'll just quickly in half a sentence finish this. What I also see happening in this politics is an embrace of victimhood. where everybody wants to be a victim in some way or the other, so they can be offended by something someone said, and then they can pass judgment on that person for an identity of birth they did not choose, or they can look for gotcha moments and take, look at imagined sort of grievances, and that's something that I do have an issue with.
That's fine. Having an issue with it is not the problem. I would say that there are two things that are crucial out here. The people who are hypothetically saying you don't have the right to speak, which is what this boils down to, do they have the power to silence you? The shaming cycles that happen on social media, the controversies that boil up even within publishing. There was this, I'm going to sidetrack just a bit, but you know about the Kate Clanchy controversy.
No, I'm sorry. Yeah.
All right. So this became a huge thing. She's a teacher with highly awarded memoir about teaching in London's inner city schools and teaching children who are often refugees, often from very poor, underprivileged backgrounds. And she was taken to task 2 years after her novel was awarded by 3 writers of color who pointed out that some of her descriptions of these children were borderline racist or fully racist or very, very reductive at the least. They seem to lack compassion, or they put these children into particular boxes. In an ideal world, there would have been room for both sides to talk to each other, for Clanchy to maybe listen and say, okay, let me have a chat with my publisher, right? And let me see what I can do. These are the changes I'm on board with. These are the things I don't feel I should change. From both sides, this turned into a thing where the women, who included, writers like Monisha Rajesh and Chimini Suleiman and others, were subjected to barracking and abuse. Kate Clanchy was demonized on the other side. It ended up it's still running through cycles, with people alternately seeing Clanchy as a monster or as a savior figure, or monstering the women who called her out, or elevating them to a level that they may not have chosen for themselves. And it's become profoundly unproductive. Okay? It hasn't pushed the central issue further. In fact, the central issue has been lost in this. Why am I picking this as an example instead of the many other, juicy controversies we could pile on to? Because I think we're all seeing a problem when discussion is shut down or brought to a halt or goes into extremely thin territory, extremely unproductive, unprofitable, very arid territory, non-creative territory. Okay? I don't have a problem with shutting up if somebody says, you as a Savarna privileged woman have had the mic for too long. Can you make space for someone else? That's fair. That's absolutely fair. And I would be not just accommodating, I would think that, historically speaking, why not hand over? But if somebody says...
That's fair, but the problem is when you're condemned for being Savarna, which was not in your control. There's no action involved with it. It's a pejorative.
Yeah, that's only a hurt feeling. I don't care about that so much. That's something I see honesty as the other person's problem. If they want to put condemnation into something that I can't help, they're coming at it from a position of hurt, pain, anger, or whatever that maybe I'll never understand. And I try to hold space for that, but again, I don't have much time for that because I don't think it moves either of our positions forward. My question is often whether it's a book or whether it's something else, it's focused on outcome. In literature, a lot of this debate is framed as who do you have the right to write about? Okay? And instinctively, I think I can see both sides. I can see the argument for saying, write with some sensitivity. But if you take the whole don't write people whom you don't know thing to its extreme, we're all going to be writing monologues that take place in our own heads and that are only about ourselves.
And J.R.R. Tolkien wasn't a hobbit.
That's a lovely laugh line. but it takes away from the real hurt that people have felt.
No, I get it completely. I get it completely. When, clueless foreign writers write about something that I know and a world that I've lived in and get it completely wrong, I feel angry. And it's fair for me to express my literary criticism of what they have just messed up and got wrong.
I think
But everyone should nevertheless be free to write about whatever they want, because
I think what I
otherwise, what do we have?
resist and resist profoundly is because I have resented it from the right. This whole dictatorial thing about we are offended, you can't write about this, you can't paint that, you can't think this, I would not stand for it personally on the left or the liberal side of the world either, but that's just me. I don't want to make the rules for the whole world. So what we're coming towards is, do you really want to set down rules about these things? Yeah? When you're speaking about compassion, you can't enforce compassion on somebody who has been deprived of an opportunity to speak all their lives. And maybe sometimes, just stand up and take your hurt feelings and it's okay, yeah, you still have a way to speak. You are still going to continue to speak. That's fine. I think what you're noticing, though, is emblematic of a larger problem, and that is that this entire set of politics, whatever you want to call them, cancel culture is a term that the right uses, but this narrowing of argument down to the rituals surrounding a set of things in the hope that this will somehow, provide a greater space of justice. The rituals cannot replace the actual action for justice. And I think that just because people are liberals or on the left, that does not make them less prone to being vengeful. In the early days of Twitter, I look at the times when, I've given in to the temptation to be morally superior or to tell somebody off. And here's the truth, it feels great in the moment. Afterwards, if you're at all reflective, a day later, you're thinking about that and you feel very small, telling somebody how they should live their lives or what they should think or whatever. Taking this slightly confused set of arguments back to strictly the literary, artistic, creative world and off Twitter for a second, I think it is problematic to say literature should be free, everybody should have the right to write everybody else. That just opens the door for somebody to write very hatefully and with a lack of respect or lack of understanding, which is worse, about specific groups of people. But the more we get into rules and the more we get into policing, the more we start to resemble the forces that we hate. And we have to watch out for that. You have to be careful. The second thing is that this strain, Ed Luce, who I keep quoting Financial Times columnists today, and I'm sorry, it's just that I read a string of particularly...
You're also being tribal. You're part of the FT tribe.
I am being tribal. And, unconsciously so. But it was an argument that struck me with some force, and he's been debating it back and forth. But he says that part of America's problem is that the left's concerns and liberal concerns and democratic concerns cannot be so narrow that they lose, sight of what a wider politics is. So in all this discussion about, who gets to speak where or Twitter policing or whatever it is, aren't we losing sight of the much, much broader battles ahead in terms of justice and equality and all of that? Aren't these, at the end of the day, aren't a lot of these very esoteric and very narrow pursuits? I don't mean that they're unimportant. I don't mean to trivialize them either. But sometimes I just think that these things that you care so passionately about on Instagram or Twitter or whatever can be very in-group concerns. And if you're focusing on that, if you're focusing on, the etiquette of how to respond to X, Y, or Z or join in this particular cultural boycott or another, is what you're doing enabling the bigger picture, or are you getting lost in a very small debate? Something that I think we are both frustrated with, because again, we've discussed this as friends elsewhere, is the tendency of a certain kind of liberal line of argument to go into, opposing hate, but saying, oh, but we did it also back in the day, collapsing in a heap, saying that we don't have any moral ground, and getting into a tangle of relatively minor points. You're leaving the main issue on the table unaddressed. in this paroxysm of shame and guilt and, all of that. So somewhere I think what we're looking for is, as much as the right is also lost across the world. You remember a time when being conservative or being right-wing did not have to mean that you were associated with hate politics. So as powerful as this surge of hate is, I would argue very strongly that the right has lost its compass completely. I know that's a very broad-based argument, but I would argue that very strongly for India, America, and parts of Europe for sure. If you're defining yourself as a right-wing party in France with your anti-immigration policy and losing sight of everything else that is supposed to go into being part of the traditional right, then you no longer know who you are. If your identity as a right-wing in America is built on we will hate these minorities and cut off the rights of women, then you've lost contact with your own heritage, right? And India, the same goes. One thing I used to like a little bit, not about Nehruvian politics, but about the general strain of mainstream politics out here, is that there were so many contradictory opinions coming at each other. And in just the same way, I don't want to say this as a sweeping indictment, but I think liberalism per se is struggling to hold on to the thread of the story, isn't it? If we get sidetracked by relatively minor, relatively petty issues, I think the one area where I'm in complete, rather than occasionally partial, agreement with you is on the whole thing of if we're so busy cancelling each other, Gandhi had particular flaws, this person cannot speak, this person by the standards of our time is bad. You need to watch out with that. The politics of purity are dangerous on either side of the fence. There is no such thing as pure territory. We live in not just in an imperfect time, but we have to find a way to live with the imperfection of ourselves. We need fewer heroes, we need fewer perfect people, but we do need to be able to make arguments with passion and belief and to hold space for each other.
Yeah, that's what I keep saying, that it's almost a cliche on my show, channeling Whitman, that people contain multitudes, which applies to Gandhi and Nehru and Ambedkar and Vajpayee and so many others who we tend to see in black and white ways. And I agree with everything you said, and I have exactly the same concerns. And of course, I agree with what you said about the right losing its compass. The two things I'd add there is I'm not sure the frames of left and right are even relevant anymore.
I was struggling as I was speaking. I was thinking, this is not really
how do we describe it? No, I mean the way, I think listeners will know exactly what you mean, so that's fine.
But what are the terms for this? I mean,
the frames that I would, 20 years later, if you ask me, I would not want people to think of the world in terms of frames or left or right, which are meaningless and muddied, but across freedom and authoritarian, across consent and coercion. To me, those are the frames that, for me, consent is the ultimate value and coercion is really, really bad. And the right and the left across the board seem to have no problem with coercion at all across many margins. And just as the right, as you put it, have lost their compass, I think so has the left. I mean, my issue with the bigotry on both sides is that the bigotry on the right doesn't worry me so much because they wear it on their sleeve. It is what it is. But the bigotry on the left is dressed up in this sanctimony, which, is much harder to counter. And thankfully, what we've both been referring to, and all the posturing and all the noise on the extremes, is a vocal minority. Sorry, most people aren't like that. Most people, the sense that I get, are a silent majority, and perhaps a chilling effect makes them more silent than ever because anything they say can get them cancelled or can get an online mob on them. And I've had mobs from all sides come down on me. So there is that chilling effect at play. But my hope there is that there is a silent majority, and at some point in time, the toxic effect of the vocal minorities will not sort of matter so much. And on that note, let's take a quick commercial break, though I don't have a commercial, but I sense we might need a break. And on the other side of that, we'll continue with your personal journey and perhaps talk about quieter subjects than these depressing subjects which we've been
depressing but rousing.
Depressing but rousing, indeed. Long before I was a podcaster, I was a writer. In fact, chances are that many of you first heard of me because of my blog India Uncut, which was active between 2003 and 2009 and became somewhat popular at the time. I love the freedom the form gave me, and I feel I was shaped by it in many ways. I exercised my writing muscle every day and was forced to think about many different things because I wrote about many different things. Well, that phase in my life ended for various reasons, and now it is time to revive it. Only now I'm doing it through a newsletter. I have started the India Uncut newsletter at indiauncut.substack.com, where I will write regularly about whatever catches my fancy. I'll write about some of the themes I cover in this podcast and about much else. So please do head on over to indiauncut.substack.com and subscribe. It is free. Once you sign up, each new installment that I write will land up in your email inbox. You don't need to go anywhere. So subscribe now for free. The India Uncut newsletter at indiauncut.substack.com. Thank you. Welcome back again to The Scene and the Unseen, because this was our umpteenth break, and I'm chatting with my good friend Nilanjana Roy on her life and her thoughts. And there's really so much to explore that we could go on for another 5 hours, but we won't go on for that long. One of the things that struck me when I read The Girl Who Ate Books, and I was sort of reading your backstory, as it were, is how much you remember of your ancestors, right? So you've got, besides your parents, you've got grandparents from every side, you've got granduncles, you've got older ancestors who are taking loans from Armenians and doing this and doing that, and there's just so much action all over. And there is also a richness of things, in the sense, there's one paragraph which you may not, consider a big deal, but I remember it, where you write, quote, "My Thakurma, Bhibopati Devi, Baba's mother, was a writer in an unfussy way, producing short stories in Bengali with the same practiced flick of her wrist that she used to turn out roasted coconut treats and puffed rice and jaggery moas. She kept her writings in a black-leaded tin trunk, her homemade sweets in an old lactogen tin, both containers equally battered and utilitarian." And stop quote. And that lactogen tin really speaks to me. When I was in Chandigarh recently, we sold my father's house. I was clearing out the stuff. We chose to give most of it away or get rid of it. Gave thousands of books to a local community library in Delhi. I just kept a few as artifacts, in a sense, because most of my reading is sort of on Kindle and so on. And it was difficult in the sense that I know that none of what I was choosing to part with had any practical value at all. And yet it is a texture of my growing up and my childhood and all that. And that made me think about whether it is a blessing or a curse to have a past that has some kind of richness in it. And my past does not have too much richness in it. It's just the parents. Beyond them, I have no sentiments, very few memories. It's not there. But even this, to sort of say that, okay, this part of my life is gone forever and will live only in memory. And that was kind of tough. And at one point, you cherish what you had and you lament the loss. But at another point, it also frees you from not having the burden of that past, from being just able to move forward and realize that most of it, in terms of the physical things that it was embodied in, most of those things are not essential to you at all. You want to live an essential life. Like, one of the things that my wife and I were talking about as we went through this exercise is how we have too many things as well, which burden us down and hold us back. And you want to sort of move to a more minimal kind of life where you don't have so many things because things are not important. And of course, technology has given us the luxury and the privilege to be able to do that, because we can keep all our thousands of books in digital copies, and we can keep all our work in a digital form, upload it to the crowd. We don't, physical things aren't a big deal anymore. If my laptop starts working, I'll get another one and that will have exactly the same things on it as this one does. But given that your sense of the past is so rich, given that your memories contain all of these things, how do you view that coming to where you are? Because, and also in a related sense, when you think of home, what is your sense of home? Like, I had a recent episode with Max Rodenbeck where I asked him this question, and he grew up in Cairo. And he said it's Cairo, but it's not the Cairo that is there today. It's a Cairo of memory, and therefore a Cairo of imagination, because memory and imagination are so closely linked together. So what is your sense of this rich past? You've written about it so much. You live in it still, obviously, because one must keep going back to that. But, I don't even know if there's a question, but I just sort of wanted your impressions and your thoughts of this.
Actually, I'm surprised because with The Girl Who Ate Books, I think that's the only one of my books where I've gone even somewhat autobiographical. And because so much of that book is about my encounters, it's the business standard interviews that I did with so many writers. There are standalone essays that are about the history of Indian writing in English and that are very abstract. Some of them are about early pioneers in writing and some of them are about the growth of history. I don't think I'd realized that I had written as much about my family as I did. I'm going back to why I did that, and I don't think it was to boast or to show off. I think I was looking really for the literary heritage. My grandmother's trunk, one of the saddest scars on my heart is that she lifelong was a published author. She used to write poems and short stories that at that time I didn't read. And some of them were published in little magazines in Bengali and all of that. And after she died, her trunk went to a member of the family who is now also passed on. And I didn't want to ask just after her death for the stories back and all of that. But after about 9 months, 10 months, I said, do you think I could take copies of all her writings? And she said, oh, yes, of course you can. Where are they? And I said, they were in the black trunk. She said, oh, that trunk, it was filled with rubbish papers and they were moth-eaten and I just threw them away. There was nothing of value in there. And I don't think she meant any harm, but it meant something to me. I've always felt that phantom side of, not just my grandmother's personal writings disappearing, but it touched on a deep, deep wound, which was the lack of women's histories. Often when you look at collections of writers, except up to the modern day, where it's changed a little bit, the archives are usually kept men of letters, Their notes, their letters, etc. are all kept and maintained. And it's that much harder to put together the biography of India's women writers. And suddenly, my tiny personal loss was moving into this much wider absence to some extent. With the rest of my family, I think I was writing about them to try and fix something in my mind, that old question of where do you come from, what streams. Some of it was gratitude, some of it was saying, thank you to all of you who gave me books and reading or allowed me to pester you for stories. My uncle, used to just sit there patiently. He was an architect. And he used to sit there patiently with one or the other of us attached to his leg like little limpets, telling us story after story. My mother, my father was so generous with his books. And I feel that because so many people don't have that in their lives, it's more important for us. I don't mean to be sonorous, but I did feel the need to acknowledge that. In terms of where is home, that used to be a little bit of a heartache because my husband and I have never bought a home. And we both come from the quintessential Calcutta families where our own homes are either mired in legal trouble or have long since crumbled. Home for me was maybe not so much the homes where I grew up in government circles, or there was a period when my father was posted to Calcutta and we shifted houses in Delhi 13 times in the course of just a few years, which was salutary. It took me out of the cozy and very, very insulated cocoon of government life where, by and large, more than actual comfort, what you have is an absence of discomfort. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
And it was a wonderful introduction to the city. At the time, I think it was a little bewildering for, a teenager to be shifting bus routes so often. But when I went to Calcutta, I spent about 4 years or so studying at La Martiniere, which was as open a school, as I've said, as my former convent was a little on the close side. And the house that my grandmother had is again part of the vanished heritage of the city. It was a wonderful old red brick house, built with one room sprawling into each other. It was a fusion of styles, Indian and Bengali meeting British, with a huge veranda that opened out onto a lawn and turrets and things and books lining every room, It was also a warm and hospitable and convivial house, and that was my strongest sense of home. And it was broken down more than 30 years ago. And it's instructive to see how that absence has become for some family members a real ache, when a home is taken away. And our home just went in the normal course of things. It wasn't bulldozed by a cruel administration. But for some people, it's become a permanent ache, an absence not just of a physical home, but without that, you can get unmoored. You can literally not know how to say where you come from, or what you belong to, or what grew you up or shaped you. In terms of shaping me as a person, I think my other home was always, it sounds so trite to say this, but it is so true, Amit, it was in books. That was because that was the one constant in parts of my life, both as a child and an adult, where I was switching houses a lot. You can make your home in the books that you read. And so there was never a point where I felt truly unhoused. And I just want to add that, most of my movings around have not been particularly traumatic. It's not been like a partition or other refugee coming out or whatever. But you still feel that absence of a center. Okay? Over time, the need for things has shifted. I am a sentimentalist. And one of my great pleasures is not having... You've seen the house. It's not particularly, show-offy. I don't think it's done to any style. It's basically a friendly conglomeration of cats and very old furniture and books all mingling together. And I don't think we've ever sat down and said, should we design this better? Even though I love walking into well-designed homes myself, but I've just never got around to doing that for myself. The things that are precious to me are things like books that are signed, a poem from Shahid, a letter from Krishna Sobti, those things, a painting by a friend, a photograph by a friend, those are treasures. An autograph from Toni Morrison or Harold Pinter or Amitav Ghosh or Salman Rushdie, those are things I will treasure for life because there's something about handwriting that really, really speaks to me. In terms of other possessions, every so often I give away a huge bunch of books to a local library and I feel that much freer. With furniture, it's a blessing and a curse. When it's family furniture, in a way you become the keeper of a family heritage, whether you want to or not, and it's very difficult to let go of that. If for no other reason than other people in the family would mind if they came to your house and found those things not there, which is such an odd thing, but anyway. And it can be reassuring as well. It can be a little part of the past. But increasingly, I find that my pleasure in owning things, insofar as that was ever a part of my life, that has disappeared. The things that have given me the greatest sense of challenge or curiosity in my life have been conversations and encounters with people, and in that I have been richer than most. That is really... that and also something I just take for granted, but that a lot of other writers struggle with. Because a long time ago, I chose not to have a formal job. I work as a columnist, I do other things as well, but I don't have to check into an office, and I've always had huge amounts of control over my time. And we've been talking about privilege in so many different ways through this conversation. One of the greatest privileges you can have in this or any other country as a woman is to have that control over your time. And of course, there's family duties even if you don't have children. But those are compared to most women's lives where you don't have the freedom to think about where you want to spend your time. That is huge. Let's just get back to this whole thing of possessions and how they define you. I think for a lot of people, the first time that they move into a home of their own without their family stuff is maybe the first time that they see themselves with some clarity. And I remember a friend of mine who was also a writer coming to my study for the first time and seeing in tremendous disappointment, oh, but you don't have a view. You look out over the backyard and a mango tree, and I always thought that you would have a room with a view and a fancy study. And I said, but you see, the one room where I don't need a view is actually the study, because once you get into the writing, you don't notice anything else. And space, you know, we talk a lot about writing space and all of that. I think the journalist training, I learned how to write anywhere. I wrote The Wildings and The 100 Names of Darkness and part of The Girl Who Ate Books on the dining table in our Jangpura house. I wrote the rest of The Girl Who Ate Books in an empty house of a friend's in Goa, you know. And I think that was one of my happiest writing experiences in a strange way, because the house being so, it had some sticks of furniture, but otherwise it was just me and the monsoon and the book. And I don't think it made the writing better. You know, we keep hoping that miraculously space will turn you into a great writer. And no, you know, those essays are very much, you can see something growing in them, but they're very much apprentice essays at the same time. And I wrote Black River and edited a lot of my anthologies in a kind of study which is also a laundry room. And somehow the fact that it's those two spaces at the same time keeps it real. Do I aspire to have my own study someday? Maybe in a theoretical way. But in actual fact, some years back, I was lucky enough to get a residency at Bellagio in Italy. And we were given these incredible studies. They really look after you out there. And it's a wonderful intellectual experience, because you're meeting other practitioners in different fields, not just writers. And every few evenings or so, somebody gives a talk about their work. And it's like a college education, it really is. But the first day, I walk into, the bedroom is beautiful enough, and then I find that I've been given a study that overlooks Lake Como and has perfectly appointed with the desk here and the printer there, and it's only your space and there's peace and quiet, and even your lunch is going to be dropped outside your door. And I sat down and I fell apart and I couldn't write for the first day. I just couldn't write. There was something in me that said, how can I now create work in my haphazard way when the space demands serious work? You know, how can I write a frivolous line? How can I write a bad line? And I'm joking about it, but it was a real problem. I just sat there for a day, totally stressed out, looking at this beautiful lake and saying, I'm supposed to be a writer, capital W, out here. And until now, I've been a writer, small w, which is what I'm comfortable with. And it was only the next day when I was said, okay, you know, just get over yourself and write something. And then things were fine. So I don't know about that formal study, you know. Would I approach it? Would I use it? Would I look at it with great satisfaction and arrange my books and the books I love most around there and then never use it and just go back to a dining table? Where do you create your work? What enables you?
Are you asking me?
I was just thinking aloud, and I was, yes, I am, because, you know, you're a writer too. And I was asking, I guess, what you need. I need silence more than anything else. I can't write in a cafe, but I can write almost anywhere else. I can write in a, you know, bus coming down from the hills if everyone's sleeping. I can write on a railway station because somehow that noise doesn't disturb me.
That's a remarkable ability. In my case, the difficulty that I've had is something that doesn't seem to have been a difficulty with you, which is just being sort of able to sit down and get the writing done and focus on the processes. Like, I can, when I am, you know, when I have to, when I'm so inclined, write anywhere. That's doable. But in general, I am prey to distractions. That is something that I keep fighting, though I really can't complain about having a study, because I have now, but you know, a few years ago, I asked myself the question, what is happiness for me? What will make me happy? And I came up with three things. And one of them was that I want a room full of books. The second thing was I want that room to be air conditioned. And the third thing was that I want to sit comfortably on a lazy boy or such like in that room and read books. And I had the books and I had the room and I had the air conditioning, and I ordered a lazy boy right away that same day. And then I said that, okay, I have no reason to complain. I've got everything. And where I currently am in Mumbai is I've got a home studio, come a writing room. I've got a nice huge sit-stand desk from IKEA. I've got a fantastic view from the 27th floor of a building. I've really got it all. But I think finally the study you have to build is in your head, where you have to find that space in your head where you can actually sit down and write and free yourself from distractions, which is something that I struggle with. But I'll segue from that brief self-indulgent
No, no,
digression
no.
brought
That
about by
was
your question and ask and turn it on you and ask you what is your idea of happiness and how has it been redefined. Because for me a fundamental shift was figuring out when I reached middle age that when we are young, we can make the mistake of focusing too much on goals. That I want to achieve this, write this many books, get this many awards, be a writer with a capital A. Whereas the happiness is in the small joys. Those goals can actually be toxic because they can give you anxiety and stress and frustration and sadness. But if you just revel in the small joys, because happiness is a choice, it's not something that happens to you. You can choose to be happy. And one way of choosing to be happy is by seeing the many ways in which you are fortunate and just reveling in that. And that for me would perhaps mean, now that I think of it, you said it so beautifully, writer with a capital W, that could mean turning from a writer with a capital W to turning with the small w writer, right? So how have you sort of looked at your life? Like, what did you want when you were younger? What do you want today with the passage of years? Like, if you had to go back to the young Nilanjana of 25 years ago and give her advice that would make her happier in her journey, what would you tell her?
I tell her to stop worrying about what other people thought. And I would just tell her to trust her instincts and to trust her talent for joy, because that was one of the gifts I always had. I don't know why, but it's been a great gift. Just as some people, it runs hand in hand with the tendency to some melancholy or obsession when the country is going through a phase like this. But I think one of the things I realized over time was I was often retrospectively happy. You see? It's now looking back, I don't see a time ever in any decade that I remember that I've read about when India was perfect. But I do know, empirically speaking, that the 1990s and the 2000s, for all the flaws of the country and for all the moments of, when one person or another was persecuted, I do know that the air of the country was freer. And in retrospect, I look back and instead of choosing to be sad or dismayed today, I tell myself that we were very lucky to know what it's like to be in a reasonably free country and to have that expectation from the people who are supposed to serve us and who actually rule us. Yeah? In terms of writing, for years, I think I lived a very stressed out life in my 20s and 30s. The 30s parts of it were difficult beyond measure. I don't want to talk about all of that. But I was still dealing with the debris from the past. On the surface of things, I could tell myself that whatever sadness I was dealing with was shared by many other people who were similar. But the truth is, I had suppressed some of that pain for many years, and when it came bursting out in ways that were extremely destructive. And it's funny how you come through that kind of despair into a kind of honesty. At some point you realize there's no point really being false to yourself. There's no point also sorrowing too much about a past that cannot be changed. And you take one step after another into, we keep talking about healing, but I think back into a life that you had so briefly but emphatically abandoned. And for me, writing became easy when I gave myself permission to feel. For years, I'd been held back by the fact that I had been such a reader. And I used to just start off a project and then stop thinking, but Nadine Gordimer, but Alice Munro, how can I ever write anything of that beauty, but this, but that? And at some point I said, okay, I don't care. There's a story that's bursting out of me. There are characters walking around in my head. There's this thing I can see. And let me at least just get that down to paper. And when I did and I had a book, I said, I don't care if people laugh. I don't care if they don't love this. Let me just do it for the work. And somehow that freed something in me. Of course, I don't mean that you just write any old thing down. There's a value to, the whole thing of not just craft, but trying to find your voice and trying to be true to the story and messing it up, and but at the same time trying to do your best to it. At some point, you see, what happened was, now if I ask myself what I lack, what's getting in the way of happiness, there's uncertainty, there's sadness about the pathways that many of my country people have chosen. There's great fear for a lot of people I love who have already been touched by the grimness of these times. All right? And none of that is in my power to change, except in very small ways through acts of tiny empathy or something of the sort. I'm not an activist. I'm not a politician. I have a powerful voice sometimes. But these days it's become such a game of hopscotch for everybody to figure out what they can say and what they can't say. And I find that even friends who used to be very outspoken and very fearless have been ground down a little bit. That's the unhappy side of things. And the greatest part of my unhappiness is just, like a child, you're saying again, I wish people were good to each other. I wish people stopped fighting each other. I wish there was no war. I wish this, I wish that, right? The part where I draw an abiding amount of happiness from is something that sounds cheesy, but that I actually believe that everybody should do. I started a gratitude practice many years ago, along with a little bit of meditation. The meditation practice, which I continue, is probably a failure. I'm still the same person I was. I still have the same flaws. I still have a temper. It has not turned me into a wonderfully spiritual, serene person. It has just deepened a few things for me, and the value of that has been inexpressible. But I started first very self-consciously and then with increasing gladness, a gratitude practice, and it taught me one of those old truths. It's like Dorothy in The Wizard of Oz. There's no place like home. You're already where you need to be. You just need to click on the ruby slippers thrice. And I think what it taught me is there are things I could theoretically change. I could ask for a home or a study or this success or that success. But there's never been a time in my life that I've been without friends, without love, without books, without joy, without curiosity. Even in the saddest, most despairing moments, there's been solidarity. There's been a movement towards more integrity. And by integrity, I don't mean just verbal lip service honesty. I mean an integrity of being, where all the disparate parts of you start to come together and where you start to hopefully live and write for yourself. I don't like being selfish, but I do have a lot of self-respect these days. And to my surprise, I find that my happiness is here. My happiness is right here, in the middle of imperfection and chaos and all of that. But I don't think there has been a day when I haven't been aware, and I don't mean in a smarmy way. I just mean that there hasn't been a day when I haven't been aware of the limitless possibilities of life. Writing, reading, life, creating, just being around friends. We are given so much. And it's helped me to pay attention to that. It's helped me to just feel not, a writer, capital W, but just somebody who is part of this flow that we are all immersed in, whether we know it or not, of just trying to, just trying to spend our lives not necessarily doing something grand or grandiose or, filled with vast meaning, but tiny little things, that taken together just make your life a little better and hopefully appeal to others as well. Just that.
You mentioned not wanting to be selfish, but I was just advising a friend of mine yesterday on a situation that he's found himself in. And I told him that when you want to be empathetic, you should always also remember to be empathetic towards yourself. And not just empathetic towards yourself at this current moment, but also perhaps empathetic towards your future self. And think about how everything that you do today and every choice that you make today impacts your future self as well. So that's kind of just thinking aloud. A broader question again, which is also in a sense, I guess, a personal question, but is also a broader question because it'll get you talking about the country in these times. If we are all fish swimming in water and not noticing the water, that water also in India, that water also is our linguistic heritage, in the sense of wonderful languages we are surrounded by. Like, one of the ways in which I think this is a great country to be a writer in is not just that we are surrounded by so many stories, that there is so much happening around us, but also that we have access to so many languages that by default all of us are sort of multilingual. And that has an importance. You've written in your book about Bankim Chandra Chatterjee's experiments with writing in English and so on. And you've also mentioned earlier in this conversation about the dilemmas over authenticity and the different languages, and you mentioned you don't write in Hindi because of auqat. How deep a role does being able to read and write and listen and talk in other languages play in even sort of what we write in English, for example? Because I would imagine that our imaginative life and all of that is just deeper and richer because we have access to so many words, and languages are a big part of that. And as a corollary to that, is it then a worry that there might at some point be a certain homogenization happening in terms of the languages that we speak, where if you look at every language, like you correctly, I think, mentioned earlier in this conversation, that if Hindi is a river, there are hundreds of tributaries. You didn't use these words, but I'm stuck with river and tributaries now, and so on and so forth. And there's a danger then that, and of course there was a political movement to go towards a particular kind of Hindi where all, the Shuddh Hindi, where Persian and Arabic and all those influences has been stripped away, and that movement can never succeed because people speak the way they speak. But in the same way that, bananas were sort of homogenized. Like, I had an episode with our mutual friend Vikram Doctor a long time ago on Indian food, and he spoke about the Cavendish banana, that there is something called a Cavendish banana which India export, that, it goes from India to the world, and then out there it is mass produced, and it has these certain merits which are which work for it, one of them being that it stays well and so on and so forth, and then it completely dominates the western landscape, and then they export it back here, and now it is rapidly replacing all indigenous kind of bananas, and we have a diversity of bananas. And somehow if you go to a supermarket today, the chances are that all you'll find is a Cavendish banana, unless you know which local market to go to and where to look and all of that. And I worry that there might be sort of a similar thing happening to language in two ways. One is that English has become such a tremendous language of aspiration that people just gravitate towards that, and there might be local local cultures which might be lost because of that. And also within the languages itself there seems to be a mainstreaming. Like, a friend of mine who writes in a particular dialect of Kannada was sharing his sort of situation with me, where he said that my instinct is to write in this Kannada which I grew up in speaking, thinking and all that, but the point is that if I do this, you forget the wider market, but even within Kannada audiences, he'll be a tiny niche and may just die out because some dialects are dying, some languages are dying. So, given all the writing and the reading that you've done, that you've read so much in multiple languages as well, which to my shame I haven't, what are sort of your thoughts on this?
I was thinking of G.N. Devi's work, Professor G.N. Devi's work, the great scholar who's spent a lifetime practically now championing, defending, tracking, mapping the many languages that we have. That river keeps coming back from time to time. So, think of what happens to a river when it's dammed and when it loses its natural flow and starts going stagnant. That's what you do when you try to play power games with one language or the other. What I find fascinating about English, it's been around only for 3 centuries. It is a little bit of a strangler fig, as a language, where English comes in. The language that I lost in between English, Bengali and Hindi was my father's language, Uriya. Because, somehow you're trying to keep all of those. You need to speak Hindi because you're in Delhi. Bengali is the home, it just is home. And English is the language in which you conduct your life. You see what I mean? You can have 2 languages to dream in. Very few of us can dream in more than that. So the fear among a lot of people who watch Indian languages is that you also don't want a language, one of the big 5 or 6, Hindi, Gujarati, Bengali, Tamil, Malayalam. You don't want them to drown out the others. I don't think we realize, or we keep coming back in this conversation to what you value, you know. Do you value becoming a best-selling writer, or do you value the work itself? Is there a tension between the two things, or can you make that work on the same page? And with languages, it's our automatic belief that bigger, more speakers is better. It robs us of a lot of sweetness. I remember when translators came to Hindi first, there's also a generational learning with translation, right? So the first translators of Hindi and Bengali would translate archaic Bengali into archaic English, and then be left with a language that was dead on the page, that had none of the life of English or none of the life of Bengali either. Over time, they've learned to dance. Translators like Arunava Sinha in Bengali, or a score of others, Kalyan Raman, etc. They sing. There's a recent translation of Alipura Gyan and Gitanjali Shri, of course, Daisy Rockwell, where you can sense these two languages in communication, sort of overlapping, dancing, but very comfortable with each other. I think often the hunger for us growing up as young, aspirational parts of this new modernizing India, and modernity was a big thing. The focus was almost relentlessly on, you must learn French or Spanish or German or something like that in order to be a true world citizen. And who was saying, if you come from the north or the east, why don't you want to learn Kannada or Telugu or Malayalam or Tamil? It took me years to understand the kind of legacy that we have out here. The projects about sanitization, Vikram Doctor is wise with his story about the Cavendish banana, because it's not that it can't happen. Give these things enough time and enough political force and money behind them, and one dominant kind of Hindi can take over, or one dominant kind of any other language, English or whatever. But if you notice how much Indians have changed English, first we came to it and we're writing like the English many centuries ago, but we're taking away their daffodils and putting in our amaltas. We're writing like the golden and the silver poets, but somewhere there's an Indian place setting at least moving in. Then a few more generations go by, we start getting comfortable with this alien tongue, and then we start pushing it towards our forms of writing. A few more generations and a Rushdie emerges. Before him, there's a G.V. Desani. These rivers of language are alive. What we're in danger of in this country is choking off the tiny streams. You see? Or even when Gitanjali Shri won the Booker International, it was a big moment, but there was an immediate sense of this will benefit Hindi language books. This country has so many languages. Why shouldn't it benefit all of those? And as far as the West is concerned, and I'm speaking directly of the market here, not of the people of the West, I found it tragic that people either separate Indian writing in English from translations. That's not how I read. That's not how anybody reads. And you shouldn't feel ashamed about not reading in your local language. It's just, I know everyone has a paucity of time and it's hard enough to keep up with reading in one language. It's a pleasure to discover that, if you ever have the time for it at some point of time. We don't like going back to being learners, but it is one of the greatest joys of your life. I wish my Hindi and my Bengali was stronger and I could write in them with as much fluency as I read. How has reading in them changed me? Inexorably. I don't really know whether I'm an Indian English writer or I'm just an Indian writer, or whether I'm just a writer floating around in space. But somewhere at the back of my English, there are all the worlds of an Ashapurna Devi, a Mahashweta Devi in Bangla. I don't know how they influence me. I just know that they're there. And I know that I can't imagine I don't have to choose, thankfully. But I can't imagine my writing without the poetry of Agye. And Akshay Mukul, of course, is going to be doing that biography. Or I can't imagine it without the translations I read of Manto's short stories or Ismat Chugtai, Kurutunen Haidar, Amrita Pritam. There's a world out there, they're mine, you know? And I love being able to claim all of them, from Girish Karnad to all the writers I love. They're mine. I don't have to choose between those different heritages.
They are yours, and you should claim them, but you should also share some of them. So I'll end with my last question. I mean, I could go on for another 5 hours, but maybe some other day. But so my last question is that why don't you recommend for me and my listeners, books that have meant a lot to you, that you just love, like not in terms of some objective merit or worthy books or whatever, but just books that mean a lot to you, that make you smile, that make you feel something, and that you'd like to share with me and my readers, and you feel that we absolutely must, as soon as this episode ends, start reading them right away.
Oh, that's such a lovely question. And I'm going to have to stop at just a few, but I would say if you're reading in the present-ish, if you haven't yet, it doesn't have to be books that have just come out. Is that what
anything
you
at all from your childhood? You mentioned in your book, you mentioned like the adventures of Dennis and all those Russian books from the childhood. You can go wherever. I mean,
there are so many books I've loved, but I think the ones that stay with me, all of Toni Morrison's work. Salman Rushdie, 2 books in particular, Harun and the Sea of Stories, which was talismanic for me in the period when India was suddenly, growing constrained, and you felt that there was a Khatam Shud out there. And somewhere, his metaphor of that ocean of sea of stories, that's been very meaningful to me. That, that lovely fable about the ocean can get choked, it can even almost die, but that hope that someday it'll be unpolluted and the streams of stories will run. Poetry, Jeet has a brilliant anthology out of a huge, doorstopper of an anthology out of English poetry, Indian poetry in English. And I think it was Eunice together with Melanie Selgardo, was that right? Who had a huge anthology out of just Indian poetry in general. I'm going to stay on poetry for a while because I must recommend Priya Sarukai Chabra's translations of Andal, and Ranjit Hoskote's translations of Lal Deed. Have I said Vivek Shanbhag's Ghachar Ghochar yet?
you haven't, but that's one of my favorite books as well. And what a
One of my
translation!
all-time favorites. All-time favorites. Definitely that. So a book to read now, I was thinking of it recently, but Kurutunen Haidar's Aag Ka Darya, River of Fire, for sure. I should stop now because I think I'm recommending too much, but
There's no such thing as too much.
I just want to recommend a book for every category that exists, you see. But if you love free speech, if you love thinking about societies and how they're constructed, Ursula K. Le Guin. And 3 stories particularly. One was a classic, The Ones Who Walk Away from Amilas, about the price you will pay for the perfect, or not pay for the perfect society. The Left Hand of Darkness, for sure. In fact, most of her books. I'm going to not, recite the entire list. Alice Munro's short stories, I'm so glad that you like them too, but they've been an education for me over the years. Girish Karnad's plays. If you want to understand today's politics, then again, I would recommend a great deal of Mahashweta Devi's extremely wide over, including Mother of 1084, in tribute to all the prisoners out here. In our own time, I'm partial to, there's too many non-fiction writers, so I'm just going to leave them to one side and with great apologies or whatever. But I would say, if you really want a mix of a reading list for yourself, pick some poetry, pick some plays, chuck a few novels on that heap, and pick any 2 histories or books of non-fiction. A book that I really want to recommend is by Ed Yong, where he's writing about animals and their perception of the world. I know that's coming from left field, and I just said no non-fiction and I'm breaking that rule. But I like books like that because they wake your mind up, So I think
Yeah, we've gone through, and in your book you mentioned how much you liked what is perhaps my favorite book of poetry from an Indian, which is Jejuri by Arun Kolatkar, which is so dear to me. So
Astonishing also, Agha Shahid Ali's Country Without a Post Office.
Absolutely, yeah.
One of his
Beautiful.
early classics. I could go on forever, but just maybe it's best to stop and use these as starting points, and let everyone do their own exploring in among their bookshelves. But these are some of my favorites. These are not all of the books that have impacted me. Did I just use impacted in that
You
way?
used impacted. It's shocking. All my students are saying, but Amit says don't use words like these.
No, I
There
can't
you
believe
go.
I did that. But let's say there are books that I've loved, there's books that I've enjoyed, and there are books that have shaped me at different parts of my life. And one last one, that's been enduring has been A.K. Ramanuja. His poems, his essays. I think sometimes when a writer's essays is banned, you only see them through that lens. But A.K. Ramanuja's translations of Sangam poets were among the first things that just made me realize that the past is not yet over, that it's still something that can speak to us directly across the centuries. And everything that he wrote about our common heritage of folk tales, how to read a myth, how to understand it as part of our history, but not so rigid, not so damaging, something that is open and expansive. I think I gravitate instinctively to those Indian writers who made themselves at home in the world. And so the last one of my old favorites, Kabir, of course. You can either read his poems in the original, or you can read Arvind Krishna Mehrotra's radical retranslations and, transmigrations of them, but just go for it either way.
I love Mehrotra's collection of Kabir's work, and Heraclitus once said that no one steps in the same river twice. And what you're sort of reminding us with this is that we all actually swim in the same river, from the past to now and so on and so forth. So thank you so much for coming on the show. I'm glad we finally made it happen.
I know, but thank you for letting me go on, and I just hope I haven't tired your listeners out.
They will let you know that you haven't.
Okay, thank you so much, Amit. This was a pleasure.
If you enjoyed listening to the show, check out the show notes, enter rabbit holes at will. Also, head on over to your nearest bookstore and pick up all of Nilanjana's books. You can follow Nilanjana on Twitter at Nilanjana Roy. You can follow me at Amit Varma, AMITBARMA. You can browse past episodes of The Seen and the Unseen at seenunseen.in. Thank you for listening. Did you enjoy this episode of The Seen and the Unseen? If so, would you like to support the production of the show? You can go over to seenunseen.in/support and contribute any amount you like to keep this podcast alive and kicking. Thank you.